Ready? Because I sure as fuck wasn't. We're going on TV. Sing along now. Hello, chat. How are we doing? It is I, very professional streamer person Jinx, who did not get horribly distracted by doing a bunch of art for hours and then realized that I had nothing prepared for stream and also had not eaten yesterday. 5 minutes before I was supposed to pop on stream, and very hurriedly made a thumbnail and tried to get everything ready, and then went live in the starting soon screen and tried to go make tacos as fast as I could, which apparently I could not do in under 5 minutes. And now I am trying to eat while also talking on stream and being existent and being an entertainer. Hello everyone, how are we doing? Oh, I should take better care of myself and actually eat food. So now I have very hurriedly made tacos, made from microwaved old chicken thighs I braised, I don't even fucking know, like 4 days ago or something at this point. Pretty much on the verge of not being edible anymore, but it's probably still technically edible, it's fine. Yeah, I definitely did not forget to eat until 8 PM. That's not a thing I ever do, ever, smile. But hello, chat. I'm going to be eating tacos during the, I guess, initial yap session before we get into the down and dirty with what's supposed to be on the screen and in the title, which really is just doing, like, random WuWa shit. Considering we already beat the story, most recent story last time, and now we're waiting on Lupa drop, as well as the next part of the Dispatches story. Which I think it's safe to assume that we are going to be getting more story dropping when the next patch comes out, or when the next half of patch, rather, comes out, instead of having to wait for full next patch. Because in the Everglorious Summit, this little thing, where you can, you know, do little quests for, like, to encourage you to, like, explore and do stuff in Septimont, which is, we'll be clearing out some of this stuff today. There's also another one right here that unlocks in 14 days, which is also, strangely enough, when the second half of the patch happens and Lupa comes out. And very interestingly, when we click on here, it just doesn't do anything, but if we click here and try to click to the right, it says, reach the bell tower in the main quest Flames of Hearts, which means that there is, in order to access this, we have to complete the main quest Flames of Hearts, which suggests that in 14 days, we will have a new main quest called Flames of Hearts to play through, which will be neat. It's actually cool that they're going to be dropping a second half of patch story when Lupa comes out. I'm just a little salty because Hoyo did this with ZZZ to me last year, and now it's happening this year. So it's happening in 14 days, right? 14 days from now, or 15 days rather, is going to be the 3rd of July. Do you know what's going to happen also on the 3rd of July? The first day of Anime Expo. Guess where I'm going to be on the 3rd of July? And guess where I'm going to be until the 7th of July? In Los Angeles at Anime Expo. Which means I'm not going to be able to pull or play Lupa on stream until the 8th. And fucking Hoyo did this last year with ZZZ because they decided to drop ZZZ on July 4th weekend. Which, you know, was when I was also at AX, which is why I ended up being like a day 3 player of ZZZ instead of a day 1 player, because they decided to drop it while me and fucking so many other people were at Anime Expo. Still hang out with Tuner? No, not really. We're still, like, we're on, like, good civil terms and everything, but we don't really hang out or chat that often anymore. Not to mention there's a bunch of chests you can't reach yet. You can just play on mobile, you can't even seriously finish that sentence. See, the thing is, like, sure, I could, like, pull on mobile and then maybe do a little story stuff, but I want to pull as well as do the story on stream, and I'm not gonna figure out a way to stream on mobile, fuck that. Is that even possible? Like, my laptop is not a gaming laptop, so I definitely couldn't do it off of that. Would I be able to somehow set up the most jank possible mobile stream of streaming WuWa polls with, like, not even a PNG tuber, but just a PNG in the corner or something? That sounds like, A, probably not possible, and B, definitely not worth it. So we're just gonna have to wait until I get back from Anime Expo to actually do pulling and testing, which sucks because I wanted to do like so much day one testing of Lupa because she's very clearly designed to go with Brant and or Changli. And I really want to experiment around with like Changli, Lupa quick swap rotations and windows and things like that and seeing like what they can actually do together because as any of you who have ever watched me play WuWa know, I am the number 1 Changli quick swap shiller and I would love to see what she can do with Lupa. But, yeah, that ain't happening. That didn't happen until several days after she comes out, sadly. But, there you go, dude. My phone can't even run HSR without crashing low. My probably can run it. I have no idea about actually getting streaming to work out. 2 phones, one streaming and the other one for drug deals. I mean, for the video, for the video game. Yeah, okay, go ahead. Might actually be doable, but I'm also not going to cut into my Anime Expo time trying to do that and do a stream and everything, so we're just going to have to wait, unfortunately. And the day I get back from Anime Expo, I'll try to stream, but also the new bar that I'm opening up is opening at the beginning, like is opening like right after AX, basically. Which means I'm also going to have to be doing training and some other stuff as well when I get back. So it's going to be kind of tight in terms of timing things around AX and streaming. I mean, definitely my primary focus is going to be doing a Lupa stream and testing and doing runs with Lupa and seeing and just like fucking around in Tower of Adversity and all that kind of stuff with them. But it's definitely... the timing's going to be weird. I have to see what the actual full training schedule looks like coming up, because I'm going to have to try to plan streams around that as well. But c'est la vie, it is what it is. Yeah, we got like basically just about 2 weeks more of, I guess, more frequent streaming happening, because once I'm helping open up that new bar, it will definitely cut down in terms of hours I'll have available for this kind of thing, and I'm gonna have to see and work out what my actual schedule is gonna look like, because the hours I do try to stream and everything coincide with the hours that I will be working. However, if I can work earlier than the shifts and get off work around, say, like midnight or something, I can still come back and stream for a few hours, since really these streams kind of end up popping up after midnight for my time anyway. So we'll see. We'll see. I'll have to figure shit out, and I'll keep everyone updated through both Twitter as well as the Discord server. And for those who don't know, the Discord server is the new one, the GOONDOLA to GACHA Hell. The link is in the description of the stream. And everything is just kind of a Discord for stream chat and peeps in the community to hang out in, that's separate from the actual channel's Mathlos server and everything. Trying to yap while eating tacos because you haven't eaten anything today is challenging. But yeah, there will be things shifting around and whatnot after in the next 2-3 weeks. I'll try to keep everyone updated. I'll also probably been putting some community posts into the YouTube channel, or whatever they call it now, posts on the YouTube channel, so all y'all can keep up to date with all of that. Okay. So, already done quite a few of these. But I guess we can go work through these. Thermes baths. Why not take a break and unwind at the Thermes baths? Let the warmth soothe your body and savor a moment of leisure. Sure. Let's go take a bath. Right. I think I remember seeing this in the live stream they did for this version. Would they taking baths in their fucking clothes like psychopaths? I think so. Let me swap back to my main team. I was going around and off stream, I was going around and I'll probably have to do this. Just kind of like going through Huanglong and just like grid clearing for all the treasure chests and doing all the side quests I never did from version 1. Just kind of like some brainless things to do while watching 2-hour video essays on YouTube on my second monitor sort of thing. Or watching like streams of like watching like Vtuber streams and stuff like that. But since we can't fly in Huanglong, that means that I always run around Huanglong with Phoebe in my team. Because Phoebe can do this, which just makes traveling around Huanglong so much fucking faster since you can't, since the flight doesn't work outside of Renesita. Like, this is like, it's so much nicer for clearing content in version 1. I can't believe Phoebe's the true movement creep in the game. Alright, let's go check out this, but oh, and there's treasure chests here?
There
Fun. What a nice little pool we have here. Did you catch the finals? Man, how do you... I told you, go all in on Lupa and you'll cash in big. Lupa's... Oh my god, they talk too fast. How do you make such a win? There's a performance spectacle. I don't even know... I don't even need to watch our matches anymore to know how they'll end. I wake up... God, they talk too fast. I can't speak this fast. What is it? I'm already offering you enough money. Is that not enough for you? It's not about the money, my lord. It's just that... ... Brutus, et tu? That's why you have to get the Kalod and Changli swimsuit skins. Exactly. And that's why we're playing as Changli right now. The second floor, you call it the VIP area. But the services here are nowhere near the standard that name implies. I fail to see the difference between the equipment up here and what you have downstairs. The water quality seems about the same too. So what exactly makes this a VIP area? Have you ever thought about actually renovating this place? Listen in. We've received your feedback and appreciate your valuable input. We will take it into careful consideration. As for renovation, it isn't a matter that can be easily settled. You're full of excuses. I get it. It's about money, isn't it? Money. Fine, I'll pay for it. Have a construction crew over this instant. I want you to redo the entire second floor exactly as I tell you. I'm not in the position to make that decision, my lord. You'll have to speak to the head of the bathhouse. And besides, it's not a matter of credits. Renovations or construction on major public buildings must be reported to the Affor's palace. Rules, rules. Always with these rules. Finally, I've made a fortune for myself and I just want to enjoy it. Is that too much to ask? Motherfucker.
How do you like these?
Fucking rich people. I've made so much money. Now I want to spend this to do exactly what I want to do, especially with public services. Invite companions. Invite up to 3 companions to relax with you here. Use this button to set the position for your companions. We'll sit with Camellia. And... let's see... Zani deserves a break. And you know what? Shorekeeper's been working hard too. Click to enter first person mode. Oh, Shorekeeper's all by herself in the corner. You know, at least like Shorekeeper and Camellia are wearing a skirt and a dress, so it's a little less awkward, but Zania is wearing like fucking black leather pants right now, sitting in a hot sauna, or hot bath rather. A hot tub. Still a very cute scene though. All of us just chilling here. I was kind of hoping they might have some like dialogue or something like that. Like say something or have little speech bubbles or something. Well, I guess this is cute too. I am on to eating taco number 2 now. Well, half the way there. Very cute, though. It is kind of fucked up that Shorekeeper's over there by herself in the corner. Well, that was nice, I suppose. Wait, why do I have to also do this one? Alright, this time we'll have Chacona. Jojo deserves some relaxation time. The girl is always having a fucking panic attack. And... sure, Yinlin, even though you're about to be replaced by a better Vera, you also deserve some nice R&R time. This is a very cute feature. I just kind of wish there was a little bit more. Like, they would have little voice lines or something like that. They could even have voice lines interacting with each other or something. It is still a cute feature, though, but... I feel like they definitely could have done a bit more with this. But maybe they will in future patches. After all, this patch also had them put out a bunch of new story, as well as a completely brand new area with a bunch of different mechanics, so... They understandably already have put so much content into this patch. I'm not particularly complaining about it. I just definitely feel like they could do a lot more with this feature, and I kind of hope that they do in the future. Oh. But we did it. We took a bath. Wow.
Make it fast.
And that's all the supply chests.
Look, shinies.
Shinies. Yay. We're halfway there. Ooh. Working on a prayer. Quick slash challenge. Gotta get spirits. Let's go. Well, I've eaten 1.5 tacos and I don't want to eat anymore. R.I.P. Made about halfway through our tacos. Oh, I can clear it. I can clear it. I can't clear it. At least we don't have to worry about ledges in this game while climbing. This little backflip they do over ledges and overhangs is so nice. Dealing with that shit was a pain in the ass in Genshin. Septimont, she calls for more heroes. What a cute little robot. Look at him. Hadrian III the Third. What a cute little guy. Analyzing today's search results, no matchings found. What are you doing? Running subject analysis, confirmed match with presets. Exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. I am Hadrian III. I am in search of a true hero for Septimont. Septimont, she calls for more heroes. Gladiator Hadrian, he was Septimont's pride, a legend, and a true hero. I am Hadrian III, and I carry his noble conscience, but we still require someone to inherit his swordsmanship. Young gladiator, could you be the chosen one that is to bear his swordsmanship and bring about glory to Septimont? How can I inherit his swordsmanship? Hadrian was a sharpened blade. He devoted his whole life to perfecting his swordsmanship. To do so, and become the true hero, you must walk the path you once trod. First, you must hone your skills till your sword shines. Well, do you have the resolve to accept this challenge and face the very trials he endured? Sec drinking liquids. Liquids are important. As Hadrian IV, I accept this challenge. That's the spirit. To draw your blade as I take the first step towards greatness. I see promise in you. Come, gladiator, draw. Start the swordsmanship trial. Are they gonna? Is this gonna be more interesting than the previous ones? So far, they've been like very minimal. Oh, okay, yeah. There's actually stuff happening with this now. In like the story, the hero slash stuff you do is pretty much very much. Oh, there's a single line that's very hard to fuck up slashing through. Here you go. But it looks like these ones might actually have a bit more puzzles going.
Use Hero Slash to destroy more aftertune figments in a short time. Slash vibration figments will release a blast of energy to destroy multiple figments at the same time. Three, 2, 1. So I'm like supposed to... Okay, I see. I just slashed through them. Wait, what? Why didn't... Oh. Okay, I don't click and drag. I move then click. Okay, that makes more sense. I was like trying to drag like it was fucking Metal Gear Rising. I love Greco-Roman Metal Gear Rising. No. Okay, I see these block things. You cut along them or avoid them. That makes sense. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Right there? Yeah. Oh, okay. So there's a time limit, but it's not... It's just to complete all the things in time. It's not, how many can you complete in a time period? Gotcha. Your blade struck like fire and sheathed like the wind. This victory is yours, gladiator. Perhaps I truly am walking beside a legend in the making. This reward is yours, young gladiator, or should I say, future legend of Septimont. Well,
How do you like these?
Well, hooray! We did the thing. We did the one hero slash needed for the gifts of glory. Claim. Complete Heroes Rend 2. Oh my, second. Oops. Hop, jump, fly. Oh, did I grab all of the chests here? It says that there are chests. I did not. We must grab all the things. I love shinies.
Glad you found them useful.
Let's see, up there and over there. This one is probably closer. I do kind of like that they move things towards these little sensor challenges for like the majority of chests.
There you are.
I think it's a nice touch. Oh, messed up that cancel actually. Whoops.
Together we vanquish. Break, crumble. Crosscut.
Oh, it's already dead. No need for more swap cancels.
No provisions.
And that is all the supply chests in the area, but there's also one over here. By the heroes by the hero slash. Target is nearby, automatically cancelled. I like base this thing right and press the button. No. Do I go up here? Oh right, I have to absorb the things first for these puzzles. I forgot. Okay. We absorb the thing. We absorb the next thing. Now we have all the things. And we can do the slashy slash. Huh. So when do we get to use that badass echo in combat? I want to slash actual things with it. Can we have a special echo that when you activate it, you do a Metal Gear Rising minigame? That would be great. I would love that. Oh, hey, look, random gladiators. How you doing?
Together we ride. Mind's eye.
Whoops. Whoops.
True form revealed at last. Sounding the death knell. Atonement. Feathers.
Necessary quick swapping. Overworld things definitely don't die too quickly for me to actually do full rotations. Smile.
Make it fast.
So got that. There's also a little thing over here. Where are you, thing? There you are, thing. We got to the thing. Beautiful.
My command.
I mean, I don't need to murder these guys, but why wouldn't I?
Shadows must be purged. Sounding the death knell. Exonerate. Together we vanquish. Vanish.
It's one thing I do enjoy about WuWa, especially because I am like a very heavy quick swap player, is that even though with like actually endgame built characters and teams, since you know my teams are built to clear Tower of Adversity in like sub 1 minute times. I sometimes try to push like sub 50 seconds if I really feel like molding just for funsies, and to like the triple S clear Whimpering Waste and everything. But even in Overworld, even though things die really quickly, because I like to play quick swap teams, it's still entertaining to kill things in the Overworld because I get to like fuck around with, okay, well, you know, I can do like my quick swap tech here, and I can do like my quick swap tech right here for it's like swap canceling, and it at least makes the Overworld combat a bit more entertaining for me, even though everything dies before I can get even like half of a full rotation out. That's one more. You missed the chest in front of Changli. True. So true. Changli has many shinies, and one particularly big one. Alright, let's see. I mean, we might as well go check out this sensor area. I must stop, I think. My Katethia is 50 HP, 7266. That is a pretty solid Katethia. That is definitely a solid Katethia. 7266. What is mine at? I have not built my Katethia very much, so 5304 plus the 10% from set, right? Is your 70 including your 10%? I assume you're probably including that. So it looks like mine is currently at 49k HP with 60% crit rates and 304% crit damage because I think it's funny to have a 1-to-3 ratio. With said it's 80. Damn, okay, you've got some nice crit subs built then, for sure. Your crit value is noticeably higher than mine, but I also my Kartethia's gear is so cope. I need to like actually get around to farming 1 costs for her. Like this is okay. The fleur-de-lis is okay. The Kelpie is okay. The crit subs are at least nice, but I would definitely prefer to have a 4 status. But my 1 costs need work. This one's actually pretty okay. This one is acceptable. It's because it's high rolls for both crit rate and crit damage, at least. And with an HP, but these need work. They're both max rolls on the crit they have, which is nice, but they only have 1 crit sub per. And I haven't actually gone around farming, like, any of these, so I'm pretty sure I've rolled, like, every HP worth rolling at this point. Like, I haven't rolled these Glacio Drakes, just because, honestly, my Drake is so solid, it would be quite difficult for it to be beaten, so I kind of need to focus on farming up more of these. I'm probably just going to end up using some main stat tuners, or whatever they call them, I forget, to change these to HP percent, though. It is unfortunate because she doesn't really use 3 costs, since I have a lot of 3 costs. I mean, it's only like a few percent difference. If you do a 4-3-3-1-1 with Katethia and have much better substats, it's going to outperform a 4-4-1-1-1 for sure. But might as well aim for the best possible if I'm gonna be farming subs anyway, you know?
My nightly instinct says this way.
But if I recall correctly, it's less than like a 1.5% difference baseline for a 4-4-1-1-1 versus 4-3-3-1-1.
A night's great harvest.
I wish they fixed Tacit Fields to drop 1 cost. So the thing is, Tacit Fields used to actually drop more 1 cost, and then they actually changed it to drop more 3 costs because that was the main thing people were trying to farm through Tacit Fields. And now Kartethia is like the one exception to that rule. Which is rather entertaining. Let's see. Okay. So, we did that. Oh, claim. I love free shit. Alright, so we did that. What are we doing next? Next we have the exploration quest, Flames in the Deep. Interesting. But yeah, an 80 to 66 is a damn near perfect ratio that leans slightly towards crit damage, which IMO is better anyway. So yeah, 50k HP 7 and a 70 to 60 or 80 to 66 is a beautiful ratio. Very good job, JD. Okay, I thought these were or pickable items, but they are not. I was tricked. They played me. Wait, there's sensor chest things over here.
There you are.
Huh, interesting. I can't fly right now. Weird. Whoop! Excuse me? Rude.
Such is that blessing.
Funny.
Glad you found
But even though that thing died in like less than half of a rotation, at the very least, me playing quick swap allows it to be a bit more entertaining because I can still enjoy doing fun quick swap tech and whatnot while killing the thing.
Purge the impure.
Oh, interesting. Did I mess up my cancel earlier? Oh, I must have. Oh, nope, I didn't mess. Wait, did I? Okay, I didn't mess up my cancel that time, but I'm realizing now because the guy died before Katethia finished the sword drop animation, I meant that the quick swap was no longer valid, and so she didn't finish it. Interesting. Naru, my Hodo. Quick swap Kadi practice? I mean, it's not even practice. This is just my main team now. Quick swap Kartethia is... I have been thinking about maybe putting some time into making an actual Kartethia quick swap guide, because I think that the fundamental basis that you can use for Kartethia quick swap with literally any character, like, it doesn't have to be specifically Chang-Li, but Kartethia has a lot of really good swap cancel moments and swap back windows that you can take advantage of with any character, even if you just want to play Arrow Rover more efficiently, right? Like, if Arrow Rover already... If you don't want to, like, spend, you know, fucking forever doing this with Arrow Rover, right? Because this takes a while. And then, you know, you pop ults, and then you do, like, skill, and then skill, and swap into Kartethia, like your normal rotation. You can speed it up. You can speed it up nicely by doing some quick swap stuff, where you'll do something like 1, 2, 3, basic, and then you'll do, like, a bop, bop, and then swap back into Kartethia, do the whole bop, 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 plunge attack, and then swap into Arrow Rover, do like a 1, 2, 3, and then you can... And then, yeah, you can do some quick swap stuff, and then do similar stuff when she's in Fleur-de-Lis mode to get Arrow Rover's second outro rotation coming up sooner. Because during Fleur-de-Lis, quick swap windows, Arrow Rover can at the very least get like an E basic in, which builds up a good amount of extra forte and outro, and can speed up your general Kartethia rotations with Arrow Rover nicely. Which I think is a good way to min-max Chakona teams, especially, because you can't quick swap with Chakona when her ult's active, right? It drops her ult. But like, I guess just an example, like 1, 2, 3, swap to... Wait, what the fuck? Why did she... Okay, that was weird. Let's try that again. But you could just fit stuff into Kartethia windows without slowing down her rotation just to get Arrow Rover getting like a little bit more going on, right? Because as long as you do... swapbacks basically have to aim to be around 1 second, and in 1 second, Arrow Rover can do this, and then start the second attack and swap off. So you can do a lot of swapbacks with Arrow Rover with Kartethia. And then just in general, like if you're using a Sanhua, or even using like a Zhezhi or a Mortarfi or something like that, Kartethia has so many strong quick swap windows you can take advantage of that regardless of what team you're playing, outside of swapping back to Chakona, because that will, you know, kill her ult, you can do a lot of quick swap stuff, or swap cancel and swap back stuff with Kartethia, just add a baseline with anything. It works especially well with Chang-Li, of course, because Chang-Li always has stuff that she can do in the quick swap window. But you can still fit in like 1 or 2 quick swaps or swap backs in your Kartethia / Fleur-de-Lis rotation and combos that will allow you to play the team a little bit more efficiently, you know? Even if it's just speeding up your sub-DPS's rotations. Because if you can get Arrow Rover to build up like, you know, half or more of her forte in like... in Kartethia windows, right, or in Fleur-de-Lis windows, that means the next rotation you don't have to spend all your time doing this with Arrow Rover to get the second rotation going for Kartethia faster. You can get it going a few seconds faster and shorten the time to her next ult, basically. As well as just in general building up more energy more quickly so Kartethia has less energy requirements, which is very nice, because my Kartethia has no energy regen.
My nightly instinct says this way.
Hey, Crayfius, good to see you. Tacit Fields didn't drop 1 cost, ever noticed? Tacit Fields drop very little 1 cost. They primarily drop 3 costs. Like, when the patch came out, I blew 17 stamina items farming the new set. What am I doing?
Tempest of slashes.
heroes might die beforehand. 1, 2, 3. Yep, they're gonna die before I get the chance to do it.
Let's call it a night's great harvest.
I don't know. I need to mess around more with actually doing Katethia Arrow Rover quick swap, because since I play primarily Katethia Chong-Li, I'm used to just doing Chong-Li swaps during it. But like, for example, we can do a skill and then a second skill, and then the Arrow Rover can do bop bop and then swap back to Fleur-de-Lis. That one's a little more awkward, actually.
The wicked will face judgment.
Oh, weird.
Leave it to me.
Oh, but you don't even have to do... Oh, okay, so if you're in mid-air with Rover...
Winds fall, waves follow.
Interesting. So if you're in mid-air with Rover, you can do a plunge attack, and then you'll do your basic 4, which builds Forte anyway, so that still works. But yeah, I mean, we do like a classic Katethia, like charge attack, seconds... Oh shit, he froze me. Stop ruining my examples, you piece of shit. Okay, skill, second skill, plunge attack, and then we can still catch the basic skip window right there. Yeah. Yeah, you can nicely work in some Arrow Rover, Forte, and Concerto building during Kathethia's regular rotation without slowing it down. Because that's kind of the key with swap cancels and quick swap, right? Is the idea is you still don't want it to take longer for your main DPS, in this case Katethia, to do her full rotation. Like, you don't want to make her slower by doing quick swaps, but you can keep it at the same speed with quick swaps if you do it correctly, right? Like, doing that took exactly as long as doing her rotation without swapping off there, or her combo without swapping off, but Arrow Rover got to get a few extra attacks in during that time. And that's kind of the ideal. Because, like, doing, like, a skill, basic, 3, 4, 5, takes about the same amount of time as what I did earlier with Arrow Rover. Oh dang, I'm about a character. So look, I'm having pains with the constant mineral echoes. Those 6.3, 13.8s are painful. Oh yeah, no, they really hurt, Henrik. I'm sorry to hear that. It always is painful when you get to those. Even with Zani, I just used the my P build from before, so I haven't built anything new for her. And with Chacona, I gave her Moonlits. With Chacona, you mean like for using Chacona with Zani? Or do you mean Chacona with Katethia? Because a lot of people, I've noticed, have forgotten that Moonlit increases attack, which means it doesn't increase Kathethia's damage. Which is a really awkward thing about Katethia. If you're not running Chacona, you can't actually, if you're not running Chacona, there isn't a set that actually boosts Kathethia's damage for a support, right? Because Rejuvenating Glow will boost your sub DPS's damage, but it also increases attack, so it doesn't actually help your Katethia. Same thing with Moonlit. Moonlit is going to be... Who the fuck do I have running Moonlit? Probably Sanhua, right? I actually don't run Moonlit that often, but like with Moonlit, it also increases attack. So this doesn't work on Katethia. It doesn't increase her damage at all. The only set that is a supportive set that can increase her damage is Gusts of Welkin. The problem is the only character that can do Gusts of Welkin correctly right now is Chacona. The only way you can make Arrow Rover use this set is by running a Phoebe in your team. Because the only way that Arrow Rover can apply Arrow Erosion is for her to convert a different dot into Arrow Erosion. So, like, there's literally one character in the game right now that uses this set, and it's Chacona. And she's the only one who can use it, and it's the only supportive set that actually boosts Kathethia's damage, which is very awkward. But Kathethia's base damage is so high, it doesn't really matter. She's still the best DPS in the game. Okay, yeah, Chacona with Peeb. Gotcha, didn't pull Kati. Gotcha. Using the main stat changer just to fail the roll sucks. It does, but at least we have the option, you know? It does suck, but at the very least we get to have the option of main stat changing versus before where we just didn't even have as many things to roll. It is just the nature, unfortunately. Yeah, see, that quick swap didn't lose anything. And you can also do like a charge attack. Okay, I fucked that one up, timing-wise. Okay, we're just gonna do this. Blood at least doesn't have super armor because the manifestation wore off already.
Wind calls, waves follow. You won't escape. Wind rises.
Yeah, actually seems like a lot of the time, because Katetia does so many things in the air, Aerorova can do like that basic 4 into a swap as like a swap back. Cause actually builds a decent amount of forte for her. It's nice that her plunge links straight into basic 4. That helps a lot. Hello? Yeah, fitting much more than like a rover like a rover skill basic is a little hard in her shorter windows, but her plunge basic 4 is definitely like a fairly like that easily fits within the swap back window, right?
Wind calls, waves follow. Such is that.
It's a little hard to test these things on Overworld enemies though, just because they die too quickly. The quickswap combo in Maggie's cart build video is way too sweaty for me, lol. Oh, I haven't actually checked out Maggie's cart build video. Interesting, you should definitely check it out then to see what they have. When we get substat selectors, smile, that would be nice, but they would also be incredibly rare. You get like 1 or 2 per patch, right? Yeah, I haven't looked at Maggie's cart build video, but I'm interested to see what quickswap tech they're talking about. I mean, for the most part, I find that Kartetia's quickswap windows are pretty easy. The only one that is super tight, honestly, is if you decide to quickswap here. Because you swap here, and then you have to get back in time to also input again for that. To input again for basic 5. But there's no reason to do that when you can just swap on basic 5 right here instead. There is really no good reason to do a swap back on basic 4, but the basic 4 window is tight. Because if you don't come back and press it in time, then that happens. You don't do your basic 5, which is the most important part.
This way.
Like it's an under 2-second window, so you have to do a very clean swap back timing to actually get it to work. Any Wilds content? Probably not, Hitakiri. There's just not much to do in Wilds, and the endgame hasn't been particularly engaging or interesting, honestly, and it seems like I'm definitely not the only person who feels that way, because basically every Monster Hunter, like, streamer, speedrunner, creator that I know has, like, largely just not been playing Wilds. They've been playing different Monster Hunter games instead. Seems like everyone's kind of in agreement that the endgame is just kind of boring and bland, especially compared to World and Iceborne, and it's just not as interesting to grind as it was. So, I don't know. I don't know if there's really any of my, like, content creator friends who are really still even playing Wilds outside of when new stuff comes out for like a day or two, you know? There just isn't that much to do in it, unfortunately. I've talked about it many times before why it's so, but it's much less engaging endgame compared to World and Iceborne. The endgame variety is severely lacking. The actual grind itself is not that great, and yeah, the lack of elders is a big problem. The very small group of R8s that exist is a big problem, and the content updates aren't really adding much or helping much with that either. It is Capcom's most successful in terms of raw sales Monster Hunter, and that's largely because of how much more approachable it is compared to previous Monster Hunter games, even compared to World and Iceborne, but I definitely would not be surprised to see if there was... if it had lower overall hours and continual play longevity compared to previous titles. They add more levels to data bank and add some more benefits like higher drop rate and a chance at level 5, 10, 15 pre-leveled echoes. Wouldn't be so tired of farming one cost. Oh yeah, no, that's fair. That's an interesting idea, Innocence of Heart. I hadn't actually thought about that as a possibility before. They streamlined the grind out of the game. Yeah, that's part of it, but it's not even that the grind is gone. It's just the grind isn't interesting. Like, the grind for combo decos is still a thing. The grind for better Artian weapons, especially if you're running elemental weapons and you make, like, a perfect Artian weapon of each element, is, like, a thing. But the problem is that the grind to do that isn't interesting. if you really want to do that grind efficiently, you farm R8s. The only R8s we have to fight are Arkveld and Gormagala, and now Zoshia, but Zoshia is not a very good or entertaining fight unless you're doing a multiplayer, in my opinion. It's designed for multiplayer. Zoshia, and then Arkveld and Gore, even though they are different fights, the fight approach is the same. The fight approach still stays the same. You don't keep them at range, you keep close to them, you beat their arms, and then they fall over and you beat them in the face. When they get into scary mode, you beat them in the hands until they're out of scary mode. Like, the movesets are different, but they play and fight the exact same way. When you compare that to like World, for example, World's endgame, you have 4 elders to fight, and each of the elders' fights were completely different. The way you approach a Nergigante fight versus the way you approach a Teostra fight versus a Kirin fight versus a Kushala Daora fight are all very, very different. And the way you handle those fights and everything is very different. They required you to take different approaches or at least deal with different like mechanics or strategies or things like that. While Arkveld and Gore the fights aren't really different. They just have different movesets. Like, you could honestly just even consider them fighting variants of the same type, like fighting a Rathian versus a Rathlos kind of thing, right? They fight very similarly, and the approaches are exactly the same. So that's part of what I mean by there's a lack of variety, and that the grind isn't interesting, because you eventually get tired of those fights, and farming R7 Apex monsters has more variety, but it's also significantly less efficient if you're doing the grind. While, if you ever get tired of beating the shit out of Nergigante, you can go fight Teostra for a few hunts. You can go fight Kirin for a few hunts. You can go switch up your weapon and go try out fighting Kushala Daora with a ranged weapon or something like that. Or swapping over to like a hammer so you can enjoy, like KOing a Kirin and sniping them and stuff. Like, there's a lot more variety that existed in the World endgame that made it more entertaining, in my opinion, than the Wilds one, where the Wilds one, it definitely already, like, it very quickly, within like 100 hours or so of Wilds, it very quickly felt like I was forcing myself to figure out ways to have fun with the game instead of actually just enjoying it and wanting to play it like I did with World and Iceborne, which is why I haven't been playing it. Because, sure, I could force myself to enjoy the game by doing things like working on a kill, I was thinking of doing the PCats challenge, because my friend PCats, who is an art streamer, who also plays video games, and we met originally through Monster Hunter World, she did a challenge when the game came out, where she aims to do a sub 4-minute run. Did my game just crash? Oh, it froze for a sec. Oh, okay, we're good, we're alive. So she did a challenge where she decided to get a sub 4-minute hunt against the optional Arkveld hunts with every single weapon, which sounds like a fun challenge. That would be something that I would do, that I would enjoy doing. But I realized that doing that would just be me forcing myself to try to enjoy this game instead of playing games that I'm actually excited to and wants to play, like my gacha games, like doing the content in these games. I enjoy going through and doing the side quests and the main stories and the events in these games and seeing the more characterization and the character arcs and everything. Even in just WuWa and ZZZ, I enjoy sitting in Tower of Adversity for like 4 hours just fucking grinding one fight to shave 2 seconds off of it because I can play it just slightly more cleanly, which I've done on stream several times. Same thing with ZZZ, I enjoy sitting in the Deadly Assaults and just grinding it for hours, trying to like min-max and like clean up my play and figure out ways to shave to get higher and higher scores. Like, that's fun to me, but I haven't had any of that with Monster Hunter. It just hasn't felt nearly that entertaining or engaging. And I like the moveset changes, I like focus mode, but also I think a big part of it too is that the fights are a little less engaging and dynamic because monsters are tripped over so much more often, because one of the benefits, but also one of the issues with focus mode and focus attacks is it makes it so much easier to trip things than before. Because anytime you hit something in the leg with a focus attack, it's basically guaranteed to trip. And then you can then use that, if you understand how to build and chain trips properly, use that to build up secondary trips or KOs or things like that, or flinch chain things. And especially when you play Charge Blade like I do. With Charge Blade, you can, if you play Charge Blade very cleanly, and basically almost every fight, you can keep something on the floor for at least 40 seconds in a row. And there is a degree of fun to figuring that out and executing that, right? But it's also, I think, a big problem that the fights end up being a lot less dynamic and engaging because things fall over too easily with focus attacks specifically making it much easier to flinch and trip things. And I think that's part of what has also just made the actual fights less entertaining and engaging for me in Wilds versus previous games. Did bro just say fighting Kushala with a ranged weapon? Thank god this isn't 3rd gen. Yeah, okay, fair. Especially with like... Well, I mean... The wind armor doesn't protect their face. Just simply shoot Kushala in the face. Easy. Actually, I forget. In third gen, did Kushala's little wind aura deflect projectiles at the face? I thought the face was always vulnerable, but I might be misremembering. It's one of the only guides I saw that includes alting the fleur early and swim back to Kati. Yeah, we were messing around with that. And I did realize I was missing something with that, which is that the manifests only last for 12 seconds, so that's a thing you have to consider. However, manifest also isn't actually really that important. It's mostly just there to increase area erosion damage, which is kind of a big shrug without Chakona. And even with Chakona, is that worth not alting again 3 seconds earlier or 5 seconds earlier in the next rotation? Probably not. But it is a consideration. Hope by the end of the updates it'll be more complete. Yeah, that's part of the problem too, is like the game very clearly was not complete when it came out. I mean, we didn't have the Gathering Hub, which was like the biggest thing, but even now, the endgame still just isn't and doesn't feel complete. Right? Like, there's just not enough endgame fights. I feel like myself and most of the other Monster Hunter creators, streamers, speedrunners that I know and everything are kind of just in like the expansion waiting room. Like, we're just waiting for the actual the actual expansion to come out at this point and hopefully fix all of that, because the drip-fed updates, I don't think are really gonna help fix the endgame grind. They'd have to release too many R8 monsters for it to do that, which they haven't. They've only released Zoshia, and Zoshia is not a great addition. Hunter too powerful now? Honestly, yeah, it's... I know that people were, like, memeing on people talking about how the game is too easy when the game came out, but, like, genuinely speaking, for a veteran, it is less challenging than before. And that's not a bad thing in terms of progression and new players getting into things and whatnot, but it is bad in terms of like in terms of the end game, because it makes the end game less interesting when there's that lack of challenge. It becomes more of a grind and not just a like more challenging, enjoyable grind, you know. And at least for me as a player, part of what I enjoyed about the world end game was trying to grind down my times and clean up my times, right? I spent so much time farming Tempered Nergigante for attack decos and shit in base world, but I also enjoyed spending time trying to grind my Switch Axe runs on Nergigante to sub 1 minute, which I eventually did manage to achieve. And, like, that kind of, I mean, not TA, I was using, like, fucking Rocksteady and the Vader Mantle, but point is that trying to grind down those times, trying to improve that was really fun, and it's just not as entertaining as it is in Wilds to do that. Partly because it's too easy, but partly also because it's so much more annoying stopping a monster from transitioning areas. Like, in World, once you got good at it, you could pretty consistently stop monsters from transitioning areas because you just had to basically prep and time a trip or a strong flinch for when they were trying to leave, and you could stop them. But now they try to leave so much earlier in Wilds, it seems to not just be a time-based thing, but actually an HP-gated thing, which is a problem. Because you could also just completely avoid certain monsters from even trying to transition areas in World and Iceborne by simply killing them before the timer for the transition happens. But now it seems to be HP-gated, which is much more annoying. And I don't know, it's more annoying and more punishing, I guess, when you don't do that, unless you run flash pods. Because you can always just flash a monster to stop them from leaving, and that's what I end up having to do a lot of the times in Wilds. But that's also just not as fun. It's not as fun as, like, actually trying to be tactical and properly prep trips and flinches and get all of that set up properly so that you can actually consistently and cleanly stop a monster from area transitioning. But, like, that's not really much of a thing in Wilds, just because it's HP gated on top of time gated, so it's too variable in terms of how that works, and it kind of oftentimes you have to prep like a wound on a monster, but then not actually pop it and avoid actually hitting that spot until they try to leave, so that you can use a focus attack to force them into a trip or something. And it's just not as fun, I guess, for me. I just don't find it as entertaining. I smack Kushala in the face with melee and it's fun. Oh, I mean, I enjoy fighting Kushala in melee. I'm just saying Kushala is also kind of a fun chance to try out the ranged weapons, even though you have to aim for the face the entire time for players who never really got into ranged weapons, you know? I think it's interesting. It's kind of similar to how, like, Kirin is a good opportunity for for hunters in World to try out things like Hammer or Great Sword Quick Draw, or like sniping, right? Because of the way that Kirin plays, they encourage that very hit and run, very like quick burst kind of play style. And I think that's neat that they can kind of encourage players to try out these different weapons or strategies. I feel we are getting mid-game on updates. Yeah, exactly. That is very accurate of how it feels. A-Star Gore is on the right track, 156 to 183k HP. Yeah, I mean, the HP is not the problem, I feel, in terms of the difficulty, though, because, like I said, the issue is the area transitioning. It is such a pain in the ass to get Gore to not area transition, and I don't know, maybe it's just because I enjoy speedrunning in Monster Hunter World and Iceborne and Rise and shit, but being able to kill a monster before they transition in an area or consistently stop them from area transitioning is so important in speedruns and a fun challenge for me, and it's a very awkward and kind of annoying challenge in Wilds, I guess, because of how they changed the area transition mechanics. I do feel like perfect block and offsets also homogenize the weapons a bit too. I mean, yeah, but I don't necessarily have a problem with that, personally. I think it's fine for basically every weapon to have some kind of counter mechanic. And they didn't take it as far as they did in Rise, where literally every fucking weapon had like a hard counter mechanic, but that was kind of required because of the pace of Rise fights, and because of the lack of startup frames on a lot of monster attacks. And I don't think it's really a problem for weapons to have, like, perfect blocks and offsets, necessarily. But, I don't know. I don't mind that's changed too much, personally, I guess. And I guess it also does matter how important they are, right? Because when those become very important and core to the kits for every kit, then I definitely think there's a problem, right? Not every weapon should be longsword, where getting your parries and your evasive techniques down is mandatory for efficient play. It's kind of the nice thing about Switch Axe, where Switch Axe doesn't really need to use its offset and doesn't really need to use its parry. And the only way it really makes it more efficient to do so is to do that at the beginning of the hunt, just to get your resources prepped faster. But there is really not a great reason for Switch Axe to offset, other than the fact that it's fun to offset things. There are like the only situation where like using an offset is much more optimal is after you've done a full release slash and you're about to get hit by something but can't swap back into sword mode fast enough. Then doing an offset there instead of just rolling is a bit more efficient. But because of the nature of how Switch Axe is in Wilds, you don't really want to be in Axe mode much at all, so there's not really that much use for the offset other than the fact that it's funny and cool, which is fine. I think it's great to have that as a defensive option and for it to be enjoyable and cool. But also, I guess a similar thing with, like, Switch Axe sword counter. You don't really need to sword counter that much. You don't even really get much opportunity to if you're playing it optimally because you're spamming for release so much, which is a whole different issue with Switch Axe. There's a reason why I stopped maining it in Wilds. The meta playstyle is not that fun, if I'm being completely honest. Blocking with a tiny shield is funny, though. Yeah, no, true. Like, definitely the perfect blocking with sword and shield looks funny. It looks very entertaining. Anyway, yeah, Monster Hunter Wilds leaves a lot to be desired. Good game still, though. Definitely still a good game, but definitely not nearly as gripping and engaging long-term wise as Iceborne and Wilds and even Rise was for me. What's your opinion on the new HSR drip characters? I missed the stream last night because you were woke. Oh, no worries, Boosted Sloth. The new HSR drip characters, they look interesting. Hycelins, I'm interested to see what influence, if any, they go for with Hycelins. Because, I mean, there's already, I've noticed on social media, so many people talking about, like, arguing about which Honkai Impact character Hycelins is based off of. Because she looks to some degree like a post-Honkai Odyssey adult Mei, Yayi, right in Mei. But she also looks very close to actual Li Sushang. Versus not the Sushang in Star Rail, because the Sushang in Star Rail is actually a bit closer personality-wise to Susanna than she is Sushang, which is kind of Susanna's, who is like Sushang's junior, I guess, is the best way to put it in Honkai Impact. And so it'd be interesting to see if they put more like actual Sushang's personality into her, but also if we're looking at direct Flame Chaser, like the direct XPs that we've been getting and heavy influences we've been getting from Impact, she also is very clearly like supposed to be the Eden character, because Eden is the songstress. She's the like music idol diva character in that lineup. But in terms of role, like aesthetics and in terms of surface level stuff that we've been able to see so far. She doesn't really seem that related to Eden at all. For me, the big clincher will be she is 100% an Eden XP to me if she turns out to be a drunk auntie type. Because that is a big part of Eden's appeal and Eden's personality, is that she drinks way too much fucking wine. And it's great. But also a lot of people have been, I mean, for me, the first thing I saw was Selena from Punishing Grey Raven, which is like, you know, competitor game, but it's still funny to me that she looks very much like Selena. But there's like a lot of potential, a lot of people talking about like who they think she looks like or is inspired by in Honkai Impact. As for Ceridris, I'm a bit disappointed personally that Ceridris doesn't seem to have much of anything very clearly inspired from, at least right now, from Honkai Impact 3rd. And I was kind of hoping they'd be something like a Fuhua XP, but like by far the most frequent comparison I've seen, and the one that at least on the surface level looks the most apt, is just comparing her to Farina from Genshin Impact, which, shrug. I don't play Genshin anymore, and I don't really care much for Genshin or the Genshin lore. I am curious why the fuck Skirk is so popular right now in Genshin, because holy shit, have they been like blowing up social media, but... Harmony Rail, here we go again, smile. I mean, Hysolins is going to be an Nihility character, so I'm excited to see. Make Dot great again. My hope is she will save Dot. Let me use Kafka and Black Swan again, please. Yeah, exactly. Between, like, the Kafka buffs and... like, Hysolins hopefully being a Dot unit, which will be nice. It will be nice for Dot to actually be properly viable again. Hysolins will make Dot meta for 2 patches, then we won't get an update for another year. Smile. I don't care if it's meta, just let them be usable. So true. I mean, I've talked about this many times on stream, especially when we do like Star Rail streams, but it is unfortunate because unlike literally every other meta archetype in the end, like people talk about like, oh, Dot like hasn't got a new character. The issue isn't that Dot hasn't gotten new characters. The issue is that Dot was never complete to begin with. Dot teams have never had a fully complete proper team. Ever. They've never had any kind of harmony that actually is properly built for them, or any kind of like damage amplifier support that is properly built for them, right? The fact that Ron Mei was considered their best harmony is tragic because she's a fucking break support, right? It's just that she happened to have the most buffs that affected them well. And then they've never had any kind of sustain unit that synergized with them particularly well either, because all of the other archetypes have sustains that's synergize with them well, right? And in fact, they have multiple that synergize with them well now. Break teams have both Gallagher as well as Lingsha, and then follow-up teams have Aventurine and also Lingsha to some extent, and also now Hyacinth. Like these other archetypes have characters that allow them to make complete teams. Right? They're not just throwing in teams that just happen to be the best option, but they're not actually directly synergistic. Dot has literally never had that. Dot has only ever had 2 fucking characters. I'm not counting any of the 4 stars because they're really, really poor numerically. They just aren't good, right? They aren't good, and they also don't even do anything that really helps the team much. If there were like 4 stars that actually had good levels of debuffing or buffing specifically for Dot, it'd be a different story. But Pella isn't directly good for them or anything like that, and she's really the only 4-star who's along those lines. There are 4-star harmonies that at the very least have some direct synergies with other teams. Like, for example, Ting Yun, despite being a 4-star, has good synergy with high-frequency attack teams or high-frequency hyper carries, and especially ones who have energy concerns. You're still better off running other limited harmonies, but at the very least, Ting Yun has synergy with alt-based hyper carries. But there literally isn't anything for that with 4 stars at all for like the entire archetype. They've only ever had 2 characters, and that's fucking tragic. They've never even had a full proper team of 4. Gotta go, thanks for the discussion. Until next time, have a good one, Hitokiri. It's good seeing you. Cause Jingliu in Genshin, is that really it? We met Skirk in like patch 4.3. She's been teased for like a year and a half. Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, that would make sense then. That would make sense. That definitely would explain quite a bit. I'm sure with Kafka buffs and Heistlands, it will be good again, but I swear they don't update the playstyle frequently enough. Yeah, I mean, they don't even it's like, they don't update it frequently enough, and that's the problem, is they've only ever updated it once. Like, Kafka came out in fucking, like, what, 1.1 or 1.2 or something? And then the only time they ever added a dot update was Black Swan in 2.0. And then that's it. The team's only ever had 2 units. Like, the team's tragically only ever had 2 units, because I'm not counting any of the 4 stars because they aren't actually good or even particularly synergistic. They're just dot units, right? But that's not the same thing as being a good dot archetype character. Because they don't have any particular synergies that make dots or dot carries or other dots or like other dot members better. Like, I guess as an example, March 7th Hunts, as well as, what the fuck is Edgy Boy's name again? Fucking Shadow Assassin, our General, Symph, Edgy Boy, oh my god, Moza. Like, Moza and March 7th Hunts are both 4 stars, with, you know, 4-star-ish power, but they are 4 stars that specifically synergize with and improve specific team comps, specific comp playstyles. Because they both are designed to enhance follow-up attack and high-frequency attack team comps. They make Robin better by existing. They make Fei Zhao better by existing. They actually improve the archetype and the teams that they are in some degree. There are no 4 stars like that for dots at all. All we have are 4-star units that also happen to have dots. Guinaifen has a dot and can trigger her own fire dot. That's literally it, though. Like, she doesn't improve the team in some way in specific. She does have a damage amplify built into a kit, but that damage amplify appeals to everyone, which is why I use Guinaifen, and Guinaifen gets used as like a 4-star cope option in things like Dr. Ratio teams and whatnot, because her damage debuff is universal. It doesn't have to work specifically with dots. And same thing with fucking Luca. Luca doesn't synergize with dot in any way either. He just has a dot and his ability to re-detonate bleed would be great if we had a bleed DPS for him to sub DPS for, but we don't. So he also doesn't improve dot at all. He just is a dot unit. And I think that's a big difference, and why I always say that dot has never had a real team, because they don't have units that actually synergize with and make a dot team. They just have 2 actual dot units and then a bunch of really shitty units that have dots, but that's literally it. And I personally think that's fucking tragic. So yeah, I'm excited to see what High Sillins does, and it would be cool for us to eventually see a sustain of some kind that is also a dot unit. They don't even necessarily have to improve dots specifically. There's lots of ways to make a sustain that is well tailored towards dots. One option would be like a preservation unit or something like that increases enemy attack turn frequency, right? Like having a preservation unit that is able to make enemies take extra turns, and then, you know, have some kind of mechanic or buff based on how many times your team gets attacked, that sort of thing. Kind of like how Adventurine, you know, gets his chips based off his teammates getting hit. You could have a preservation who's focused more on that, but that would also directly synergize with dot, because them taking more turns means they get dot applications more often. Like, you could do something like that with a sustain that isn't specifically, oh, this specifically buffs dot teams, but it is mechanics that improve dot specifically. Similar to how Ron May's weakness break efficiency 50% increase is not exclusively a break team thing. It's very good for break units though, but it helps out all teams because they simply break faster, right? There's like a lot of options that have interesting sustains that can improve dot but not be very dot specific units, kind of like how we have Cypher, who works really well at improving Acheron teams, but is not like Jiaocho, who Jiaocho is literally an Acheron-only support, basically. I mean, he can be a support for other teams, but he really is designed to be an Acheron support more than anything else, and kind of a Fei Zhao support. So yeah, I don't know. Dot needs more units, and so it'll be really nice if High Sillins ends up being the make dot great again units, because we need it. But we still need more on top of that. We don't just need a proper like dot support or sub DPS or whatever the fuck high ceilings will end up being. We need an actual full team. Because dot still doesn't have that. Even if high ceilings makes dot great again, we still won't have a sustain that specifically synergizes well with dot. We just have generic sustains that are probably good with them because they're good, right? Like Hyacinth will be good with new dot team because she's good. She has zero natural synergy with them, but she's just a good sustain. Adventrian will probably be good with dot, not because he has any form of, like, any form at all of synergy with them, but simply because he's very SP friendly. Etc, etc, etc. Like, yeah. I do hope that Hycelands will make dot good again, which we'll see once, you know, she actually comes out and stuff, because we don't talk about leaks on the Goondola, since we don't want the Goondola to sink or anything, but I don't know. Her being a Nihility, and with them buffing Kafka and everything, definitely makes us very hopeful that dot will be good again, but I also just think I guess just in my thoughts, it's important to note that it's not going to be enough. That is not enough to make, like, for dot. They can't just make one more dot unit, because dot still doesn't have a full proper team. We get 0.8 dot units a year, so fucking true. I ran out of pulls on Limbus and I want this character, should I swipe? I don't know, Equinox. I've heard that Limbus is the kind of game you don't really ever have to swipe because you can just hard farm everything. But, I mean, it's really up to you. If you have the disposable income and you feel like it, then, I don't know. That's up to you. I only like Skirk because I love Cryo units slow. Also, I enjoy her animations. She's basically Quantum Nihility disguised as Cryo. Oh, interesting. I feel bad hunting all the one-cost drakes to extinction every day. Hey, I mean, you gotta do what you gotta do. I miss detonating bleed dots with Kafka. That was a good time before. Damn, this Echo card game is actually hard getting wrecked. See, the funny thing, too, is that... Not that it makes sense or is a good idea, but... Like, I was mentioning how Luca doesn't really improve dot teams at all, or, like, synergize the dot teams. The funniest thing is that Luca's best synergy is probably with Boothill. Because Boothill's break effects and bleed dot is so insanely high from how much break effect that he runs when he breaks something, that Luca being able to detonate Boothill's bleed dot is arguably a very strong synergy. It's still not better than running like other teammates with him, but I guess my point is that Luca has more synergy with fucking Boothill than he does with actual dot teams. Which is comical to me. I was thinking about that when Boothill first launched. Yeah, no, Boothill's bleed is fucking absurdly big, and it's funny because it basically never gets to apply, because if something's broken, Boothill's probably going to kill it before it can get back up and take a turn. That's kind of how Boothill is. I love running... Boothill's still one of my favorite just random carries to run, because... he's still, like, the only carry in the game, really, who, with zero, like, MOC, Pure Fiction, Apocalyptic Shadow buffs, buffing him up and things like that, right? Without any simulated universe stacks making him do obscene damage, he'll still just sometimes be like, oh, I'm just gonna do over 500k in a single shot because, shrug, I don't know, I'm Boothill. Like, no buffs or anything, he just is, like, randomly like, oh, hey, nice broken boss we have here. I'm going to use skill, press basic attack, and oh, hey, look at that, I just did 600k damage. Why? I don't fucking know. I'm Boothill. Can't believe I'd run into you here. Did the Sentinel bring you, or did you hear me calling for help? I did hear you scream. Haha, guess I got lucky then. Thought I was stuck here forever. Miss Lenore, is this the Jinx or washed up you've been going on about? Ha, those eyes. Seasoned. If you ever stepped into the arena, you'd be wearing crowns, not scars. Is that Darktide residue on you? Precisely. As you can see, this body won't hold out much longer. At this point, I'm more reverberation than man. But don't worry, I may be half gone, but what's left still remembers being human. You expect me to believe a regular human can resist the dark tide? Actually, Mr. Medulius saved me when I was lost here in the Mournful Canyon, Miss Jinxa washed up. We were just preparing to leave. I I think he's a good person. Grown bold, haven't you? Not even the dark tide rattles you now. So I'm pretty sure Lenore is the one, Ragonesi who we did a side quest with in Raguna, where she was trying to learn about this old song that was like a forbidden song, and then we found out about it, and it was filled with like a lot of like love and spirits and like community, and she was very confused, and it was fun watching all of her like very deeply ingrained religious programming being slowly dismantled over the course of the quest. I'm pretty sure this is the same person, because like she's very clearly talking like we've met before, and I'm pretty sure this is that person. I don't blame your suspicion, Jinxo washed up. Corrupted shells can hide pearls or rots. The witch in red ruined me, then woke me again, left my soul to be gnawed on by the dark tide. I suppose my long, ugly struggle was just background noise to her, but it's nearly over now. Before I disappear for good, allow me to escort you. Let this old Septimontian at least die a glorious death. The witch in red? It's her, the phantom over there. The witch's features are a blur, but her attire leaves no doubt. Oh, hey, Frolova, what's up? It's Frolova, just as I thought. I'm still interested. I'm very intrigued and want to see how they, and hope that they do a good job with giving a good, justifiable reason in the story why Frolova actually joins our side. Because she's very, very clearly an antagonist, but they've already drip-fed her as a playable character, right? Like, we know for a fact she's going to be a playable character in version 2 at some point. So I'm very interested to see how, and hope that they handle well her coming over to our side. Because if they're going to like make her a playable character, then I would certainly hope that they make a good reasoning for it, and why in story and in plot she actually is joining our side, you know? Why did she do this to you? What's behind the gates? It's been too long to recall, miss. The tide has scoured my memories clean. Or, you know, we can just have a villain as a playable character. So, like, the thing is, yes, we can, but I think that's a huge missed opportunity, right? I think it's just a huge missed opportunity, and also a bit of ludonarrative dissonance and cognitive dissonance to just have a villain be playable for no reason. And they could do that. I just would be disappointed if they did. Because they have done similar things in PGR, where a lot of villains and antagonists become playable characters. But anytime they become playable characters in Punishing Great Raven, which for those who don't know is Kuro, the developers of WuWa's previous game, still running, I still play it, I've been playing it for like 4+ years, really great gacha game, incredibly good writing. It's part of why WuWa's 1.0 through like 1.3 writing was so disappointing, because I know what the developers are capable of, and the writers are capable of through PGR, but every time a villain became playable, it made sense in the plot. Like, it happened as part of the plot that it happened, right? That they aligned themselves with the main character in some way, even if they didn't quote-unquote, like, join their faction or something, that they became allies in some sort of a sense. And they could literally just be like, okay, well, for no good reason, we're just gonna let you play Frolova, but I think that's a huge missed opportunity, and I'm really hoping that Kuro does tie in her aligning with the Rover. Like, I'm not even saying she necessarily has to be a traitor, or, like, has to, like, leave the, what they fucking called? The evil red people. I'm not saying she even has to necessarily, like, leave them or whatnot, but at the very least, I hope they do something in plot and in lore to have her ally with Rover in some way, so that it makes sense that she's playable. Because they've done a good job with it in the past with PGR, and I would like to see them do a good job with it in WuWa as well. Wasn't it already established that one of the past appearances of Robo founded the Fraxidus? Was it? I don't recall that, but it's entirely possible that's some lore that I missed, or it was in some sort of, like, side quest I never did or wasn't paying attention to, or some shit like that. I don't recall if it was established. I feel like it might have been alluded to, but you might be right. It might be hard established, I just don't remember. All I can remember is that, for sure, they founded the Black Shores, right? But I don't recall if there was anything hard confirming that they founded the Fraxidus. I see you've tracked her all the way to this valley. Are you here to end her? I'll decide after I speak with her. Good, then I can rest easy, because once you know what she's done, mercy will no longer feel like an option. Why does everything suddenly sound so grim? To open this gate, you'll need to relight the lumen stones buried deep in the valley. I'll show you the way. Now you sound suspiciously helpful. I understand you still have some concerns. Allow me to escort you both to safety first. When I've fully faded, you may return and explore the area yourself. Or, if you prefer, I'll give you the Lumenstone locations and stay behind with Miss Lenore. She's a sharper mind. Conversing with her has been enlightening. Oh, please, you're too kind. If I waste time here, Philova might get away again. If I leave Lenore here alone with this thing, she might be in danger. Nah, she'll be fine. Tell me where the Lumenstones are. I'll take Lenore with me. You stay here. As you wish. Many of Septimont's finest have tried to light Lumenstones, yet failed under Filova's cursed tricks. Please exercise caution. Don't worry, Jigsaw will washed up can handle it. Oh, Jigsaw will washed up. Why are you here? Well, after I got reassigned, I heard Phoebe had been posted to the Montelli Vault, so of course I went to find her. But when I arrived, she was nowhere to be found. An employee with exceptionally dark circles, Heizani, told me she'd headed off to the Riccioli Islands, so I scraped together everything I had and got myself a ticket. On my way, the gondola I boarded ran into a storm and wrecked. Luckily, a rather handsome captain saved me. Hey, Brant. He sent me to another boat, saying it was bound for Ragusa, but it clearly wasn't. Otherwise, I would be standing here and said, oh, so she, like, literally just fell here on accident. I see. Yeah, it's been a mess, but believe it or not, I actually plan to visit the Mournful Canyon, Cantian. So I'm wondering now if that is a typo, or is it actually called the Cantian because it has something to do with canting. After meeting Phoebe, in a roundabout way, mission accomplished. This place is far more dangerous than Nimbus Sanctum. You're right, but still, I really want to see this place for myself. The Order's teachings once reached this place, long ago. Though all that's left are ruins, this place feels different from anything I've seen in the Tidal Sanctuary. It's more ... Sincere? Yes. The moment I set foot here, I felt it even stronger. This valley is forsaken by Renacita. If the truth they speak of truly exists, then it must be buried here. Whether it's the Sentinel's guidance or fate's gift, I'm truly glad to see you again, Jinxo washed up. Since I followed your advice and made it here, would you be willing to explore this valley with me and uncover its forgotten history? Anything you find will be a huge help, please. Of course, we're friends after all. Aww. Really, even after I was so stubborn and rude before? That's so kind of you. Thank you. Any documents or relics will be fine. I'll share anything I find with you too. Maybe something in it will help you too. Aww, we're friends with Lenore now. And we're slowly deprogramming her. I mean, the church tried to kill Phoebe. Brant put her on the wrong boat, Lamau. Yeah, Brant's like, oh, yeah, let's not send you back that way. Let's take... Here, go to the cooler place instead. Smile. I mean, the church also tried to kill many, many of us. Innocents of hearts. The desire to burn down the church has never been as strong for me as it has been so far in this game. The church is very deserving of some arson, let's say. There are many, many shitty things that they have done. Oh, shit. My stamina's full. I should probably burn it. I already did my weeklies. I still don't have enough of these, right? Since I need the pre-farm for Lupa.
The Knight's challenge has arrived. Wind howls, unfettered by bounds.
Fair enough.
Wind rises. The wicked perish. Will heavens descend. True form revealed at last.
Skill 1, skill 2.
Rise and crash.
Oh, yeah, we can still catch the timing just fine with that. Okay, that was poorly timed.
Wind calls, waves follow. Furious tides split the heavens.
Cash in.
Leave it to me. Tempest of slashes. Collapsed. Will face. Annihilation.
Whoops.
Wind rises.
I kind of don't feel like wasting my ult at this point. Girl died too quickly.
Leave it to me. I am the Tempest! Hope trumbly this helps. Wind calls, waves follow. Repent.
Let's see, so we can do a skill, second skill, basic swing, catch the basic 3, basic 4, 1, 2, charge attack, charge, okay, well, it died.
Shadows must be purged.
So in this, we can clearly fit this, swap back, still catch the basic cancel, do this, but okay, yeah, that's a little hard. I have to do that a lot tighter if I want to like actually not waste time with that.
Flood, windstorm, sweep all away.
Yeah, I definitely need to experiment more with actual quick swap tech for.
Wind calls, waves follow. The wicked will face judgment. Such is their blessing.
Yeah, a lot of the quick swaps kind of seem like the ones that fit well are definitely this into basic 4, like plunge basic 4. As for like,
Tempest of slashes.
that one's a little tight to fit in. Okay, you can do a 1-second swap back just fine with. Okay, yeah, actually, okay, I just need to time it tighter, I guess is the problem. Because if I'm looking at the swap back window, you can actually fit this, and then that's within like under 1.5 seconds, which is fine for most swap back windows. So, yeah. Yeah, you can initiate that, you can input that second aerial attack, and then do a swap back just fine, within like a tight window. Yeah, I'm just not doing it quickly enough. Although I guess the question is can... Okay, yeah. The question is, can she animation cancel her entry attack with that, which I think she can. Because when you swap in combat, it's gonna force her into that entry attack. Let me mess around with it a little bit.
The knight's challenge has arrived. Wind rises.
Oh, yeah, no, that's fine.
Tempest of slashes. Oceans.
Pop that.
Before me.
So this into basic with 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Wind calls. Waves follow.
Okay, the intro made that a bit slower, so I couldn't actually catch the swap back window properly. But that was also just kind of unfortunate timing with the swap, with the intro coming in there. How many do I have now? 30. I'm close to enough. Let's mess around with these swap backs just one more time. So we can do this, charge attack, do this, into drop attack, catch the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 basic. Yeah, that is more than a...
Quietus. Wind rises. Furious tides. Split the heavens.
I feel like I'm like starting that swap back way too slow.
Too reckless. Such a wind calls. Waves follow.
I need to swap off sooner after that second attack comes out. Sure, why not? How many of these do you need again? It's like 43 or something? Right? It's like 43 or something you need to max out a character, if I remember correctly. Let me double check real quick. I have a thing. 46. You need 46 of these to max out a character. They apparently put Shikona on a boat, then it was never explained how she got back. Smile. The church in this game is a sick parody, but it promotes everything I find wrong with religion. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of things that various organized religions have done throughout history that is incredibly sus. You know, like the Crusades. And it's interesting to see them explore that. It's interesting to see them explore that in this game, but there's also part of me that wonders how much of it is like specifically anti-Christian sentiment, because that's not an uncommon thing to see in Chinese stories, is like specifically anti-Christian sentiment.
True form revealed at last.
Not that I'm saying that that's like something I'm like personally against or anything, it's just an interesting thing to, I guess, consider when it comes to any Chinese story like that.
We'll face judgment. Exonerate. Wind calls. Waves.
Naru my Hodo. Okay. Well, stamina's burnt, and that was all that really we're doing this for at the end of the day. Definitely noticing that I have to be really tight about my rover inputs to make these quick swap windows work like well.
Tempest of slashes.
But like rover can definitely fit in 1 second swap backs just fine. Like this fits fine in a 1 second swap back window, and so does plunge attack into basic 5 fits nicely into a swap back window. I just am misinputting, so it ends up not catching the swap back, but that's just more of a skill issue than anything else. It still works. And it definitely speeds up robo rotations. That being said, if I have Chun-Li, I'm probably still better off just doing Chun-Li quick swaps anyway.
Salvation. My blade yearns. March on. My blade.
But you know, it's still a nice thing to mess around with, because not everyone's a psychopath who likes running Chun-Li quick swap like I am. But being able to work in even just base rover quick swaps to improve your play is with this is particularly nice. I don't know, I like that Kartethia is still so effective as, and also very good at just doing traditional hyper carry, but has quick swap utility and possibilities in their kit as well, like that. I mean, really, the only case where this would just not be the best idea is if you have an ultra buff you don't want to drop, which might be the case with Sanhua, but even then, fitting in Sanhua quick swaps might honestly outdo that, considering that not that much damage of hers is actually basic attack damage. Well, actually, no, it's still 50%, so yeah, maybe with Sanhua this wouldn't be the ideal.
Shinies.
I don't know, though. Even just being able to do basic Kartethia and rover quick swap seems like a nice idea, though. Oh, god damn it, they died, so my fucking swap died again. Ah, not quite tight enough. Nope, too early.
Waves. Be gone, wicked soul.
Interrestaurants. Well, back to quest. Wow, we were actually really close to the quest location. Are you an enemy? Nope. Okay. Oh. I never tracked this quest, did I? Flames of the Deep. Track. Talk to Frolova or goes to the target location. Although the prelude lulls one towards somber, the defiant minstrel weaves unexpected woes. I shall wait until the hand bold enough to pen the final pause appears. Cool story, girl. Let's see. Well, most isekai anime, the church is the bad guy. Oh yeah, no, exactly like I was saying. I mean, it's also, I guess, a similar thing in Japanese media too, that they'll often like to explore, I guess, the darker side of organized religion, often through like very Catholic influenced in world religions, if that makes sense. Hope my Fufu polls go as well as my Skirk. Got her in 50, lost the Shunho weapon in 30, but got Skirk weapon in another 30. Oh, nice. Yeah, those are good polls. Then accidentally did a single and got another Skirk. Smile. Yeah, we'll see. I'm not that into Fufu, honestly. Like, I'm probably just gonna throw, like, maybe 40 polls at her, and if we get her early, we get her early. If not, I'm gonna save, because I'm much more interested in the Spook Shack characters, personally, than I am with Jufufu. I don't really care all that much for Jufufu as a character. Like, she's funny and cute and stuff, I guess, but, like, I just don't really find her particularly that gripping or engaging. But the Spook Shack characters have me more interested, because the Tanuki character, redhead shitter character, is a redhead shitter and also is, you know, a trash panda like myself, so I feel obligated to pull her. And then I don't know how much I care about Alice, Alice as she's been dripped, but she's also a foilist. And so because I was a foil weapon captain for my fencing team in high school, I feel like I'm also obligated to pull her, simply because she's a fencer. Like, she's very clearly using a foil. When searching for VAs, I found Carlotta VA is the Albinorca girl from Elden Ring. Really interesting. The one with the wolf. What is her scratching idol? You think Monado is getting the Laia treatment and becoming an S rank? Maybe, yeah. I mean, like, I definitely wouldn't be surprised if he was an A rank, but yeah, he might be getting Laia treatment and being an S rank. I honestly think that they popped Monado this early in the story as a way to gauge fan response. Because if the fan response is too mild, they might just make him an A rank. But if people are getting excited enough for him, they might make him an S rank. Because Monado is definitely a new archetype of character, in a body type sense, if nothing else, right? Where we haven't had a male character that's nearly as like triangle jacked as he is. And, like, has that as such a big emphasis on his design. And with ZZZ being such, like, a heavily, like, ass and tits gooner waifu market, in a lot of senses, right? I wouldn't be surprised if they were kind of trying to market test his appeal before actually making him into a character and officially deciding if he's an S or an A rank at this point. Because he is very distinctly different build and also just, I guess, male archetype-wise than any of the other male characters we've really had so far. Like, he is like an actual fucking unit of a human being. Or of a person, of a animal ear person. A Thyran. I'm interested with the Spook Shack agents because they're coming with summer skins on launch. Oh yeah, that is a thing too, yeah. Yeah, also just the fact that it's called a Spook Shack has me interested because I love spooky things. The only reason I really liked Hu Tao back in the day before I learned what well-written gacha characters are like after I played gacha games at Once Genshin is because she's spooky, and I love spooky things. I am a cozy goth trash panda who likes spooky things. So I'm interested in the Spook Shack. I'm interested to see how they handle them. I mean, even if they're just kind of like how the, fucking, what were they called in Honkai Star Rail? The, like, Guanaifen, Sushang, and Hua Hua little team of paranormal investigators. If they go for that kind of, like, silly, spooky vibe, it'll still be fun, at least, you know? Father, please come back with me. I'm begging you. Gladiator Verbia, we're in the middle of a hunt. Forgive me, Sir Olus, but I can't do this. I officially request to leave this hunt. Let's return first, and I'll speak with the sponsors. Verbia, a gladiator's shame isn't worn on the skin. It's carried in silence, unless washed away in blood. We, who cannot step foot in the arena, can only reclaim our honor by hunting the undying monsters here. Olus, steel your nerves. Those filthy things are crawling closer. Is this an illusion from the past? It looks similar to what we saw in the Nimbus Sanctum, but the frequency is stronger. The Mournfell Canyon and the Sea of Clouds. Could these phantoms exist because of the Dark Tide? Naruhodo. Oh, it's one of those little one-cost echo guys. Old dead and lying down. And a little 3-cost guy. Ghost hunting squad be goated? Yeah, no, it would be really cool if the spook chat was that kind of ghost hunting squad thing. If we did another similar like social media event thing, I still think that whole ghost hunting squad social media event was one of the best Star Rail events. It was so fun to scroll through all of the posts and see all the comments and stuff. I think it was incredibly well done. I was a big fan of it personally. I like Spook Shack because their logo stole Boot. Butao is the best part of Genshin, no doubt. Yuzaha is interesting because she's the first proper brat character that Hoyo's made, I think. Actually, yeah, maybe Honkai Impact 3rd has some. Huh. Have they? They have some brat-ish characters, but I can't really think of any character that's like actually like a full-on like deep brat archetype. So yeah, Yuzaha seems like she might be the first of that genuinely, at least to that degree. A mechanism powered by resonance, activated by etched sigils. So this is how the Septimontians of old purified Dark Tide remnants? Fascinating. I wonder what holds more surprises in the retroact rain. Jinx all washed up. Is that Frolova actually studying the Dark Tide? This is too dangerous. We must report this to the Chamber of Discipline. ... We don't know when she left this phantom here. Need a full investigation first before acting. Also, you know, she's done plenty enough to already be reported for that. Okay. Start the trial. Ah, shit. One of these. So do I just... Yep. We just... Is this just one of the book puzzle things? Yep, it's the book puzzle thing. I love the Fratelli Brothers. I actually never finished all the Fratelli Brothers quests. I'm missing like 3 of them. I should finish those. Wow, we did it. Keep your stance firm and steady your breathing, Verbia. Never let your enemies see you falter. Yes, coach, I mean, Olus. Coach, father, Olus. Doesn't matter what you call me. No matter how hard I trained you, you never made it as a real gladiator. Damn! You had the makings of Septimont's sharpest spear, but you cracked in the final trial. It was my love for you that ruined you. Dog, yo, hold up. I'm sorry, Olus. Damn. Gladiators don't say sorry. Yes, sir. We speak with steel, we dance with death, we live and fall for glory. Yes, sir. Ever since that match, I've carried nothing but regrets. Maybe it was how I taught you that made you falter. No, you were the best coach in all of Septimont. Not anymore. My brightest student lost her nerve and stained the arena with shame. Damn. I didn't. You lacked the resolve to grant your opponent the death they deserved. Ooh. That's not true. Then why did you hesitate? Why did you spare your opponent? Why did you disgrace the arena of glory? Because my opponent was you! Dun dun dun. That day wasn't supposed to end like that. We were supposed to finish sparring and go home like always. I couldn't kill my own coach in my debut match, and my father shouldn't die at his own retirement ceremony. I just couldn't. Wipe your tears. They cloud your vision. Yes, damn, poor Verbia. Verbia, my dear Verbia, a gladiator's glory is not their own. It's given by the crowd. That day they were ready. The arena was ready. But I wasn't, father. I wasn't ready to murder you in front of everyone. There are still lumen stones unlit, and Tacit Discord still stalk the dark. We'll keep hunting until the day you're ready to reclaim your glory. Lighting the lumen stones also serves phantoms of the past. Damn, girl! That is a next level of weight of fatherly expectations. Why didn't you murder me in front of everyone after I raised you and raised you as my own daughter and taught you everything you knew about fighting? How couldn't you murder me at my retirement ceremony? Mr. Medulius, when did you get here? You broke your promise, Medulius. No need for swords and scowls, Miss Jinxo were washed up. I didn't come by choice. The lumen stone brought me. When you lit it, something stirred in me. All those long-lost memories came flooding back. Ah, how could I ever forget that day? The day the legendary gladiator Aulus announced his retirement and chose his final opponent, his own daughter, Verbia, the finest student he'd ever trained. It was meant to be a gentle farewell match, something symbolic, but they clashed like fire and steel. It electrified the crowd and it electrified me. I remember leaping from the upper stands and elbowing my way to the front row. I remember Aulus's spear. It missed my face by inches, and then the blood hit the air, so sharp and intoxicating like a newborn's first inhale of life. It could have been a match for the history books. If only Verbia hadn't flinched at the end. She ran, killed the mood for everyone. A real shame. At least no one was hurt. But tragedy or triumph, that's for the spectators to decide. Mr. Medulius seems off. Agreed. Fuck that guy. Those who try to abandon their past should be ready to face its pursuits. Jinto all washed up? Question mark. Don't let your guard down around Medulius. Can't trust none of these mofos.
Perish in flames. Be gone, wicked souls.
Speed!
Such as that repent. For silence beckons. Hide, rise and crash. Till annihilation.
Okay, yeah, I did that too slowly still. Oh, interesting. My charm attack became a plunge because I got lifted off the ground ever so slightly.
Wind call sounding the death knell.
Oh, and we dash out of Coleman mode. Smile. Versus Sparkle is still decent in her splash shot. Walking puzzles are like, oh, so like the thing interesting about Sparkle, I still don't like Sparkle in Honkai Star Rail at all, but I started liking her a lot more in the Honkai x Honkai event in Impact because it actually gave her a lot more character. Like what we see of Sparkle in Honkai Star Rail, I find incredibly vapid and boring. She's very much too much of the, haha, I'm an agent of chaos. Wow, look at me, I'm so crazy, I do crazy things. Which, I don't know, screams to me of the whole, like, haha, I'm so random girl from my childhood in the mid-2000s. But in Honkai Impact 3rd, when they did the Honkai x Honkai, especially through her interactions with Vita, who is just better, older Sparkle, basically, their interactions and their characterization in that entire event made Sparkle a lot more interesting and nuanced compared to how they presented her in Honkai Star Rail, which I think is a real pity that, at least in my opinion, she is so much better written, characterized, and shown off as a character in a crossover event in a different game than in the actual game she came from. Not to mention, her animations and her combat are so much better in Impact 2, because she's a playable character in Impact, a permanent playable character. You can still get her. She still comes around on banners sometimes. And partly because it's an action game, she has a lot more animations than she does in Star Rail, but even then, her animations are just so much more interesting. Her kits and the things they do with her kit are so much more interesting than they are like in Star Rail. Like in Impacts, even for the ult, they have a similar ult, but she'll like be putting the mask on you with a weird kaleidoscopic vision. But then she has a second version of her ult when she uses it on herself instead, where she'll like giggle at them and then throw a fucking fucking sparkle doll bomb at someone, and then it explodes while she like crouches in the corner with her tongue out and her fingers in her ears. It's so much more characterization and so much better animation work than she gets in the actual game she's from, and it's actually tragic. She has like a special charge attack she does where she rides on a giant goldfish for some reason and smashes it into people after bouncing it in the air. And she has the funny haha kill myself thing where she puts her gun to her head and pulls the trigger and it does a little like bang flag with like little things, and she has a surprise face. Like, they do such a better job with Sparkle in Honkai Impact 3rd than in Star Rail, the game she's originally fucking from. Sparkle will probably be the closest we get to a brat until Yuzuha. Yeah, and she has a lot more of that brat in her in Impact, but she's still not like full brat. She's just kind of like silly fool, I guess, with some brattiness to her. Too much pipe bomb in the mail. Surely we'll get more Sparkle content in the next planet. Oh, did you see her original release trailer for Sparkle? Actually, I don't know if I did. I'll free real quick. I'm pretty bad about actually like watching all of these. Hey, you look over here, it's shiny. Hi, Clara. Sparkle trailer. Let's watch both of these. I agree. To be honest, I don't really think the end of Penacony that was given to us was what was the plan, and the build-up for Spark and Firefly throughout the Penacony was like scrapped at that final ending. Just your opinion? I could see that. I think Firefly was fine. I think Firefly was fine for the most parts. The ending was fine. It could have gone. They definitely could have done something a bit more, I guess, intense for the climax, but I still think it was fine enough. Yeah, Sparkle, on the other hand, I don't know. Sparkle just felt like she did not get strong characterization at all. She felt like a plot device. Sparkle existed to be a plot device in Penacony, and that's all she really felt like. And I always honestly thought the people who like Sparkle liked her because of more surface level reasons, if that makes sense, I guess, because she is presented as, and on the surface level is like a funny, haha, chaos, oh, I'm so silly, like, chaotic gremlin character, but she gets so little characterization and is so uninteresting, in my opinion, in the actual Penacony story and everything, that she literally exists to be a plot device. That's what she is. That was even her, basically, quote-unquote, job, was she got paid to be a plot device to make sure that Firefly's 3 deaths happened properly. But Honkai Impact 3 did such a better job characterizing her and giving her personality and having her have interactions with other characters that were interesting. Like, by contrast, if we look at another Mask Full character, Sampo has so much more characterization. I fucking hate the man. I do not like Sampo, but he is a far more interesting, expressive character who has a much stronger personality than Sparkle does, even though they're both Mask Fulls and he's the fucking 4-star. You gotta see her trailers because there's proper background stuff there. Gacha. Saw all the Acheron trailers? Oh yeah, no, I've seen all the Acheron trailers so many times. Feel like she was supposed to be developed into something more. Exactly. And then, like, she literally felt like a plot device through the entire story, and then the conclusion, the climax, was us finding out she was literally a plot device. She was literally hired to make sure that Firefly's plots happened. It's probably a hot take, but Penacony is glazed way too hard by the HSR community. It had good highs, but the lows were super low. But hey, people tend to judge only the high points. Yeah, no, I mean, I think the high points were incredible. I can kind of agree with that. But also, I'm biased on Penacony because it was my first arc. I started playing on Acheron's patch on 2.1, the anniversary, right? Like, day 4 of the anniversary patch I started playing. So it was my first experiencing a paced out plot, because I fucking blew my way through the story up until Penacony. Like, I was grinding when I started playing. I cleared all the way up until Penacony in like 4 fucking days playing Star Rail. So, I mean, that's definitely part of the issue too with the earlier plot for me, is that I kind of drowned through it so fast, I probably didn't get to experience it with good pacing. She was literally a red herring. Exactly. She was literally a red herring in a plot device. Oh wait, I think I have actually seen this before, but... So why is this not left?
There's only one bullet left. Wanna play a game? What's your wager? The life of a fake.
See, Star Rail are cowards because they don't actually show Sparkle shooting herself, but every time you do her rotation impact, she shoots herself. Star Rail are cowards. Oh wait, never mind, she shoots herself. Let's go.
So what? Let me tell you what foolishness is. Pretending to be smart like you do.
Damn, she will not stop capping herself.
What is a fool?
She's very good at Russian roulette.
Knowing when to act clueless. Like I do. Do you get it now? What is elation? Me. I am elation.
This does characterize her a bit better, and it at least does something of a job of establishing her core values, which is nice. the whole I am elation thing, but I also think that that being the core value of a character leads to a much less interesting and more monotone character, which is I think part of my problem with Sparkle, is she feels very monotone. Her monotone is, I'm so
Were you
crazy.
scared just now?
Because having a character's entire personality and concepts and that core value be I am X concept leads them towards a force of nature style character, right? Where it's, I don't know, it's too boring. It's very monotone. It's, oh wow, okay, so your personality is I am crazy, I am elation, right? Versus having any more interesting nuance to their personality, which is how I kind of still feel about Sparkle after watching that. And as part of why, like I said, I like the interaction she has in... Oh, interesting.
It doesn't matter who I am off stage. All the audience needs to know is that when I'm on stage, I'm just Sparkle. It's you, my beloved mask. When I'm happy, you're smiling too. When I'm angry, you're still smiling. When I'm sad, you keep on smiling. You're like a veil that I can hide under. The one wearing the veil, that's Sparkle. It's you, my beloved mask. When I'm happy, you're smiling too. When I'm angry, you're screaming too. When I'm sad, you're crying too. You're like a mirror, showing my reflection. The one in the mirror, that's Sparkle. It's you, my beloved mask. When I'm happy, you're screaming. When I'm angry, you're crying. When I'm sad, you're smiling. You're like a face staring at me. I'm not Sparkle. No. I am Sparkle. So, when I realized life was just a play, I wanted to leave the stage. Because off stage, there's an even bigger stage. What do you say? Who's the real Sparkle?
So this is interesting, but I also still don't know if you can even really consider it lore. This like whole thing of her being, you know, a student who's going on stage and whatnot, to me in this particular storyline genuinely just seems like it's a metaphor. Like I don't know if this is actually her, you know, origin story or not. And even assuming it is, I don't know if it's a particularly an interesting snippet, because all it still really establishes is that she's, haha, my personality is that I am elation. I am crazy and dissociated from the world, which, I mean, it makes it that have a bit more depth, I suppose, but it's still fairly monotone and not that interesting to me. Can't believe she had a whole Oshinoko arc in the past. Smile. I mean, that's assuming that this is real, right? That's assuming that this would be a very cool city to go to, though. Neo-Tokyo City.
All the audience on stage, Sparkle.
Like, this is assuming that this is actually to be taken as a
It
literal
doesn't
thing,
matter
which
who I am off stage.
with the way that they are, with the storytelling in this particular
All the
thing,
audience needs to know.
can't even necessarily say if this even
That when
is
I'm on
actually like
stage,
supposed to be representative of
I'm
reality, or if this is just some
just
weird
Sparkle.
metaphor, or even just hallucination of hers.
It's you, my beloved mask. When I'm happy,
It is real, yeah. This should be
You're
Etterstar. I can see
smiling
that. Yeah, that
too.
makes sense. Nah, it's an allusion to the Joker and his fake 3 origins of Batman. Yeah, exactly. And like that's part of the thing. That's immediately what I thought of, was of something like The Killing Joke or something, right? Where the Joker, part of the idea, I guess, of the Joker is that they have is that they don't actually know what their actual backstory is anymore. Like they could just, the ones that they have could just be hallucinations. Which I believe The Killing Joke had one of those as a thing. It's been so fucking long since I read that thing. It's one of the only actual, like, Batman or superhero things I've actually, like, graphic novels I've read all the way through just because it was Neil Gaiman, and I love Neil Gaiman. But, I don't know. This is definitely more interesting. But I still don't personally think this really stops her from being kind of a flat character. And I'm not talking about her chest.
it's you, my
She's still,
beloved mask.
especially considering that I don't, like I said, I can't even know if I can take this as like an actual literal backstory component, or this is just her being crazy and it being an illusion, or even arguably a hallucination of like her past, or just a weird metaphor for her, talking about her process of detaching from reality. Flat chest character W. Hey, flat is justice and medium is premium. Could easily be a metaphor because that literally looks like Akron. Wait a second. And that guy looks like
Who I
Gallagher.
am off stage.
And check him
Yes.
again.
Oh, I kind of see what you mean, actually, yeah. Yeah, maybe. I don't think they made it obvious enough for that to be that confirmable, but I definitely could see that, yeah.
And check him
Yes,
again.
that when I'm on stage,
I know, this does make her more interesting, I will definitely say that. I still think she's kind of a monotone character, though, because her whole thing still, like, her whole personality still just boils down to, I am elation, I am crazy. And I don't think that's particularly interesting. I mean, I also think the Joker's not a particularly interesting character. What makes the Joker interesting is how they act as a foil with Batman. Just like how Batman's not an interesting character, but his villains are interesting. And what they represent as mirrors of him as a character is what makes the villains also interesting. And I guess Sparkle lacking that backdrop to act as a foil against just ends up being a I'm so crazy, I am elation character, which is just less interesting. Like I said, I still think Sampo is just a much more interesting, better written example of that, where he is a masked fool, he is crazy, he is elation, but he has his own distinct morals, values, personality, goals, all these kinds of things, but he isn't just fully an embodiment of this, like, superfluous concept. Batman could definitely be an interesting character with Light Rider, but with Lone Rider, yeah, I'm not a big comic book person at all. I have found DC media more interesting than Marvel in my personal taste, but that's also because a lot of the DC stuff I've consumed have been like animation, and I just think they do a better job with animation than Marvel does. At least that's what I've heard from my friends who are into superheroes. So, and I definitely haven't had I've had the good fortune of not experiencing a lot of the badly written like Batman stuff, because the little shit I have like consumed has largely been, you know, the stuff that is recommended to me as good stuff to like look at for like superhero media. Yeah, I'm just saying, based on these trailers and the way Sparkle had a more passive role in the story, what do you mean bombing an airship isn't passive? I mean, even then, bombing an airship is still passive because, again, she existed to be a plot device there. That's all she was. It could have been literally fucking anyone. The important thing about the plot was that there were bombs to disarm on there. And she just happened to be literally the plot device to move the plot forward. She wasn't actually really a character there, and that's still all my big issue with Sparkle, is that she has never in-star or really gotten to be a character with characterization. She has always existed as a literal plot point, as a plot, not a plot point, sorry, a plot device. She has only existed to move the plot along. But yeah, it is possible she'd be showing up again in the future. I don't know how hopeful I am for that, though. I don't know. Is she? I mean, she's probably popular enough for them to want to do something like that, right? But I guess the fact that they chose her for the Honkai x Honkai collab does also kind of show how the developers do like Sparkle a lot, though, because they could have picked literally anyone for Star Rail for that collab, and they chose Sparkle of all characters. But then again, the collab event was also just a shitpost, so she's perfect for a shitpost event. Also, 2.3 existed to sell Sparkle Fumo dolls. True, so fair. There's 2 Japanese planets, Edo-Star and Izumo. Unfortunately, IX got killed to give it to Izumo. Yeah, unfortunately, Izumo is not really a thing anymore. Alright. I need to grab more water, because I ran out a while ago, and I have been yapping, so my mouth is very dry, and my throat is dry, and I should probably hydrate. So I will be right back. And we are so back, chat. Thank you, Brainrock Background, for your service as always. I am back with water, some iced tea, and a banana, and some granola for snacks. Because brain sugar is important to keep brain functioning, especially when yapping this much. Smile. I mean, the same way Sampo pulled that fourth wall at the end of the Belbog arc. Yeah, and then they also did a interesting similar thing in the Honkai x Honkai story with them. I really wish I could, like, play through that again, and, like, we could actually just, like, go through that on stream, because it'd be a lot easier to fully showcase and explain my thoughts on Sparkle if we could actually go do the Honkai x Honkai story again. But that replaying events is not a thing in Impact. Smile. But I was thinking about it while I was, like, grabbing some water and taking a piss and stuff, about the whole Sparkle thing, and I guess mentioning the Joker earlier, I believe it was, yeah, Jonathan mentioning the Joker earlier kind of got me thinking about the whole Sparkle thing and why I found her so much more interesting than Honkai x Honkai, and that's because in Honkai x Honkai, the big thing was getting to see the interaction between Sparkle and Vita, the character from Honkai Impact 3rd who was part of the collab, and seeing their interaction and their kind of cute relationship they had of, like, joking about how Vita was her big sister and things like that, because they're both kind of, like, haha, funny, crazy, bratty, like, teasing kind of characters, right? And that was so much more interesting and engaging and gave her so much more characterization. And thinking about it, a big issue I have with Sparkle in the Honkai Star Rail story is the fact that she is, and part of why she feels like such a plot device, is her complete lack of interaction with, and in any way bouncing off of or being characterized through another character. She doesn't really have anyone like that. Like, Firefly 2 would have been probably quite a much less interesting character and a much less beloved character if not for their interactions with Stell, with the MC throughout the whole thing. Blade is a very uninteresting character, but he becomes a more interesting character because of his relationships with and his interactions with the other Stellaron hunters and with Jingliu and with fucking our original general, why is my name blanking on his name? Jingyuan. Which makes him more interesting, and Sparkle doesn't have any of that in Star Rail. Sparkle doesn't have any other, like, they could have at least had, had something with, like, Sparkle and Sampo bouncing off each other's mass tools, because that's also part of what was interesting, was Sampo wasn't in the Honkai x Honkai collab story for very long. But when he was, his interaction with Sparkle was very interesting to see how they differed in terms of their views of relation and how they act, both being masked fools, right? And also, you know, talking about the Joker and everything like that, what makes the Joker interesting, because otherwise, without Batman, I think the Joker's a very boring villain. But what makes him interesting is his relationship with Batman and how they act as foils and mirrors of each other, and what he specifically does to push Batman and push his morals and his ethics and things like that. That's the relationship is what makes him interesting. Harley Quinn is not an interesting character in, like, the, you know, pre-Harley Quinn cartoon version outside of the Joker, because Harley Quinn is a character, as I understand, is like a character study on what true obsession and toxic codependency looks like in a person. Right, taking that to the far, far extreme of living and existing because of the partner or person you're with. And yeah, Sparkle just lacking any of that, and just kind of being by herself the entire storyline in Penacony, and literally just acting as a plot device in various certain chunks of the story, I think is part of why I just find her so bland and boring, because she doesn't have. Characters aren't interesting unless they're interacting with other characters or situations in a way that shows off their character, right? That's how I feel about things in general. And Sparkle never really got to really interact with much in terms of situations, because she was the one creating the situations, right? Like, that's why I keep saying she was like a plot device, because she wasn't the one interacting with the situation, she was the one making the situation. She was a set stager. Stage setter. Words are hard. Stage setter. And similarly, she never really had much in terms of characterization with interacting with other characters or reacting to other characters and things like that. She was the one to be reacted to. She felt like as much of an NPC as a playable character could, because she existed for the other characters to react to, for the other characters to set the stage, for the other characters to do their things and everything. But in the Honkai X Honkai collab, she has a lot more agency. She has a lot more actually interacting with two other characters and reacting to the situations she's being put into and all those kinds of things. Which I guess just made her more interesting to me. If I recall correctly, Sparkle isn't even top 10 in popularity polls, and Kafka is still the most popular female character. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. RNG is a society that should pull Lupa? Hell yeah. RNG is correct. Everyone should pull Lupa. I don't care who you are. She'll complete the perfect buff cycle fusion team. I mean, sort of, yeah, but... Yes, but I'm really more excited personally for a potential with Changli quick swap. Because the buff cycle team is still just kind of a hyper carry playstyle, which I find this interesting. It's also kind of why I don't play Brant much, despite being the Changli main of all Changli mains. Because Brant makes Changli more boring. Because Brant Changli is... I've showed this off in stream before. Explained it many times in stream before, but... Changli Brant isn't a quick swap team. You can do a little quick swap in your, like, building up rotation, your cooldown rotation, to make things a bit more efficient, but Changli Brant is not a quick swap team. Brant exists to make Changli a hyper carry. That's literally the reason it exists. His buffs exist to boost her hyper carry potential because she can't swap off field once his outro buff is active. And then the rest of his kit is designed to make Changli to fix Changli's issues as a hyper carry, namely his shield and interrupt resistance that he gives her helps her deal with the fact that if you have her outro buff, or you have the outro buff up, she can't swap off to do swap cancels to make sure she doesn't eat shit when she uses her long animations. Everything Changli does is a long animation. And Brant's shield and stagger resistance allows her to do that without getting knocked out of the animation. That's part of why you have to quick swap with Changli normally on swap cancel, is because if you just do her normal rotations on field, you will get hit, and you'll get hit out of things, and you will probably die. But Brant's shield and stagger resistance on top of his healing later helps shore up that issue that Changli has. And that's kind of why I find that team boring to play, because it's not a quick swap team. The entire idea of Brant is that he enables Changli to be better at playing a non-quick swap playstyle. So, it seems pretty clear that Lupa is meant to, you know, pop her outro buff and give Brant, because like didn't it say her outro is like basic attack and fusion or something, which means it will be designed for Brant because Brant's primarily basic attack damage, and then Brant will pop into Changli, and then Changli gets the outro buff and does the Changli things for a second, then you repeat the loop, right? And that would be like great, but that playstyle doesn't interest me personally, because that's just a traditional hyper carry playstyle, and what I'm more interested in is figuring out how to make Changli and Lupa work really well as a quick swap with a third unit who isn't necessarily Brant. It can be Brant, it can also be Shorekeeper, it can also be Verena, but figuring out how to make those two work very synergistically together, aside from Brant existing to make it into like a very linear hyper carry playstyle, is my personal interest. I'm eating a banana right now. Gotta keep those files in the game still, can't play it again, lol. There was the Aventurine scene though, with the racism and the chicken wing boy, huh? I think he was the Boston Honkai Impact 3rd? Who? What? Huh? Was he just generally antagonistic in his interactions? Niraj, who are you talking about? What are you talking about? I feel like I missed something in your conversation there. I thought Sampo and Sparkle had a brief interaction in the bar scene. They might have, but I don't fucking remember. It's possibly your mind simply fabricated that reality. We were talking when Jinx was in the bathroom, so now we're working through past messages. Yep, I'm just trying to catch up on chat and see if I missed anything interesting when I was grabbing waters and a banana. Is there a chance? What are the chances that Augusta won't be fusion? I think it's actually fairly likely she won't be. She could be, but
Kuro have made it very clear so far that the color palette of the character does not have fucking anything to do with their elements, right? Like, she looks like a fire character, but I think that's because she is so reminiscent of Himiko and Himiko style characters, right? Like, what's her fucking face in Morvika in Genshin Impact, right? Like, she has the very similar, like, confidence domineering redhead mommy vibes as like a lot of those characters. But I don't, and all of those characters always end up being fire related because Himiko, the OG, was fire related, so any Himiko XPs or related characters in Hoyo games have been fire related. But I guess just because her hair is red and orange and she gives us vibes, I don't think it really means that she's going to be fusion. And Kuro's like been very, very distinct about how, yeah, no, color palette doesn't mean shit for elements, because there's so many characters whose color palettes are completely different from element. I mean, Kartethia, for fuck's sake, is literally talking about the oceans and the rain and all of that shit when she's doing her stuff and doing water blades, and she's a fucking aero unit. Like... that, like, the actual elements for the characters really does not seem to have that much link at all with their color palettes, which I think is nice. I think is nice. I mean, fuck, for all we know, Galbrina could end up being a fucking fusion unit. I still think she's most likely to be, I think she's still most likely to be Electro, if anything. Because Wind and Ice seem unlikely because we already have, like, premium pistol units for those. Or Arrow and Glacio, whatever. Wind and Ice. Drinks are extinct for today and no improvements to cart, so I need that innocence of heart. Previous redheads. Yinlin is Electro. Shao Kona is Arrow. I mean, I guess wouldn't Lupa count as kind of a redhead? She's more of a pink head, but yeah, also fusion. Less of a color palette, more the sun on her head. I mean, fair, but also I don't know if that has much to do with it either. I could definitely understand the argument for the whole sun thing making her a fusion unit. And it might be interesting for them to intentionally make her kit work well with Lupa for some reason. Might just be an interesting plot thing to do that with it, but... Yep, Donjin is Havoc. Yeah. Chun-Li is Pyro, sure, yeah, but Chun-Li is one of the few cases where her element is very in line with her theming, because Chun-Li's whole thing is fucking phoenixes, right? Chun-Li is one of the few characters in this game where her element is such a core part of her character as a concept. Because a huge part of Chun-Li's character as a concept is the fact that her forte literally burns her own life force. That her own power is able to consume her with all of the Phoenix iconography and rising from the ashes and all of these things. Like, her outfit has a lot of that kind of iconography built into it, right? So Chun-Li is one of the cases where it does light up well because it's a core... What element her forte is a core part of her character, as a character. The longer dungeon goes without any head story being written for her, the more I passively create, and the more I like her. Smile. I'm not gonna lie, I'm one of probably the few people who misses beta Danjin. Because in the beta, Danjin was a much more, like, blank-faced, apathetic character, which I kind of, and, like, I guess kind of felt appropriate for her whole crazy berserker sort of thing. She was a lot more broken of a character in the way they had her in the CBT before they decided to kind of have her go with more of a, like, good-intentioned hero archetype kind of character. And I personally thought that was more interesting, but I also like crazy redheads, so, you know, biased. I hope Yuno is Havoc just to match Luna. Smile, that would be great. I need to have 100%, 5-star gun team. Smile. Sun also could be Spectre. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think the only one that would surprise me is if, she were to end up being, like, Glacio or something, I guess. It would be weird to see her as Glacio. But they could still figure out a way to make it work, I guess.
Vape. Now we just need the fusion healer. Bennett Ware. I'm just a guy. Brant is a fusion healer. Yeah. Oh, wait. Yeah, then Innocent said, Brant. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Well, but yeah, I don't know. Augusta would feel weird as a Glacio unit to me. But I could honestly see everything else being fine, just depending on how they decide to build and design her. We also don't know enough about her, right? Everything we know about her is very surface level and vapid. I have a soft spot for vigilantes. Hell yeah, yeah. I'm still just very interested in Galbraina, and not just because her name is can be a funny pun for Galbringer, because Yuri, haha. But I'm very interested in Galbraina, especially because they described her as a devil, which I think could have interesting lore implications with the church and everything in this game. And I don't know, her design is really interesting. She will hopefully be like our first she will hopefully be like an actual like 5-star gun carry too, which would be neat. But I don't know, out of all of the characters, the one that has interested me the most by far is definitely Galbraina. She's Nero Smile. Alright, anyway. Side quests. The frequency was shattered and remade by the crashing tide. What they call immortality is nothing but a fragile masquerade. It cannot even play the simplest cadence of light, let alone tune its essence. Humph. Seems its duel with Imperator stripped it of any grace. The Dark Tide isn't her true aim, then what is Frolova really after? Oh, Chinto all washed up. What is that Miss Frolova talking about? The Dark Tide? The Sentinel? Some kind of battle? She's not ready to hear the truth about Tacit Discords or the Sentinel? I need to find a way to dodge this question. Girl, you ain't ready to learn that your fucking god is dead. Could it be Frolova used the Dark Tide to twist Mr. Modulius into that form? To make him an undying monster? Why would she do something so cruel to him? Because she's Frolova, that's why. Perhaps the investigation will reveal the truth. You're right, let's hurry. I am kind of sad, though, because people were mentioning how they showcase a lot of the other characters they dripped in the main story, but all they really showcased was Lupa, Iono, and Augusta. We still haven't seen anything about Galbraina, and we haven't seen anything about Bamboo Ronin Dude. And I guess now we're seeing stuff about Frolova, and we've been seeing stuff about Frolova, but I don't know. I want more Galbraina lore. I want to see more Galbraina things, but I haven't seen any so far in this batch. Gal Devil Bringer, smile. I need to get back to working on that Gal Bringer fan art I was making. It's still a work in progress, and then I got distracted by other art things. Oh, fun. I mean, they kind of highlight this for us, so it's not as interesting as the actual, like, little book puzzles were. Let's follow them. No more text? Okay. Vanish. Sword. Poof. Only honey cakes and no saltimbocca in your pack? Explain that, Verbia. I didn't have the time. Don't be picky with your food. It's not that. I came running the moment I heard you were, so I ... Take my share then. You fight better when you eat well. Yes, sir. And eat the blood leaves too. The hunt isn't over. You'll need every ounce of strength. Sir Aulus, no. Father, I want to end this hunt. Give me your reason. The old tales got it wrong. The Dark Tide's curse isn't about undying monsters. It's about us, creatures of the Dark Tide who keep coming back. Tell me, Verbia, why are we here? I know what you're getting at. No one believes in the gladiator who's lost their honor. Those phantoms, they're warriors who chose to become myth. Their thirst for redemption gave form to the undying monster. You have your mother's wisdom, and I have you to guide me. Remember, Verbia, a true gladiator can hunt even what cannot be seen, broa. And you, my daughter, will become one. Father? I've been here too long. Long enough for the Dark Tide to sink its teeth into me, but you still have a way out. Aulus's body begins to distort. Twisted by the corruption of the Dark Tide, the proud gladiator becomes something less than human.
Roar!
If you want to reclaim your glory, you must slay the undying monster. So come, hunt me. No. Oh no. She has to. Now her dad's making her kill him again, for real this time. Even in the darkest depth of Septimont, they couldn't escape it. Fighting was always their fate. Glory binds them to the arena, and the love they had for each other turned to sharpened blades. How marvelous, bro. How could you say that, Mr. Modulius? You're watching them like they're your dessert. Exactly. The more lumen stones you lit, the more of myself I remembered. Now I know why I lingered in this abyss. This right here is what I want, to witness Septimont's greatest duel again and again. A champion fated to fall by the hand of his daughter, his brightest student, his sharpest spear. That's the kind of battle gladiators were born for. Why did you turn so cold the moment your memories came back? You risked your life to save me, Mr. Modulius. You weren't like this before. Oh, Miss Lenore, I was once a warrior, one who stood by the Sentinel's side. Only those who give everything for glory earn a place in Septimont. It's not worth people's lives. You only played noble because you weren't the one in the arena. Now. No need to take my words too seriously. Think of me as a fly, one you can swat whenever you please, then I'm gonna fucking swat you. Shut the hell up. I'll be waiting before the shrine. Light the final lumen stone. This guy is becoming less and less likable, and he was already pretty unlikable.
Take 4.
Oh, right. I keep forgetting I can do this. Ooh. Wait, damn it, that's not ore. I thought that was ore. It tricked me.
Make it fast.
Are you ore?
Guests of
You are not ore.
kind.
You are an enemy, though.
Be gone, wicked souls! Huh? The wicked will face judgment. Perish in flames. You won't escape. Sever. Collapse.
Keep thinking that the swords I drop are echoes, and keep trying to pick them up. Ooh, there's another lad.
Form.
Hello, lad.
Heavens, descend. Crumble.
Ooh, more lads.
Guests of the unkind. You won't. Together we vanquish.
Alright, time to actually beat these lads.
Revealed at last.
Skill! Charge attack, skill!
Charge perfectly.
Basic. Oh, you
Whispers
motherfucker. Basic.
return.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh! Apparently I ended up in the air somehow by backing up into that thing. Great.
Feathers incinerate. Tides rise and crash. Exonerate.
Yeah, that's a pretty easy swap back to catch. And now Fleur de Lis is fucking dying. I need to find something to ult.
Take form.
I keep forgetting that I can do that with Chong-Li because I'm so used to just flying around. Any idea what Fulova's role will be? I kind of want to pull her because Cammy exists. Guessing hypercarry DPS. I would be very surprised if Fulova A wasn't related to the Havoc debuff because they are definitely going in that direction of having like elemental debuff carries and characters, right? And I would be surprised if she wasn't a hypercarry, considering that we only have really the one hypercarry at this point, and we've gotten 2 Havoc sub DPSs in the meantime between Cantarella and Rachia. It would also be interesting to see her actually have some degree of synergy with Cantarella, because Cantarella is currently really lacking a character that actually works super well with her. She kind of just exists. At the depths of the valley, there lies the legend of the Undying. This place is like a giant flytrap. The dark tide lures and frequencies burdened with obsession. Everything that falls into this abyss is devoured, becoming sustenance for the dark tide. And yet, ... That man, he was consumed long ago, so what forces kept him moving all this time? Now she's all alone. She killed her father and she's all alone. Wonder if Havoc Rover will get a buff to the applied debuff? I would be surprised if they didn't. Like, whenever they add a Havoc debuff carry, I would be very surprised if Rover does not get some ability to do so. It would be cool if Furlova was like a Havoc dot or debuff or whatever you want to call its main DPS, but had some quick swap. Had some like quick swap stuff going on so that she could work well with Havoc Rover. Because they decided that was Zani, where Zani was able to be more of like a swap cancel quick swap units, despite doing a traditional hyper carry style. And it'll be neat if they kind of continued that pattern with future characters. Same with Kartethia though. Kartethia is also that way. So far with all of the debuff / dot related hyper carries, they've all been capable of doing quick swap stuff, which I think is nice. It's nice to have characters that very clearly like have like this strict hyper carry rotation, but you can fit in quick swaps when you want to. That witch didn't lie to me. She brought you here. This is what she promised me. Now, let us light the last lumen stone. Start the trial. What happens if I go the other way? Oh, okay, it just immediately fails the challenge. Do. Who are you? Does it matter? Why did you save me? A daughter just lost her father. There's no need for a father to lose his daughter too. I lost. You didn't even strike. I couldn't. Do you know what a musician does if she plays the wrong notes? She plays on. No matter how broken, how off-key, the melody never stops. Then what should I do? I must save him. Furlova stares at Verbia in silence, perhaps out of a weariness from scenes like this. Or perhaps she's waiting for the young woman to fall into the trap herself. Name your price, witch. You didn't even ask what I could offer. Doesn't matter. I'll pay, whatever it takes. Heh. Then let's make a deal. I'll see your father within the shrine, where he shall wait for a true warrior to grant him a final, glorious death. As for you, I'll use the lumen stones as anchors of my orchestration to reshape your body, with a few notes of dissonance, of course. The Dark Tide. Yes, you will be a piece of music composed by the Dark Tide. This pact will hold until the last lumen stone goes dark. I wonder how long you'll endure the Dark Tide's corruption. A day or a century? I'm a gladiator of Septimont. The Dark Tide doesn't hunt me, I hunt it. We'll see, gladiator. We'll see. How old is Furlova? Hold up. Furlova secretly hag? Uh-oh, Miss Jinx washed up. How can spectators such as we stop this grand duel from unfolding? The phantom Furlova's gaze pierces into you, a look that cuts across time and space, as if she always knew you'd make it here. A ruined shrine, an undying monster, a young gladiator whose name was never etched into the annals of history, and a spectator no one invited. Only you could bring the curtain down on a stage this tragic.
Guests of the unkind.
Oh, hello. Oh, great.
One more time. Waves rise. Judgment strikes. The wicked perish. We'll face.
Kartethia has no HP.
You won't escape. Cleave.
And swap me out of Fleur de Lis form. I was going to pop her ult and leave for the HP. Furlova. That witch promised me the grandest duel Septimont has ever seen. And she wasn't lying, not one bit. You're the strongest contender I've ever seen. You should be grateful you saved Lenore back when you'd forgotten your memories. He lets out an unsettling laugh as his body dissolves in the dark water, seeping into the cracks between the shrine stones. Warrior, please allow me to introduce myself. I am Verbia, an apprentice gladiator. You've been through a lot, girl. No, it was my weakness that led to all of this. Medulius dangled glory like bait. He turned our slaughter into a feast. It's nobles like him, drunk on bloodshed, who are the real undying monsters of Septimont. So true. I'm the fruit of a rotten root. I always knew I couldn't outrun what made me, but I still clung to false hope, too afraid to face the shadow cast by Septimont's glory. The current F4 has ended the blood duels. The blood are gone is no more. Anyone who disgraces the arena's honor, noble or not, will face justice. What a great time you're in. It makes me want to cry. Warrior, if you get this chance, please deliver a message to the current F4. The fameless gladiator Verbia offers her deepest respect. Beyond that gate is my father. I won't fight him again, not for spectacle, not to replay the same cruel farce for heartless eyes. So please, face him in my place. Give him the final duel he deserves. It will be my honor to duel him. Thank you, truly. Time to go kill her daddy. Oh. There is a rover-sized crack here. Why do I feel like there's treasure somewhere around here? Guess not. Who's there? Jinxo washed up, champion of the Great Agon. Ah, excuse my lack of propriety, Jinxo washed up. I am Aulus, disgraced champion of the Great Agon. By the request of apprentice gladiator Verbia, I challenge you to a duel. Verbia, my daughter, is she safe? She fell in battle, a hero to the very end. She's alive. Oh no. There should be no lights between gladiator and Jinxo washed up. The Dark Tide didn't take her. She held on until I arrived. Verbia, I'm proud of you. Now, it's my turn to fight. And mine as well. Hee hee hee. This motherfucker. Medulius emerges from the shadows, his body twisted and reshaped, completely consumed by the Dark Tide. He's become a twisted apostle. Jinxo washed up. I followed your suggestion. This time, I'm standing inside the arena. Medulius, how dare you desecrate this duel? Oh, what a terrible misunderstanding. Both of us have been embraced by the Dark Tide, haven't we? We're already one and the same. Come on then, tear each other apart. How about I fucking murder you first?
Leave it to me.
Oh, fragility. When hit by a counterattack, vibration strength reduction is increased by 50%. Oh, Miss Jinxo washed up, you're far too gentle, sparing a wretch like me, so steeped in Dark Tide's power. I shall offer you sweet death on your turn. Why not? You won't even feel it. Heh.
True form revealed at last. Tides rise and crash. March on. The wicked vanish. We'll face my blade. Purge all evil. The trial isn't over yet.
Yeah, it's a little hard to cleanly fit that in a quick swap into basic 5. But I think I'm also just swapping too late for it. This enemy looks straight out of Elden Ring, so true. I need to play Night Rain at some point. There is no light of salvation. No, oh, god damn it. Everything falls quiet as if none of it has ever happened. Sir Aulus, Miss Verbia, and Mr. Medulius, they're all gone, leaving nothing behind. It all feels like a dream. Jinxo washed up. The scars left by Aulus and Verbia's duel remain for all who follow. Proof it wasn't just a dream.
The moment at hand. This very moment is the best of our lives.
This very moment is the best of our lives. Thank you, Chongli.
Make it fast. There you are.
Jinx are all washed up. May I pray for them? Even for Medulius? Medulius saved me when I was on the brink of losing myself in the Mornfell Canyon. As the lumen stones lit up and things began to improve, he was the only one still haunted by his own memories. I can't say I understand his true nature, but I only wish he could return to the person who once reached out to help a stranger. Then go ahead. Wanderers of the sea, may the winds guide you back to the Sentinel's side. I mean, Sentinel's dead and so are they, so... yeah. This is what I have come to believe, and I hope the Sentinel hears it. Let's go, Jinx are all washed up. The old records say there's a hidden passage somewhere in this shrine. Bet.
How do you like these?
Has to be one of Frolova's tricks. Whatever she's planning, I better run a proper investigation first. Wait, how does she have no health? I ulted with her.
Winged howls. Unfettered by bounds.
Little top off for Cardathea, even though she has so much health, this is like literally a tickle for her.
The wicked will face judgment. Collapse. Tempest of slashes.
I see no treasure. Oh!
Annihilation.
Yeah, okay, basic fight doesn't fit into that very well at all.
Take form.
Stay back, witch! Don't come any closer! Oh, to spend your final breath on words so trivial. Hey Jinx, happy to see you playing WuWa. Love your Genshin guys. I just started WuWa. Kiss for Brazil. Aw, thanks Pedro. Glad that you enjoyed the things in the past and hopefully enjoy the things in the present and the future. But wait, I'm Medulius, an elder of Septimont Senate. Whatever you're after, I can get it for you. Oh, I didn't think it would be this easy. So it is me you're after. Then you must know the connections I have in the Senate. Just say the word and I'll... You're here to watch the duel, aren't you, Medulius? You knew? Seems you're dimmer than most villains, and twice as reckless as your average half-wit. But since you've been so generous offering yourself to me as a vessel, I'll grant you a wish in return. A wish? I'll let you live long enough to see your little duel, so long that you'll be begging for death before the end. No! No! Yeah, fuck that guy. It's a GOONDOLA! We found it, chat. We have returned to from whence we came, the GOONDOLA.
Take form.
Whoops. That was not the correct button. Oh! Oh, we have Frolova with us. Since GOONDOLAs can reach here, there's more beneath this pool than meets the eye. Hey girl, how you doing? You enjoying this nice little boat ride? Swoop! Oh no, now we're both so wet. Oh, and now it's just Chun-Li again. Frolova drowned in the transition. Looks like one of Frolova's hideouts. We should search around.
There you are. Oh.
I love free stuff.
Shinies.
Investigates. Someone's note, too. Among that girl's belongings, I came across a recipe. It appears to be for a cake made with a generous amount of starch, sugar, and honey. To call it food feels generous. It's more akin to fuel for a warrior. Such a simple, heavy-handed dish speaks volumes of a culture without nuance. I went ahead and prepared a batch of this so-called honey cake. Its sweetness, used as the main motif, is overwhelmingly blunt. Even as mere sustenance, I find it difficult to accept something so lacking in even the most basic sense of refinement. Still, the GOONDOLA seemed pleased with the soft texture. I revised the recipe with red currants and a layer of jam. This time, the flavor is at least tolerable. I shared a bit with the GOONDOLA. It rolled happily in the water. Heh. Turns out, it had quietly spat it back out. I guess the GOONDOLA doesn't like red jam and berries.
Glad you found them useful.
Or is it jam and red currants? Someone's note 1. Returning to this base after so many years, I was struck by two things. The first, however faintly, that father and daughter still cling to fragments of their sanity. As early movements in the final composition, their resilience exceeds anything I expected. encouraging. The second, the dark tide shows an odd mercy toward that nobleman. Or perhaps, no matter how stained the soul, Septimontian blood still carries weight. An undying monster. Interesting. Oh, my jaw is hurting a little bit, I think, from all the yapping. But that's strange, because I normally yap a lot, and my jaw doesn't normally hurt this much. Oh, yeah. We're missing one last glowy thing. Oh, where are you, glowy thing? Glowy thing. For where art thou? Oh, there you are. Just chilling on this pedestal.
Make it fast.
Charging slash. Yes. When do we get to use hero slash in combat? I want to sever people with that motherfucker. Let's me experience my Metal Gear Rising in WuWa. Oh, these are real ores. Yo, we found real ores. Was that it? Are we done? Is the quest done? Oh. Oh, okay, that was it. That was an anticlimactic ending. Got to read some Frolova notes, I guess. Ooh, a pox. Meat. What is this over here? Oh! Oh, right. This is where I've been going to farm. Oh, I didn't realize we were so fucking close to that. Oh. Oh, this ended us up on the island over here. Oh. Interesting. So that's how you're supposed to naturally get to this island instead of just teleporting to it for the Tacit Field smile. Damn. That Goondola took us a long distance then. Fox!
Make it fast.
Fox! Oh, it didn't reach. Fox!
Incinerate. Make it fast.
Fox! Always need more raw meat, smile. They just dropped the Frolova drip mark Neil waiting for Jake Street to start the drip marketer. God damn it. Alright, one sec. I guess we'll go take a look at the Frolova drip marketing on stream. Is it on Twitter or on the YouTube? Oh, interesting. There's no ping in WuWa official. Oh, wait, that's right. They don't ping for the Twitter stuff. Let us finish this performance we've all been waiting for. Together. Frolova, Archive, the silent and somber overseer of the Fraxidus. Frolova carries an endless sadness that envelops everyone around her. She weaves music that bridges the gap between life and death, crafting an ideal world within her hearts. Holy mother of splash art. Thank you, Brax. Yo, that is definitely some splash art, though. Damn, yeah, no, that is gorgeous splash art. Interesting. It is interesting because they mentioned her musical components, and it's interesting to see that they went with brass for the musical components. We got like a bunch of trumpets and those oboes? I forget what these are fucking called. But point is, we have a lot of like brass instruments with the like pipe, with like the organ pipes curling in the backgrounds as like a strong motif as well. So it's interesting they decided to go with brass instruments for her musical component. I like that though, considering how often musical components tend to be like classical instrument, like much more classical string instruments and things like that, right? How is a splash art always so peak? Because Kuro can cook when it comes to art. Kuro cooks when it comes to art, and they also cook when it comes to animation. Like, a lot of people have seen the really good animations that they've done for WuWa and stuff, right? But even in PGR, they've been cooking in terms of animations for PGR for a while. Yeah, but damn, it's pretty. And repost. Actually, let's do a quote. Love the choice of brass. The choice of brass instruments.
The moment at hand, this very moment, is the best of our lives.
Fucking gorgeous. Alright, cool. Bop. Bop. Something something, go like and retweet something something, haha. Link to Twitter is in the description. Alright. Is that the only drip they've actually done for her, though? There's nothing like on the YouTube or anything? Probably not. I mean, I would be surprised if they actually did something with that. Hush, Malwabites. WuWa. Oh, I did not mean to click on Clara's. Hi, Clara. I love Hag Connect. Midnight Podcast, Katethia. I have not seen this, though. Fan animations? Summer Shall Not Fade? Yo, that sounds cute. Oh, I didn't see this. I have not watched any of these. Okay, I guess we're watching these real quick. Cute. Just watch this music playing right now demonetize this entire stream, Smile. Okay, for a second I thought they had slipped in the Changli sound clip, and then I realized Changli just said that in the background while this was playing. But that was so perfectly timed of like this video ending and her just saying this very moment is the best time of our lives. That was like so aptly timed, I thought it was in the actual video. Oh, cute. Actual 2D animation. Let's go. This is what the combat looks like in-game, chat, they promise.
This sword shall follow your
Oh, that was a nice transition. Wow, crazy, look at these attacks. I've never seen them before. Yo. What a cool attack. I've never quick stopped during that animation. Crazy. Okay, that was pretty good rising score right there. That got a little hot flutter going. And quick swap right there. Till the denouement. I do love hearing Fleur de Lis say that. And remember, chat, you too can have your combat look exactly like this if you wildly flick your camera and spam scroll wheel while fighting something as Fleur de Lis. I love Saber. I mean Bianca. I mean Fleur de Lis. I see alto plus soprano, sax, cornet, lots of French horns, and trombone. You love bass? Oh, cool. Appreciate the...
Your time has long passed.
Appreciate the instrument names, because I do not know jack shit about brass instruments. Even though they are very cool. Yeah, saxophone, definitely saw that. An alto. I didn't know an alto and soprano were also, like, names of brass instruments. Interesting. Naruhodo, naruhodo.
Maiden. They are ready to receive your audience.
It's the Blessed Maiden!
It's the tall woman.
Blessed Maiden!
Please guide us again onto the Septimon's path!
We love tall woman.
Blessed Maiden. This is for you.
Keep away.
Damn, Fleur de Lis. Okay.
Blessed Maiden, please stay your steps. A fool dared to profane the truth of our divinity. Let not your eyes be stained by such disgrace. Stop him!
Thank you, Fleur de
Blessed
Lis.
Maiden, why do you stop me?
Let him go. The Sentinel is no longer with us.
Yo!
Transgress. Stop! Do not advance.
Yo! Hell yeah, Fleur de Lis burned the church.
The moment at hand
Your god is dead, says the Blessed Maiden.
is the best of our lives.
Your time has long passed.
Such ignorance. Mortals must follow a uniform creed, lest they descend into chaos. Mortals must seek the solace of faith, lest they crumble beneath calamity. Under my guidance,
Damn, this is
will know
definitely a thing.
the people shall rejoice eternal.
Death to false idols. Burn the church.
No more. Isn't a world like this wonderful?
Wonderful. All I can see are plight and suffering. And you're the one to blame. I will stop you once again!
Let's go! Oop. Flying through the goop. Sliding through the goop.
Stop me in such a frail state. After all this time,
Oh, this will mix into the animation.
from thy hand. Thou
Nom nom nom
renounce
nom.
thy initiation and the chance to ascend unto a greater being. Follow my path. 'Tis the sole way through civilization's eternal night.
The night is long. Daybreak comes at last. Cruel and harsh may reality be. It should not be cloaked in deceit. The truth will come to light.
Hell yeah, you speak your truth, girl. You speak everyone's
The
truth.
people will rise!
Your vile plan failed. Yet again.
Let's go! I should really watch these when they come out instead of, you know, a week after the character comes out. What's this? Is this like... What is a midnight podcast? Can you stay with me for a little longer? I'd love to listen
Here,
to the sound of the
take
evening
this.
breeze
Freshly
flowing through the wheat
baked
fields
bread.
with you.
That's from one of my favorite childhood bakers. And I want you to have it as a token of appreciation for joining me on this journey to Egla Town.
Alto and
It
soprano
tastes
as in the
just
types
as
of
good as
sax.
I remember.
Oh, gotcha, the types of
The
saxophones.
evening
Gotcha.
breeze in this town wraps
The only instrument
around
you know to have a
me
weirdly generic
the
name is
same
the
comfort it
baritone,
always
which
has.
is like a small tuba. Oh, cool.
Sometimes it
Baritone
feels
plays
surreal.
right in my house now.
I didn't perish in that tower. Raguna is peaceful once more. And if I visit the restaurants, I can still get a Laura salad for a taste. I can even wander back to Eglatown for a stroll. The windmills, the wheat fields, and the trees that have grown taller. I never envisioned such a pleasant day back when I was lost in the seminary. Perhaps I should be content with this. Yet, while the scenery
Man, growing up
feels familiar,
training as a knight errant in
the
the
faces
seminary
around
sure
me
sounds
seem
like it was
strange.
so much fun.
they remind me how long I spent in the seminary.
The moment at
Long
hand,
enough for everything to change.
this very moment, is the best of our lives.
Changli, I need you to stop talking over the videos.
There's my old house. It stands there, now abandoned. As a child,
I feel like you could play this
I
on
used to
loop
find
as like a
shade beneath
lo-fi
those
playlist
trees,
to study to or
while
something.
adults told me tales of knights. Knights who roamed
Card is
the
so
land,
cool, I wish I had a single arrow
upholding
erosion unit.
justice,
I mean, you
battling
have
evil,
Rover smile.
and riding their horses to vanquish
Honestly,
robbers
Thea's
and
multipliers are so
monsters.
fucking big anyway,
I
like,
loved those stories.
just running her by
Dreaming that
herself is
one day
perfectly fine.
I would wield a sword and protect those I cared about. Now I have the strength to protect others, but my parents.
But she does work better
who raised
with
me are no
Air
longer
Rover,
here.
just Air Rover than I originally gave
The
her credit
locals
for.
said they moved away years ago. It turns
It
out
just
that the
requires you to be
Threnodian
feeding
fabricated my connection to them.
Your outros into her
When the
basically to
Threnodian was
properly
sealed
build
in the
up
tower,
arrow erosion stacks.
Their memories of me faded away. I don't know where they are, or if they're safe and happy. But on the bright side, perhaps they've built a better life for themselves. While these thoughts bring a touch of sadness, I have no regrets. I will hold on to my memories and keep pressing forward. My past has shaped who I am. And even if the crown of the Blessed Maiden and the gods I believed in have faded, I still have purpose. Besides, you're still here with me, aren't you? I want to explore more and grow stronger, just like a true knight, to help those in need. After all,
Interesting that
I
they
made a
decided to
promise
make
to
this
you.
and release it.
I want to surpass you and be someone who can protect you.
Let's go, surpass
I
Rover,
am
you
the
already
Wandering
have.
Knight of Renacita, the sword that's yours alone. I will stand at the forefront
At
of the
least
storm
in
with
game.
you, fighting against those who threaten the peace and happiness of others. Be careful, though. One day, I might race ahead of you. If you keep moving forward, you'll always see me in your sights. We all share a connection through the frequency of the Sentinel. No matter where we are, we can sense each other, right?
I mean, that is the
I'm
entire
sure
reason we're running through
leading the
Septimont
way
right now.
Feels wonderful.
Huh. They done other midnight podcasts like this?
The wind feels so refreshing. Can you stay with me for a little longer? I'd love to listen to the sound of the evening breeze flowing through the wheat fields with you.
Is this what it's like to listen to, like, a VTuber ASMR roleplay thing or something? I imagine that this is what that's like. Interesting, naruhodo. Definitely interesting content for them to put out. Also, apparently they posted another tweet earlier today. Aw, that's a gorgeous illustration. I love it. In fact, I'm yoinking that illustration for a mood board. Yoink. And they also put this one out earlier today, apparently. Okay, well, they put a lot more tweets out than I thought. Holy shit! I'm looking at the Twitter feed on the official WuWa Discord, and this is a lot. Cute. Why didn't we get bathing suits or like summer version Camellia? This is such a cute fit. I love it. I would love to spin around in that. This is also a different fit. I actually like this one better on Changli. Why didn't we get this one? Wait, does Changli have like phoenix feather tattoos? Hold up. What? Oh my god, she does. How have I never fucking noticed that before? Actually, can you even see that in her default skin? Now I think about it. Oh, you can. I'm just fucking stupid. I never noticed that she had these before. Wow, okay. Learn something new. Cute. Look at these two cute couples playing with each other. Like bookmark. I lost. Smile. Okay. Anyway. More questing. Better than the in-game skins? Yeah, dude, tell me about it. I want bride dress Shorekeeper. Well, they did just put out the bride dress Lucia in PGR. Smile. Literal fucking wedding gacha skin. There are a bunch of midnight podcasts, if I recall correctly, since the article. Oh, since Shikona? Interesting. Oh wait, Arco, do you mean since GACHA? Okay. I haven't really looked at much of any of them. I didn't realize they had like cute little ASMR roleplay videos like that. Very cute. Well, completed that. Yay, stuff. So now we still have to wait for that to unlock. More exploration to do. I haven't done these. Scales of the past, sure. After starting side quest, uncovering past heroes. The face of Septimont is bold and unyielding. Although, that being said, I do have a lot of companion quests to still go through that I haven't been through yet. Maybe we do some companion quests, because I need to do these. Oh my god, have I done any Renacida companion quest that isn't Chacona? I don't think I have. Holy shit. Yeah, since GACHA, gotcha. Next patch, but DMC collab as soon as well. True. Yep, next patch is when that skin drops in global. Not that I'm particularly interested in it at all, but it is funny that they made that. And it is also, though, like, weirdly appropriate considering the whole journey between Lucia and the Commandant and everything. Plus, now you can make a Commandant canonically female, so hell yeah, we love Yuri. Okay, well, apparently I never did Encore story, so, this is happening. Although, this is 1.x quest, which means we go back to CN. Because not only do I prefer the 1.x CN languages, also, apparently, we learned at the Camellia quest that you don't even get the full experience unless you're playing in Chinese dub for some reason. Which is still bullshit. Oh, yeah, that's right. I actually hit my Echo cap the other day, and so when your Echo inventory is full, they send them to you in mail so you can collect them after you clear out your Echo backpack a bit. I apparently had managed to hit the 2,000 cap somehow. Truly, truly impressive. This smug ass little gremlin right here. Reminds me of Kaleda's face when they were calling her tall when she was going undercover at that school. It's 3K cap? Okay, apparently I hit 3K echoes then somehow. Something you need me for?
当然是想和你玩，想让你也来听安可讲故事啦。之前来荆州的时候，安可都没有多少时间和你玩，大家当时都可忙了。不过这次可不一样，这次安可放假了。
Vacation, is your homework done yet?
什么作业？安可不知道哦。
Okay.
好不容易放个假，安可就和秋水说要来荆州找朋友们玩。但他躺在椅子上说：“我可太忙了，作为大人，我每天有
Bragged about how he has so much grown-up stuff to worry about and was too busy for playtime. Smile.
大人可真是辛苦啊。
Sup, Abby? How's it going?
故事也没时间听故事。
Doing apparently the last companion quest I never did in Huanglong, which was Encore's. I don't think I ever did Jinxi's either, but I think Jinxi's came out back when they were limited time and they weren't permanent companion quests.
没办法啦，安可只好自己带着故事和秋水的钱包来了。
I usually hate child characters, but I really like Encore. Her American-British accent reminds me of my American nephew, watches a bunch of Peppa Pig. Aw, that's cute. Well, since this is a 1.x mission, though, we're doing it in CN, because it's entirely possible we won't get the full experience unless we do it, because they did that with the Camellia quest.
大家快来，我来隆重介绍，这是漂泊者，他可是守护了荆州的大英雄。
Cute. Not too sure about the last part, Encore. Oh no, the children are mobbing us. 100 children versus 1 rover, who wins?
哎呀，你就别谦虚了。就是，安可和我们说过你的故事，你嘿哈2下就把那什么大财相给打败了，好厉害！
好厉害！
那大英雄也来听故事吗？
Stories?
安可的故事可有意思了，上次还讲了个变成乌的大灰狼的故事。
I think the stuff Alto was doing was him getting the boat and it getting sunk by Dennis. So true.
那听起来是秋水。还有，还讲了金眼睛猫猫和灰羽毛小鸟的故事。这听起来是我和泱泱。哼哼，安可的故事很多吧？这次安可还带来了新故事。今天要讲的是阳面勇士的故事，在故事里
Oh boy, the woolly warrior.
你一定喜欢。
Anything else besides that? Cruster's child's dreams.
还没开讲，可不能剧透。那么，一起来听安可的故事吧。
Wait, I forgot her name was Dudu? Who? Huh? Am I missing something? Am I dumb? Oh yeah, Dudu. Oh yeah, that's right, Dudu. I actually completely missed that was her name earlier.
要是大姐姐喜欢听故事的话，也许就能到安可的故事里去玩了。你说是吧，杨咩？
Get to go inside of one? Wait, that can't possibly be Uncle's actual forte, is it?
这是一种安可式的比喻吗？那要去听听看吗？
Sure.
那大姐姐先去座位上吧，我给你留了个专座。等大家都坐好，故事就开始啦。
So they gave us an Encore companion quest. And I guess we had the annoying Ling Yang one that we had to do. But they didn't ever do one for Kalkaro, Jianshin, or... Did Verena have a companion quest? She didn't, right? We just saw her in the main story briefly. Serious child.
把脚放下啦，安可都说了，做好了故事才能开始。我才不想听故事。好吧，好吧，我做好就是了。
This little shit.
他说的都是真的吗？之前讲的什么住在糖果屋里的大怪猫，充满爱的心脏被坏人腐蚀成了石头，一天就不存在吗？那可不一定，故事肯定有根据的嘛。大怪猫肯定存在。
Oh no, I'm sitting in a child. Nope, we have to stop that right now. Nope, nope. Doodoo. None of them have names except for Doodoo.
什么时候故事才开始啊？
Oh, Dodo? I don't know. Doodoo's funnier.
到一半，回去后我翻了好多书都找不到后续，也不知道他的故事都从哪里来的。
Oh, and we have Ming Ming.
毕竟他又不是我们这儿的人。是哦，安可的家在哪儿呢？等故事讲完了，我们就去问问他吧。
Alright, Encore, tell us a story.
大家快坐好，安可要开始讲故事啦。早就做好了。今天还是讲灰羽毛小鸟的故事吗？不是哦，这次要讲的是羊咩勇士努力去实现愿望的故事。故事发生在充满无限想象的羊咩
Maybe Jianshin companion quest was compacted into the main story. Yeah, I think that might be the case too with Verena. They both just popped up in the main story. They're just like, that's good enough. We still haven't seen anything about Kalkara though, have we? Like, he's in the current team fight tactics Yu-Gi-Oh! Events thing that we have going on right now. Like, he is in that, and it's funny because the rover says long time no see Kalkara. I'm like, we've never seen this motherfucker before. Doesn't Jianshin take you into the city or something? Yeah, she's part of the main story very briefly. He's not real, figment of our imagination, so true.
那你会为了什么愿望而踏上旅途，开始冒险呢？
Money.
如果是我的话，我想要好多好多钱，这样就能买到吃不完的星星酥。
Greedy, serious
我
child.
就不一样了，我要获得好多好多荣誉，变得有名，让大家看到我的时候。
Kid, get off that table. You're gonna hurt yourself. Oh, that stool.
你看上去非常勇敢，是想要金钱，还是想要名誉呢？
Cute. I want them all.
啊，这就是大人的选择吗？你们看，每个人的愿望都不一样。
Kalkaro in Dungeon literally only appeared in the Kate event. Like, yeah.
而在这些人里，
It was during a specific time where you could meet him? Oh, really?
当人们问起他的愿望时，他说：“我才不需要。”
We met him in the Wish Granting Tree. Oh, wait, shit, you're right. We did meet him in the wishing event. I completely fucking forgot. Yeah, no, you did get to meet him during that. Right. Right. Hi, Nana. How's it going?
这让羊咩仙子非常疑惑。仙子这样
We are doing the Encore companion quest because I still haven't done
如
this
果你不要金钱，
since it came out in like fucking 1.1 or whatever.
那为什么要冒险去愿望的大门呢？我只有一个愿望，我想见到自己的家人。
And we're playing in CN because as we learned during the Camellia quest line, apparently you don't get the full experience in some of the 1.x quests unless you do it in CN.
我知道
They literally removed voice
大家
lines.
相信我的故事，和你的朋友一起闭上眼睛吧， 小小的勇士们，当你们睁开眼睛的时候，全新的冒险就会开始。等我们一起把故事写完，愿望就一定能实现。那么，阳面勇士的好朋友，要闭上眼睛，一起来一场冒险吗？
Close your eyes. Trust the child. And close your eyes.
这里是
嗨嗨，快到这边来！
Oh, wonderful.
安可是在叫我吗？过去看看吧。
Wonderful. We're having a shared hallucination with Encore right now. We met him in the wishing tree. Sounds like a totally relevant and entirely memorable moment there, Calculator. You were also in our imagination cake. Great relevance, man. So fucking true. Close your eyes. Trust the child and get murdered. Ah, it's fine. We can take him. 100 children versus Rover. Rover wins every time.
亮晶晶的，哈。
I wonder if that's like an actual missable chest. Like, I don't think you can come back here after the companion quest is done, right?
看样子你应该是新来的吧？你也是来寻找愿望门的吧？
愿望门。看来我在安可的故事里。
I just want to find my way back
我们
home.
更要同路了。走到这里的终点，问到愿望门的信息，我们就能回现实啦。你第一次过来，是不是觉得这里很陌生？这里是羊咩王国，藏着很多很多羊咩。 连云朵都是羊咩状的哦。
The clouds are in fact shaped like
我
woolies
非常熟悉这里
and weirdly
可以
flat.
给你当导游。
I'll look around my own. Fuck you, child.
但是
Not like that.
顺路嘛，你看你的，我也走我的。之前白咩仙子和我说，只要沿着这里一直走，我们就能抵达终点啦。到时候我一定要让他告诉我们宝物藏在哪儿。
Yay! Encore's in the party. Immediately swaps off the Changli. Open the gift box. Look at that soft, cozy cushion.
别打我妹，我只是个普通的箱子。
Is this entire questline just gonna be like a shitpost children's book?
要小心哦，这里是很多羊咩。
Stand on the bounce pad to be repelled into the air.
人生
Yo!
的起点。
Bounce pads.
当故事足够长的时候，这条路也会变得很长很长，还会出现
What's that
断
fall off the
桥
edge?
什么的。但这次只讲
啊
开头，
nothing.
所以应该很快就会到终点啦。嘿，一些小惊喜没？
Remember that 100 men versus gorilla meme? You pretty much did much. That's pretty much the 1 adult versus 100 children meme question. Who would win? Yep, pretty much. Exactly. Spoiler, yes, yes, it will be. It's the best companion quest in the game. Hurt.
好多怪物啊！我们快打败他们吧！
Oh man. Encore quick swap. Did the thing, haha.
真好玩！哈，
Encore's the original swap back character.
你们终于来了！我快被这些怪物吓死了咩！这
Meh.
是白咩仙子，她胆子不大，但人挺好，可以给我们指路。
它居然有个完整的设定。
你们想要找到愿望门咩？只要从这里出去，找到3样宝物就好了咩？
Meh.
对，第一样是勇气之宝剑，想要获得它，就要不怕路上的所有困难，要小心哦。
I never realized that Cloudy has like,
第二样是
oh
信念
Cosmo
之
or
盾
whatever their
牌
actual name is, has like
这个
such
有点
sharp
麻烦
fucking legs.
你得
Holy
坚
fuck.
定信念，找遍每一个角落才行。最后
Always running with
是
scissors
希
with
望的
those
花
legs.
冠它要有很多很多种花组成， 这花冠能够反映人的想法，永不凋零。
What if the person's thoughts are dead? Does it make the wreath
当你们
wither?
找到这些宝物的时候，就能够打开实现愿望的大门了。好，知道了宝物的线索，阳面勇士的冒险也要正式开始啦。现在我们只需要穿过这扇大门，回到现实就好。
Let me out!
谢谢你啦，白面仙子。
Let me out of this mind hallucination trap Encore has trapped me in.
要是以后还遇到了什么难题，还可以来这里找答案。拜拜面。
Encore is able to trap Rover in a strange children's story mind palace. Truly the strongest resonator in lore.
干粮经费增加了。
Oh, is that what Katetia sounds like in Chinese?
姐，你从阳面王国回来啦！
姐姐 ，cute. No, you will stay and enjoy it. Let me out.
对呀对呀，那是阳面故事的起点，黑咩白咩的故乡。
Oh wait, no, the names are actually Cosmos and Cloudy. Okay,
白咩帮
the other
忙
one is named
安可
Cloudy.
就能邀请朋友们进去看看。但也不是谁都能进去，有的人觉得这些故事是假的，他们并不存在。阳面王国也不欢迎。
So Encore's actual power is to create fucking children's story mind palaces.
又那么认真听安可讲故事，安可就想给你一个惊喜。
The exploding fire is just a side effect, I guess. The fights were a bit too realistic for me.
哎，可是勇士一下子就打倒怪物的情节，不是超帅的吗？安可很喜欢这个故事，在这个故事里，阳面勇士和他的朋友一起克服了好多困难，就像刚才的你和我一样。妈妈说过，只要相信，故事就会给人力量。所以每次想到这些
Encore
故事
has
的
a
时
mom?
候，安可都觉
Or
得
had
心
a
里
mom?
暖融融的。刚才
Why is his mother letting her
安可
run
就
around
想
with
把这份
Elsa?
暖融融的感觉分享给你，想让你也开开心心的。因为安可很喜欢和你一起玩，一起冒险。之前来荆州的时候，大家总是在忙。但现在是安可的假期，大姐姐好不好奇阳面勇士之后的故事呀？要是好奇的话，就加入安可的阳面冒险小队吧。我们一起继续冒险，找到故事的结局。
I mean, she basically has power over reality versus everyone. Cosmos and Cloudy aren't real. Huh? What? Huh? I don't know any Encore lore. Huh? This is turning into a make-believe game.
不是过家家啦，这是很严肃的阳面冒险游戏。安可从小就玩，很有趣的。这次你就当队长，安可做副队长吧。那接下来我们就来执行阳面分队的第一个任务，来听听大家对故事的看法吧。这个故事应该让人感到温暖才好，它不仅仅是安可一个人的故事呢。知道了听众们是怎样想的，就知道接下来故事要怎么发展啦。毕竟有了掌声，剧演才会返场嘛。
It's causing the question, has it ever been explained how people got resonance abilities? I don't know if that's been explained. I haven't looked too deeply into WuWa lore either, though. But as far as I know, the whole, like, forte powers and resonators thing is just kind of a thing in the world. And Uncle will still kick your ass using imaginary sock puppets. It's Kuro games, you can make an educated guess. Yeah, fair. And I do wonder, though, I think my Encore's fairly, like, affectioned up, I think. I did use her for a little bit. I wonder if her actual, like, file has anything about that.
一个人在那边，不知道她喜不喜欢这个故事。走，我们去问问。
Look, that child is gloomy in the corner and socially anxious. Let's go talk to her. see. Do we have some Encore lore in
是
here?
要一起玩探险游戏了吗？
Forte examination report. Woolly counting game. Valuation basis. Resonance assessment 1631G. The exact time of Resonator Encore's awakening remains uncertain. According to Encore's reports and Resonance inspection, the sheep-like entities that accompany her are considered to be manifestations of her imagination and psychological state. They are believed to represent her Forte abilities. Encore's Resonance assessment was found to be influenced by the collective emotion in the testing environment, exhibiting a strong syntony response. The cause of awakening remains unconfirmed. Encore boards a tacit mark. Oh, cute. They added the glossary to this as well. Tacit mark. A mark found either on the Resonator's skin or the ground of a tacit field. For Resonators, these marks serve as a conduit for their forte, a sign of their rebirth after awakening. In tacit fields, the mark becomes the focal point where chaotic energy coalesces, forming the white resonance chords that birth endless tacit discords into this world. But she bears it on her upper back, and post-awakening examinations have revealed minor physical mutations like wool-like hair tips, including wool-like hair tips, in times of heightened emotional states. Oh yeah, I learned today too that the whole elf ears and especially the Zani horns are apparently the result of awakening mutations. It's mentioned in Zani's lore, in Zani's little backstory page thing apparently. In times of heightened emotional states, she may also manifest sheep-like horns during her ult, requiring caution from testing personnel. Analysis of test samples has revealed a non-convergent rebels curve with a noticeable periodic waveform, which classifies Encore as a congenital resonator. I do remember reading about Rebel codes back in the past. This developed by Dr. Scott Rebel. This method was originally designed to examine resonators. It is also known as Rebel's test. Known for its safety, reliability, and ease of use, the test has since been adopted across multiple regions. Congenital resonator, a resonator born with innate forte. Overclock diagnostic report. Resonator Encore's waveform graph shows zigzag fluctuations. The pattern of time domain is irregular. Both the upper and lower peak values are high and manifest proximity to the criticality level. The waveform displays segments of partial fuzziness and abnormal waveform can be seen. Resonant criticality, relatively high combined with low stability. Risk of overclocking is significant. Overclocking. Overuse of power or obsession can overload a resonator's minor forte, leading to overclocking. While overclocking can be controlled, there is currently no known permanent cure. It is recommended to contact her guardian for routine examinations and provide psychological intervention if necessary. Scribbled annotation. Encore says Alto is not her guardian. Don't want examinations. She likes stories better. Annotation to the annotation. Please be good, little one. We have candies for you if you want some. Interesting. So, the only thing we really know about her forte, at least according to this report, is that her forte is that her two woolies are a representation of and manifestation of her forte abilities. Huh. Okay. So maybe her power really is just making her imagination reality in some sense. Ooh, about Alta. Alta's money this and money that all day. But did you know? Sometimes he helps people for free. He just wouldn't tell me why. Humph. Then it's up to me to find out, or no. Interesting. Cherished items. Woolly dolls. The woolly dolls are gifts from Mama. They always listen to Encore and always stay by her side. The woolies are not only Encore's emotional projection, but also important friends in her life. Aw, cute. Coral. Oh. Encore specialty dish made from purple coral from the Black Shores and carefully cooked with various ingredients. Encore always tries to make something new, and somehow the flavor is surprisingly good. But the thing looks so horrible that it takes a lot of courage to try it. Not even Alto can handle it. Solaris is foremost authority on observing the lament cycle. Though through constant observation and analysis of lament shifting patterns, this organization predicts and warns of impending manifestations before they occur. I should make an effort to actually increase the intimacy level with more characters. I don't actually have that many that have much intimacy because I keep just using the same teams to clear dailies and shit. If I recall correctly, there are 3 types of resonators. Yeah, there's congenital, and then there's 2. There is at least another one. I forget what it is that is brought on by some sort of outside influence. How the fuck was my on-the-spot meme explanation the actual explanation, Guru? Hire me? See, I thought you had actually looked into a lore or something, asset. I hope to explain more about how one awakens their forte. Is it by birth? I mean, are you born with it? So according to this one at least, Encore is a congenital resonate, which means she was in fact born with the powers, which I guess is a thing that they are able to actually test. I wonder if there's anyone else. I don't remember. I think there's someone who isn't a congenital. Is it Camellia?
你想要和我好好玩一场吗？
Oh, I don't think it actually mentions whether she is congenital or not anywhere in here. Oh, there we go. The subject is suspected to be an artificial resonator. However, the current curve pattern doesn't match any known samples. Therefore, this report is sealed for now. Yeah, so she's expected to be an artificial resonator, but not sure. The exact timing of Resonator Camelia's awakening is unclear due to her blank disorder. She has been capable of utilizing her forte since awakening. Yeah, so artificial resonators are a thing. I do also vaguely remember there being a third one too, but it's been so long since I looked into the, like, the Innocence of Heart mention, but it's been so long since I've actually looked into any of the, lore in this game, I definitely cannot remember. How about a robot boy? He has the ability to perform metal morph by manipulating the shape and storing energy in his prosthetic arm. Zhang Liao's awakening occurred 2 years ago following an incident at the Court of Savante ruins where he lost his arm and came into contact with an unknown metal substance. Oh, that's it, mutant resonator. There's also mutant resonators. Yeah, a resonator who awakened their forte through a life-changing event. In his case, it was losing his arm and touching the weird metal. Yeah, analysis of test samples has revealed a consistent flat rebels curve, followed by a sharp ascent and stabilization, which is, I guess, how they determine if you're a mutant resonator or not. Yeah. So, that was it. It was Zhang Liao. He is a mutant resonator because that's how he lost his arm. He lost his arm and then touched weird magic metal that made him magic. What do they have? What's Catethia's look like, actually? Time awakening unknown. It is speculated that due to the opposing influence exerted by Sentinel Imperator and Thenodian Leviathan, Catethia's spectrum performance data exceeds standard values by blank. Calculation of accurate data using existing methods is impossible. Analysis of test samples has revealed a non-convergent rebels code with a pronounced periodic waveform. Therefore, she is classified as a congenital resonator. So she's had it since birth. Let's see. The fact that they said that Camellia is supposed to be an artificial resonator, though, means that that is a separate classification from mutant. I wonder if there's anyone here who actually is like a confirmed artificial. Morphe, maybe? Yep, he's a resonant as well. Revealed a non-convergent rebels curve with a steep rise in its middle section. Resonator Morphe is therefore classified as a mutant resonator. According to Resonator Morphe's reports, indications of his awakening began to manifest during his youth. His actual awakening was accompanied by a surge of intense anger. So all lore is hidden in character details. Lore. Yeah, no, I was a Twitter post I saw earlier today talking about how the black horns for Zani are from. Her horns are a result of a mutation that was, and it was in her backstory character detail stuff. Ciri was born with it, which is why she's in the Avenger squad at her age. So true. her bipolar disorder. I've got enough history with falling in love with Camellia and Camellia adjacent girls to understand that's what's redacted. Smile. I mean, I don't know if Camellia would definitely fall into the bipolar. I do have bipolar and I'm very familiar with it, and Camellia doesn't really have those kinds of long, intense up and down mood swings that are the clear marker of bipolar. She definitely seems to be more manic than anything else most of the time. That being said, I could see an argument for her having borderline personality disorder. Although maybe I don't know, she's... Actually, yeah, because borderline personality disorder does have your sense of self and whatnot, a sense of self-existence and worth heavily tied to the validation of others, and in Camellia's case, it's entirely tied to Rover, so there could be some argument for that there, I guess, but there's also a lot of other factors that go into BPD, but... Mutant, artificial, congenital... Okay, so there's mutant, artificial, congenital, and natural. Yang Yang's Justin's explanation is cool lore as to why she sounds dead as fuck, but people will only ever complain about hers because it's glaringly bland. Changli is a natural. Okay, Innocence of Heart. Let's take a look then. So there's a difference between the congenital and the natural then. Interesting. Precise timing of Resident Chang'Li's awakening remains uncertain. Reports indicate that Resident Chang'Li displayed early signs of fire manipulation during her childhood, often struggling to control it. However, as Chang'Li returned to adulthood, the frequency and stability of these manifestations slowly improved. Chang'Li's mark is located on her lower chest. Post-awakening examinations have identified specific alterations in her physical attributes. These include a gradual fading of hair color at the tips and feather-like burn marks on her left arm, emitting a fiery glow influenced by her forte. A spectrum pattern of Chang'Li mirrors the characteristics of fire, displaying a robust scintillating reaction in testing. Despite the exact trigger of her awakening remaining uncertain, no other sample with a resonant spectrum pattern similarity exceeding 60% has been identified. Resident Chang'Li's forte aligns closely with the mythical spirit bird of Huanglong folklore, possibly influenced by her early immersion in tales related to this legendary creature. Resident Chang'Li possesses the unique ability to compress flames into delicate feather-shaped projectiles. Her forte, once unleashed, has the power that creates scorching flames with exceptional heat, capable of devastating a large area. The telltale sign that her forte is active is the emergence of a lone fiery feather with an eye-like pattern on her forehead, which describes as the mind's eye. Analysis of test samples has revealed non-convergent rebels code with a stable rise. Occasional fluctuations within normal range have been detected. Therefore, Chang'Li is identified as a natural resonator. Resonator who naturally awakened their forte during their growth. Huh. Okay. So, I guess the difference between a natural and a congenital resonator is that a natural resonator will naturally awaken their forte more and more during growth, while a congenital just kind of fucking has the power, I guess. Let's see. Resonator born with innate forte. Yeah. So when it has a periodic waveform, they're classified as congenital because both Encore and Cartethia have periodic waveforms and are identified as congenital, so it's just so they've always had it. While someone like Chang'Li, on the other hand, it steadily awakens more and more as they grow, based on a non-convergent rebels code with a stable rise. Okay, versus like a very sudden and later stable rise, which shows that someone is a mutant. Is what I'm gathering, at least. So let's check with the sword quest. Chang'Li's, yeah, exactly, yeah. It's like puberty, lol. True. If puberty was creating fire so intense they burned away your life force in Chang'Li's case. Okay, you said Yang Yangs. Resonator Yang Yang reported heightened sensitivity to her surroundings since her childhood. Tacit mark of Resonator Yang Yang is located in the center of her forehead. Post-awakening observations found no notable physical change. As frequency fluctuations resurge, limited feather-like transformations have been observed on the ends of her hair. Resonator Yang Yang synchronizes with the surrounding air by detecting information in air streams and creating an energy field using converging airflow. Resonation spectrum pattern of Resonator Yang Yang displays over 20% resemblance to that of airflow and smaller bird species. With a strong scintillating reaction is present, the pattern also shares over 5% similarity with multiple other existing samples, indicating potential multiple or contaminating causes of awakening. Analysis of test samples has revealed a non-convergent rebels curve with a stable rise, thus showing for she's natural. Occasional fluctuations within the normal range have been detected, therefore she is identified as a natural resonator. The waveform graph for resonator Yang Yang displays stable elliptical fluctuations in the time domain window of normal patterns. Upon examination, all results fall within normal parameters. In terms of resonant criticality, resonator Yang Yang ranks at a relatively low level with high stability. Examination results appear to fall within normal parameters with no risk of overclocking. Resonator Yang Yang has a documented history of overclocking. Maximum recorded overclocking rating and negligible. Huh? During the event, Resonator Yang Yang experienced emotional overflow and temporary loss of forte control. Unfortunately, there were no casualties or hazards reported, though she suffered several comatose episodes due to the overstimulation. Further examination revealed that Yang Yang's heightened perception was causing harm to her body through her forte. The after effects have since stabilized, but the feather-like transformation on the end of her hair remained irreversible. Yang Yang's sensory overload has been managed, and her emotional state is stable, with a positive prognosis. Routine examinations are recommended for monitoring purposes. Interesting. So she had a particularly bad and overwhelming, sensory overload, essentially. Episode that caused her to overclock that one time. Even though she has a high level of stability and low chance of overclocking. Interesting. What is My Hero Academia? Smile. Yang Yang controls her overclocking by suppressing emotion. She's so adorable. Yeah, that is a cute way to take. That is a cute thing, or a cute design choice for her. Let's see. What is Uncle's? He is 82.5% more proficient in manipulating frequencies than the average resonator. He can engineer the amplitude and range of his frequencies in an instant, seemingly without doing any harm to himself. Wow, he sounds so good. He must be such a strong 4-star unit. Yeah, he's a natural resonator. I forgot not many people have her intimacy 5 because I'm one of the few people who bolt her as a hypercarry. I mean, hey, Yang Yang hypercarry, go burr. Like Chi is probably also oh no, they're a mutant. Oh, interesting. Some awakened things 6 years ago after being exposed to extreme temperatures and blazing flames. Yeah, that tracks. How about little shit? What was little shits? Power awakening was accompanied by symptoms of hyperthermia induced by prolonged exposure to low temperature environments. So mutants? Mutants, yeah. She can replicate the antiques using ice, achieved through resonation with the frequencies of said objects. However, detailed data collection has been hindered by the subject's unpredictable and uncooperative nature. Hell yeah. Truly the little shit of the game. We know that Sanhua has overclocked in the past, but what kind of resonator is she? So she must be mutants. Yep. Naru Maihodo. How about Yinlin? I'm wondering if there is another one who is... Okay, she's a congenital. Has pre-existing arrhythmia that may or may not be related to a forte. Blocking of a forte could potentially increase the risk of atrial fibrillation. Oh, interesting. Is there anyone who is a confirmed artificial? Because Camille is suspected to be artificial, but I don't know if there's anyone here who is a confirmed artificial. Shorekeeper, maybe? Is it even saying here? I mean, she's a program, isn't she? So I guess maybe not. Yeah, because she's composed entirely of high purity remnant crystals. Yeah, so she's not actually even technically a resonator. So she doesn't follow the same patterns and can't be classified the same way. Okay. Scar? Oh, a Scar Do we know that Scar is an artificial resonator? Yeah, we can't read up on him, unfortunately. Maybe a new Federation will get some, yeah. Shorekeeper is classified? Isn't Calculator artificial? Yeah, the moment you said new Federation, was like, maybe Calculator then? Because he is the only new Federation character, as far as I know. Nope, he's a natural resonator. Time of awakening remains unclear. According to Kakaro's reports, he endured extended periods in hostile environments and faced numerous life-threatening situations. As a result, his 14 naturally awakened as a means of self-protection. Surely if we click through one by one, we'll find out, right? Ah, yes, we don't even get any lore on Rover. Nothing is known. Going to assume that Chacona is probably a congenital or natural. Oh, actually, I don't think it's even classified in here, is it? Yeah, there's not even a mention of it in here. Interesting. Residence Evaluation Report, the journal entry of Ron Takata, head of the Takata family. I do not know if this is a blessing or a curse that has befallen my child. The child has mastered numerous instruments with ease. She tells me that the melodies in the music sheets appear not just as notes to her, but also a series of scenes. They are stories of the instruments and their performers. She took my hand and shared this perception with me, and that is when I discovered that Chacona can recreate aspects of the world through melodies. It is the realm of her own making, so she's definitely like a congenital. If she's been able to do it since childhood. As long as she can sense these melodies, Chacona can transform her poetry music into anything. The child has an innate curiosity about everything, making it easy for her to empathize with the stories and experiences of others. I fear this gift may bring her misfortune, that she will hear the echoes that hide within the darkness of shadows. Overclock Diagnostic Report, a journal entry of Ron Takata, head of Takata family. The Order was inevitably made aware of Chacona's ability. They deemed her destined to become the Takata family's most radiant chorister. Per protocol, they conducted a 4-day examination on her. These are the results. This member's waveform graph shows elliptical fluctuations with a stable time domain. No signs of normal fluctuations were observed. The test results are assessed as being within a normal phase. So yeah, the elliptical fluctuations means that she is a congenital. Resident criticality, high. This member possesses high stability with minimal risk of overclocking. Records indicate no history of overclocking. There is no current need for psychological counseling. All data appears to be normal, likely due to her perception of melodies being filled with wonder and hope. As she grows older, I sometimes wish she could be happy like this forever. Yet I know that became impossible the moment she took that key. Dun dun dun. Companion quest. Well, no rovers until game ends, probs. I mean, I don't know if it'll necessarily be until the game ends, but there'll definitely be a point where we will know more about Rover backstory, but I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they kept pushing past that, right? There's definitely still a lot of story you can tell once the Rover's backstory is fully known, because that's just explaining the amnesia and who the character is. I really like Alcara's food voice lines. Naruhodo. Have to give him a new goal when new Federation list releases. I think she has she's natural since as a kid she didn't have horns. True all natural music-based forte not being strongest resonator, missed opportunity. But Rover is just Solaris's Jesus. The tacit mark is only Rover sending her only child, who is herself, to the realm of man. So true, so real. Forte mark is diagonal across her back. Oh my. Post-awakening, she has undergone significant physical mutations, including the emergence of ram-like horns and a stunted tail extending from her coccyx. Let's see. Mutant resonator with an incubation. Oh, okay, with an incubation period. Okay. So it's suddenly become a lore video. Or lore stream, rather. Does he even get anything? Elliptical fluctuations. Okay, so he's also congenital. Okay, so Brand is also congenital. It seems like a lot of the Renacita ones, they don't necessarily get the same kind of assessments because they have different... Because I guess Renacita might have... Or Laguna, at least, might have different measuring standards and systems than they have in Huanglong. elliptical fluctuations tend to be pattern in the stable, so she's also congenital. Oh, this is just a waveform graph. That's not necessarily their bell curve, actually, now that I think about it. So does that mean that they are congenital? Letter of recommendation from the Order Orphanage. When I saw the glowing tassel mark on her upper left thigh, I immediately knew she was a blessing from Imperator. Interesting. So with Zani's, they straight up state that she is a mutant one. Non-convergent rebel curve. But a lot of them don't have any actual assessment of their... Yeah, because their waveform graph shows elliptical fluctuations. So this is not related. This is related to the overclocking, not related to the repel curve. So actually we don't know if Brant is... what type of resonator he is. Oh wait, it says right here he's a natural resonator. Yeah. I am certain of one thing. Captain Brandt is a natural resonator. Okay, so Captain Brandt is a natural one. They did his in more fun style, I guess. And did it say anything for Phoebes? Yeah, it doesn't seem like it actually specifically mentioned for Phoebe. I mean, she's either a natural or congenital, though, because it showed up when she was younger. Like, when she was in an orphanage and younger, so it seems likely that she's one of those two, but they didn't actually outright state in here, I guess. Imagine if Rova's sacrifice and story deletes Rova from your game for 3 patches just so she can do a surviving Lusum. Hell yeah, we need surviving Lusum and WuWa. I don't think the church cares about the resonator type. True. The fact that we haven't seen Phoebe learn about the truth of Imperator is another missed opportunity. I think it might end up looping back at some point, because we're not done with the church, right? Like, we left to go to a different city-state, but we're not done with the church. We're not done with Mr. Weird Mask Face Pope guy. We're not done with those storylines yet, so we're going to end up looping back on them at some point during version 2, I'm sure. Zania and Colada has a type. Gotcha. Separation of church and state. Phoebe can't be classified because she's part of the church. So true. Carlotta. Mutant resonator with an incubation period. Awakening occurred over a decade ago, and she possesses great control over her forte. So Camellia is suspected to be artificial. Zhangli Yao is mutant. Zhe. Sense of animation appeared in her childhood drawings, and her forte control improved alongside her painting skills. So natural or congenital then? Congenital, okay. Signs of her awakening manifested early in life, establishing a profound resonance with Sentinel Jue. Also a congenital. Have there been any natural ones other than Changli and Brant? And Yinlin was mutant, right? It's not congenital as well. Yeah, a lot of congenitals. What Jian? He's a mutant. Awakening was observed at Camp Overwatch located in Desert Rock Highland. This event was characterized by the accumulation of air currents around his body, forming a distinctive lance. Surely Verena is a congenital, right? Yep. As a child, she must be. We already know that Encore is one. Sanhua is a mutant. He's a mutant. What was Kalgaro again? He was also he was a natural, right? Yeah, he's another natural. Smile. What Donjin? Hopefully it feels like a good opportunity for character development. Yeah, it will be really... I really hope that they work Phoebe into when we loop back around and finally deal with the Pope and burning down the church and everything. We Pope Phoebes. Yes, Pope Phoebe. Yan Wu was a natural. That's right, yeah. Mutants? Yep, mutants. Notably, during Dungeon's Awakening events, she exhibited an uncontrollable state of emotional outburst. It is speculated that overwhelming emotions may have catalyzed her awakening. Naruhodo. Yohu was a congenital, right? No, a mutant. Right, because she, like, almost fucking froze to death. Jianxin is experienced her awakening 3 years ago. Was not triggered by an event, any event, and thus is observed as a natural awakening. Interesting. So she's a natural resonator, but it happened much later in her life. Baizhi experienced it 4 years ago after being exposed to a strong remnant energy source 1 year prior, so she's a mutant. Yep, with a dormant period. Shishia is a mutant. Yang Yang was she congenital? I forget. She's a natural. Okay, there's actually a lot of natural resonators. Lion Boy. Yang Qing Chi is a natural resonator as well. Lumi. Weirdly Scottish Rat is a congenital resonator. Tao Chi is a natural resonator. And Alto is... Since the day of his birth, congenital. Yeah. So... Unless Rachia and Cantarella, because I don't own those two, are... artificial, the only reference to an artificial resonator we have is Camellia. Yeah, the subject is expected to be an artificial resonator. However, the current pattern doesn't match any known samples. Therefore, this report is sealed for now. The exact timing of resonating Camellia's awakening is unclear due to her blanket disorder. She has been capable of utilizing her forte since awakening. Testament mark is located on her chest. Following her awakening, her body has exhibited clear signs of vegetative somatization. Both her right arm and head show alterations, with a degree of change intensifying alongside frequency fluctuations. Camellia's resonance spectrum pattern closely resembles that of a camellia flower, displaying a strong syntony reaction. However, the cause of Camellia's awakening remains unclear since no object that matches the changes in her resonance spectrum has been found. The initial phase of Rebel's curve displays multiple irregular fluctuations. Once Rebel's curve passes criticality, blank, redacted. Resonator Camellia's waveform graph exhibits needle-like fluctuations. The time domain pattern reveals intense chaotic activity with extremely high frequency. During testing, the time domain data displayed significant distortion and the peak value remains indeterminable. Actual chaos creature. Criticality low. Resonator Camellia's frequency displays extremely low stability with a high risk of overclocking. Resonator Camellia has a documented history of overclocking, max recorded overclocking rating high. According to Camellia's report, overclocking episodes occurred following her awakening and were frequently associated with the recovery from blank disorder, as well as emotional fluctuations. In the later stages of overclocking, her symptoms progressed to full-body vegetative somatization. This condition resulted in speech degradation, cognitive disorientation, and episodes of pain. The specific trigger for her current deterioration remains indeterminable. Regular physical examinations are mandatory, and scheduled compulsory intervention is required given the minimal efficacy of psychological counseling. The therapy doesn't work. Scheduled compulsory intervention is required. Goddamn, girl. Cantarilla doesn't have a report to Norrichia. Really? Interesting. Hey, welcome Ichika. Greetings from Japan. Hello Japan. Hello Richika. Welcome to the GOONDOLA to GACHA Hell. We are currently looking through character deep lore stuff and looking at the different kinds of resonators. And Shorekeeper doesn't have any of the typical classifications because she's literally a construct. Both Kanta and Rachia were gone from society at a very young age, as possibly when tested. Oh, Naruhodo. I wonder if we will get Second Awakening versions of characters down the line. That would be cool. I would not put it past them to create alter characters, but it would be... Yeah, I guess Second Awakening would make sense for them to put alter characters in this game. I definitely don't see alter characters happening much of any time soon, though, unless they were to do, like, 5-star versions of, say, Xia and Yang Yang, which it would make sense to do, but at the same time, they're both not particularly loved characters because of how they were handled in... ended up being handled in, like, the 1.x story, so they might not ever actually end up doing that. But it would be interesting to see if they ended up doing that. And making, like, a reawakened Chixia or something like that. Maybe the... I don't know, maybe the Chixia story in... What's it? Dreaming Deep here is trying to help improve the opinions of Chixia a bit in preparation for something like that. Smile. Testing the waters, so to speak. Alright, let's go talk to this child. Leap skills like in PGL would be cool. That would be an interesting system to work in. And it would be a pretty Kuro move to do something like that to make older characters more relevant. But whether they would do it for free characters, I think is a different story. Because none of the PGL leaps have happened to, like, free character. Oh wait, no. Original Lee got one. Original Lee is free, I'm pretty sure. It would be cool if they decided to do something like that, to implement something like that, though. ZZ already has Leap Ellen, let's go, Hypercarry Yang Yang, so true, so real. Calculator needs a leap when New Federation is released, so fucking true. At least get Yinlen up to par for the love of God. I mean, Yinlen isn't terrible. Smile. She just, as a coordinated attacker, has, like, an innate issue with her mechanics, which is that she is based on putting a single mark down, which makes her bad at whimpering wastes. The Sword of Courage? Yeah, exactly, they did leap Fire God Ailey. They haven't done, like, a lot of A-rank leaps in PGR, but they did do Ailey, who I am 90% sure was free. Since he's, like, OG cast. Not that in PGR it particularly matters if an A rank is free, because you're going to get every single fucking one of them anyways. God damn it, I feel like I only read half of that. Exactly where it is. Come for that. You must be in every corner. Metro map. Boy walks ahead and treasure map. This map. What do you find? This my mom. This map is a promise we made. Mom took me to play one time. I remember in that play, the adventurers wanted to have their wishes come true. So with the woolly fairy's help, they set off to find the legendary regs, just like in the story you told us. Says the guy, Yinlin isn't terrible, says the guy that dropped Kalkian comps for easier quickswap flame goal. I did not drop Kalkaro Yinlin for Chun-Li. Chun-Li just happened to be actually the good quickswap unit. I dropped Kalkaro Yinlin because they fucking destroyed Kalkaro Yinlin from being good. And Kalkaro Yinlin is still cope mostly because Kalkaro is cope. But Kalkaro also doesn't have a Brant to make him not cope. Although, actually, now that I think about it, you could probably work Brant into a Kalkaro comp to make him not as cope. I should probably fuck around with that at some point. I still never finished building my Kalkaro just because... Shrug. But, like... Zhongli Yao Yinlin is still his best normal team if you're not a psychopath who plays Chun-Li Yao like I do. And Zhongli Yao Yinlin will still beat Chun-Li Yao unless you play Chun-Li Yao really well. Ellen and Yinlin are both launch-ish units that are both beloved and both fell off hard over the patches. Just kind of makes sense for Yinlin to get up. I mean, fair, but also, is Yinlin actually that beloved? Like, there was a lot of excitement around her when she came out, but is she actually still that beloved of a character? I'm asking this, like, genuinely, because I don't really know. I don't really have a good read on the popularity and belovedness of many characters in this game. Especially ones that weren't, like, intensely part of the main story. Electra is the most neglected child? So true. At least Zhongli Yao was free for those who were playing around that time, though. Wait a second. Okay. Before the stream started, because I'm lacking brain sugar now very noticeably. The Veradog hopes that she is beloved. Veradog has Lupa and Augusta now. Exactly, see? That's the problem, Acid. Any belovedness that Yinlin might have had by the Veradogs has been replaced by the Veradogs now having Lupa, who's also a big part of the main story. Heading off, enjoy Encore story. Alright, thanks Jonathan, it's good seeing you. I want to see my mama again. Yep. No, her mom's fucking dead. No! How dare they lie to this child that she's on a mission far away? Oh no. We've given this child with a dead mother hope.
安可明白，大人们会说很多安慰的话，这些话不坏，但听起来总是痒痒的。以前安可也听过很多这样的话，所以能分辨什么是真的，什么是假的。像这张藏宝图，安可知道这一定不是假的。真的吗？相信安可。既然这是妈妈留下来的藏宝图，那就应该去找找看。而且，其实我和漂泊者也在找这个故事的结局。现在结局的线索就送上门来了，队长，我们去找找看吧。
Time to go make this motherless child smile.
冒险小队现在出发，目标是找到传说中的3件宝物。不过我对金州不熟，小莹有去过那里吗？去过的，以前妈妈会带我去那里玩，但她说过附近偶尔会有残像出没，一定不要一个人跑过去。
所以，他才想要陪你一起过去。
那我们一起去就好了。
Rova's like, I'll be your mother, it's fine. We'll go on the field trip together. Okay, I'm done eating the tacos. So now I have brain sugar, but also my hand is covered in hot sauce and hot sour cream, so I will be right back, chat. And we are so back, chat. Thank you, Brainroll Background, for your service as always. Just wish that Frolova will be released by herself as the marketing drip started this morning. Smile. Give me time to save Lupa will eat my asteroid. So true. Hey, orphan girl, turn that frown upside down. Are you saying you don't want this orphan girl to smile, Acid? Is that what you're telling me right now? You don't think this orphan girl deserves to have a fun adventure? To get to experience and fulfill the promise that she made with her dead mother? Besides, at least if Rover's her mom, she won't die.
Can I go past this weird wibbly wobbly barrier? I've actually never tried. I guess we're about to find out. I mean, it's designed to, like, stop tacit discords from getting across it, right? Hey, we're just fine.
交给我吧，风起，阴明邪，接当审判。希望这个有用。北道金行。
Hello.
莫向我伸，财阀尽罪，毁灭，敲醒，赦罪，风动浪随，救起，随我共战，剑阳狂澜，此剑斩灭诸恶。
Yeah, Fleur-de-Lis's Chinese voice is about exactly what I expected it to be. As an old person like myself, you remember Shanghai Noon? You hear that, father? You don't know what that is because you're a little... I haven't thought about Shanghai Noon in so fucking long. It's okay, we can be hags together, Acid. We love hags in this chat. In fact, we're forced to because I am a hag. Flowers. I love Pearl Leaf. It's used to make some kind of med item, I forget which. I think it's like the basic revive inhalers or something. Ooh, ore. I'm getting very distracted on my way over to this objective. I love that Chong-Li can break ore in a single swipe. It's so nice. Although if we're going to be doing more running around, I might swap to my Huanglong exploration team. Which is the same one, except for I replace Chong-Li with Phoebe. Since Phoebe is movement creep in Huanglong. Look at these little shits surrounding our treasure map mark.
宝剑应该就藏在这附近。
这里有好多乌卡卡，他们是在聚会吗？好可怕！别担心，有我和大姐姐呢。
What the funniest, meanest thing, so true.
你还不知道吧？阳面勇士以前也遇到了比自己强100倍的大怪猫，他害怕的一直发抖。真的吗？当然是真的，但他一步也没有后退过。因为他的朋友们就在身后，所以他必须战斗。就像现在，要是被这点怪物吓倒。 那可太不像个勇者了。
Says the child with magical fire murder abilities.
速战速决吧，安可。
You can't back down just because there's a few terrifying monsters that are the same kind that probably killed your mother. Come, powerless child, stand behind me. Lupa reels Owen Wilson couldn't keep a straight face saying it either. That's great.
当然啦，毕竟我们还打过更厉害的，这才哪到哪。大姐姐，你说是吧？
Ugh, I'm
真
beat.
的吗？怎么感觉不像呢？让安可仔细看看，还是很精神的嘛。
Do not give me a checkup, child.
我们快看
Keep your
看
hands
是
off
不
of
是真
me.
的有宝剑吧？那里是不是有个什么机关，要把什么东西放进去？ 但是有点高，我和小莹都够不到。
我来吧。
Then stand on each other's
看上
heads.
去是需要把
It's
藏宝图
fine.
放进去。
Puzzles! Huh? Ain't no way. Encore, what the fuck are you doing?
哇，居然还有机关！
杨幂故事里没有吗？
毕竟是冒险嘛，总会有剧本中没有的小插曲出现啦。
Is Encore manipulating reality with her powers
好高啊！
just for the sake of this motherless child?
攀爬游戏还没这么高，不往下看就没那么害怕啦。很简单的，来。
It's very sweet that Encore is manipulating and bending reality to her own whims, all for the sake of this motherless child. Ah! No, goddammit, really? Really, get that here? Why? No! Oh, I pressed F, it's fine.
就是故事中的那把能够切开一切的宝剑吗？是能够劈山碎石的勇气之宝剑。
Looks unique.
居然是木头做的，这里还缺了一小块。啊，这里还有一封信。
Don't touch the sword, child, you'll cut yourself.
里面写了什么呀？
Don't get a splinter.
我亲爱的小小勇士，相信你已经拿到第1件宝物了吧？现在你肯定在想，这宝剑看起来也太普通了。这样普通的木剑，怎么会是传说中的勇气之宝剑呢？先别急着失望，想想你寻找宝剑的过程。在你来的路上，是不是遇到了很多困难？脚下的海浪看起来那么高，而头顶的宝箱看起来那么远。但是，你还是向上攀登，一步一步走到这里。
Oh,
这就是你对
cute.
勇气的回答。而这把看起来普通的木剑，就是你勇气的证明。
Man, Encore's mouthing along with it. It's almost like she knows what's written on the note.
哎，上面就是这样写的，安可怎么知道的？
She definitely didn't write it.
杨幂故事里也出现过这段话。
接下来呢？这封信有提到下一个宝物的线索吗？我们还有2件宝物没找到呢。
Someone make the Chinese stop. But I like doing 1.x story in Chinese.
啊，有的。
Cantarella's problem: mutant resonator from taste testing poisons all her child. Oh, naruhodo.
上面写着“小小的勇士，冒险可不会在这里就停止。”
So I haven't done Cantarella's companion quest either, so I'm lacking on her backstory.
想要实现愿望，光有勇气还不够。
Well, 6 crit damage for 5 crit rates, so you're at 75, 160 now. I think that's... I mean, that is probably very moderately better just because that's 10 crit value instead of 6 crit value, but it does skew your ratio a bit more towards crit rate since you're at an 85, since you'll be at an 85, 160 now.
低头看，而那象征着信念的盾牌，就埋藏在你目光所及之处。 每一块看上去不一样的沙地里，都可能埋藏着宝物，也可能什么都不会有。沙地
是指那里吧？
那我们去看看吧。接下来就是沙地寻宝游戏啦。
Now, how do we get this child down from here? Step on my back, child. I'll keep you safe.
万类化生。
勇敢的冒险者
Just keep you got 10 basic attack percent, so it should balance itself out. Oh yeah, no. If you got another substat on top of that, it's definitely better.
说中的信念之盾牌。据说这个盾牌考验着冒险者们的心，只有最坚定的勇者才能找到。好，尽头
Time
十
to
足。
comb the beach.
我们可以分头去找，小莹负责左边，安可负责右边，中间的部分就交给大姐姐吧。要是找到什么特别的东西，就拿到我这里来，我们一起看看。好的。
Alright, child, time to run your fingers raw, scraping all the sand off of the beach. Dig. An abandoned treasure chest.
对你有用便好。
Hey, an infinitesimally small amount of credits. Let's go. Dig up an old boot. Hey, no littering. Oh, one last spot. This isn't on the beach. This is in a rock.
找到了，
On the beach.
这应该就是信念之盾牌。哦，还有一封信。收起来，给安可他们看看吧。
I wonder if I can talk to Ying right now. Nope.
大姐姐怎么样？你找到盾牌了吗？
I'm the luckiest Lupa's player alive. Oh, did you pull the guy? Oh, did you pull the character you were looking for, Equinox?
好厉害！看来找东西还得看你。我去找小莹过来吧。
你们看，这应该就是故事里所说的盾牌了。
这也是木头做的，但看起来很精致呢。配合那把勇气之宝剑，一定能让勇者。
It's so well made. Look at this shitty wooden shield with a bunch of
打造盾牌的
scratch
人
marks on
肯
it.
定很了不起吧？
There's also a
想必
letter.
里面会有花冠的线索。小莹，快看看信里写了什么。好，我来看看。这上面写着：“再次恭喜你，我的小小勇士。即使努力过后仍一无所获，你也没有放弃寻找。这面信念之盾牌
I need more
就是
snacks,
你
so I'm
应
gonna be
得的
eating
嘉
granola
奖。
now, which means crinkly, crunchy ASMR.
在未来，当你感到迷茫的时候，不妨想想这次旅行的意义吧。藏在我们心中那坚定的信念，会带领我们穿过迷雾，看见希望之光。而接下来，我会告诉你有关希望之花冠的线索。请带上小小的心愿，到我们约定的小花田去吧。小花田，约定的花田。啊，原来如此。我想，我知道那个地方。大家可以陪我去吗？那太好了。安可当然要去，大姐姐，我们出发啦！
北道艰行。
I
took control of Camellia due to brain rot on people's minds. Also, I took control of Sanhua. What do you mean by took control of? Question mark? Oh god. I'm not choking on granola. You're choking on granola. Talking while having a mouthful of granola is great. This is what we get for watching a pseudo-Chinese colonialized streamer trying to get in touch with his roots. KW. Hey. Fuck you. You're right, but fuck you, ass. The unlocked glider for Huanglong? Oh yeah, as in like the flying? Yeah. As the new Huanglong area releases, that'd be interesting. I still wonder if they're ever going to implement it in the old areas, just because the old areas, I guess, are designed to not have access to flying. I don't really know how much it actually matters if you could fly in it, though.
就是这里了，这里光秃秃的，什么都没有。现在确实是这样，但之前这里开着很多鸢尾花。这里是妈妈的小花田，她很喜欢花。
哦。
她不忙的时候总是种很多。她走之前还把这片小花田交给我，说等她回来了要和我一起，所以我每天都来给这些花浇水，希望它们能开得更久一点。但这些花的花期很短，最后还是都凋谢枯萎了。爸爸说，别伤心，这是生命流转的自然规律。
Oh no. Is it possible to climb walls too fast? Fair point.
我当然知道，只是总会想起和妈妈的约定。我真的好想她。我现在都知道了，这个盾牌和剑都是妈妈留给我的宝物。
That's why she didn't come back. She's waiting for you to replant the flowers. And it's just shut the fuck up.
还有这里，
This poor motherless child deserves better.
和我一起编一顶花冠吧，小莹，小莹，小莹。
That's not how you say ying.
安可，漂泊者，谢谢你们。其实之前看到爸爸拿着地图时难过的样子，我才留下这份藏宝图，可能只是想和我玩一个游戏。就像大人们说的那样，实现愿望的大门果然是不存在的吧。我可能真的再也见不到他了，我不能再和他说话，不能告诉他我长大了。但是妈妈一定是想要给我一个惊喜，
Damn.
让我开心。我还是很开心，因为我们一起把妈妈留下来的宝物都找到了。这把剑和这面盾牌，我会一直好好保存的。而这次冒险就在这里结束吧。谢谢你们，安可，漂泊者。
But wait, if Encore created that sword and shield with her authoritative power, can they continue to exist without Encore doing something, like concentrating them or something?
队长都还没宣布冒险结束，你怎么就要先走啦？不过算了，今天的冒险就到这里吧。安可也要好好想想。你不是问过我《阳明勇士冒险故事》的结局吗？虽然陪你找宝物的旅途结束了，但阳明小队的冒险还要继续呀。那些故事安可还没有讲完呢。这样吧，明天下午的时候，小莹愿意来这里听安可讲故事吗？明天 就在这里吗？你要是想见证羊咩小队的冒险，就过来听听看，可不要缺席。好的，那明天再见了，安可，漂泊者。明天再见了，小莹。
See you tomorrow,
姐姐
Ying.
你觉得就这样结束的话，算是个好结局吗？
I think it's a good ending. She also come to terms
毕
with her
竟
mother's
小莹
death.
拿到了她妈妈留给她的宝物。如果这是故事，就应该会这样结束：小小的勇士终于获得了妈妈留下的宝物，理解了妈妈的用心。但安可还是觉得缺了什么，因为在这个结局里，最后他并没有见到实现愿望的大门，就像羊咩勇士的故事一样。你觉得羊咩勇士最后实现自己的愿望了吗？
It won't come true.
就算没有实现
Life's a
愿
bitch
望
sometimes,
羊咩勇
kid.
士也还是会继续冒险。
I just realized when I said colonial ice cream, you choked on a fucking granola bar like the true colonial ass Chinese man that you are. Silence, acid. I'll also have you know that this is loose granola, not a granola bar. Hence, it's easier to choke on.
他积累了好多故事，也认识了好多朋友。他会一直记得这段旅途上遇到的人和事。但其实羊咩勇士的故事没有结局。大姐姐记得最开始，小莹在给我们藏宝图的时候，有提到一个舞剧吗？小莹说，那场舞剧讲了什么，她早就忘了。她只知道舞剧的主角为了实现自己的愿望，一直在寻找着传说中神奇的宝物。当我听到她说这句话的时候，我就知道，那张藏宝图所指的并不是羊咩勇士的宝剑，而是小莹的妈妈留给她的礼物。要不要猜猜看，为什么安可会知道？那场舞剧讲的就是羊咩勇士的故事。安可记得里面的每一个细节，因为那个舞剧
Was written by Encore when she was 2 years old. Oh, never mind. Oh, cute. That's sweet.
大姐姐，安可现在就把这个故事讲给你听。
Oh? We finally got Encore people?
这次的故事里，没有那些有趣的冒险，也没有那些恐怖的怪物。它并不发生在很久以前，也不发生在很遥远的地方。它发生在一个小房间里。一个小女孩每天晚上都要和妈妈一起玩角色扮演游戏。女孩扮演着羊咩勇士。
Damn, Encore's mom though would.
她和妈妈一起创造了一个又一个关于勇气、信念和希望的故事。它也发生在一个剧团里，一个小女孩每天坐在剧院的舞台之下，幕布拉开，音乐响起，她看着妈妈从搭建背景板开始，将羊咩王国从故事里搬到现实的舞台上。从此，羊咩王国开始一点一点构建，羊咩勇士也开始了自己的冒险。小小的羊咩勇士努力攀登上最高的山峰，去寻找那传说中最锋利的、能够劈山碎石的宝剑。那其实是为了记录小女孩的勇敢。她爬上云梯，帮妈妈拿下高处的工具。小小的羊咩勇士又认真寻找过每一块浅滩，他仔细寻找， 只为了找到那能抵御风暴的、充满信念的盾牌。
This is very cute.
这其实是小女孩翻遍家里的每一个角落，去找晚饭时妈妈藏起的莓果糖。妈妈把她的这些生活都记录下来，于是阳面王国的世界越来越大，阳面勇士的故事也越来越长。舞剧在一座又一座城市上演，妈妈的身体却越来越长。
No.
直到剧演最后一场，阳面勇士本将要摘得那希望的花冠，但幕布拉开时，已经无人能够鼓掌。
Damn. Did they really name this shot Encore just so they could make that pun?
妈妈本来说，当巡回剧演最后一场的掌声响起时，她要抱着我到舞台上许下愿望。但那场剧演还没完成，妈妈就病倒了。我好害怕，为了让妈妈好起来，我想了好多办法。我在纸上写了好多我每天要完成的事。当时我想，只要我和故事里的主角一样，每天做个乖孩子，妈妈就能恢复健康。但妈妈的病还是越来越重，我的努力没有让她好起来。那扇能实现愿望的大门也始终没有出现。当时，安可不知道该怎么办了。但妈妈让我坐在她的床边，把那些故事一篇一篇讲给她听。于是，我和她讲黑面勇士，讲白面仙子，讲很多很多。每到这时候，妈妈就非常开心，而黑面白面也是这时候从故事里走出来，陪伴在安可身边。妈妈说，他们是生活的延伸，这些故事会一直陪伴着安可。而在妈妈离开后，安可就要作为阳面勇士去经历自己的冒险了。不管是在孤儿院，还是到黑海岸，安可都把自己遇到的事好好记下来。
It was in the orphanage, so Encore had a mom and now a dead mom and had no dad, I guess.
因为只要听到这些故事，妈妈就会知道安可又经历了什么冒险，认识了哪些朋友。
Oh, that's very sweet reason for Encore to be like so obsessed with writing
再后
stories
来，
and
安
telling
可就想续
stories.
写妈妈没完成的那个阳面勇士的故事。这阳面勇士有了自己的朋友，他要和自己的朋友一起冒险，去寻找那个愿望门。因为只有找到那扇愿望门，他才能把所有的故事讲给自己的妈妈听，才能问妈妈自己做的好不好。所以，他说他有好多话想要说给妈妈听。安可也是这样，也有好多好多话，好多故事，
Damn.
想让妈妈听听看。那个时候，安可确实想到了自己，想到了阳面勇士。
Hello, fellow child. I too am motherless.
虽然阳面勇士的故事没有结局，但小莹的故事会不会不一样？她是不是可以实现自己的愿望，见到妈妈呢？可最后小莹说，冒险都结束了，故事只是故事。 虽然他说自己非常开心，说自己已经满足了，但安可看到了他的表情，他看起来好难过，好难过。安可知道这样的感觉，就像以前，安可不管做什么，妈妈的病都不会好起来。只有在安可讲故事的时候，妈妈才会那样开心。是妈妈让安可感受到故事的力量。于是，当安可独自踏上旅途时，黑咩白咩穿过幻想的帷幔，来到了安可身边。所以安可才和小莹说，冒险不会就这样结束。我希望这个故事能继续下去，能有个更完满的结局。
Cute。
所以，大姐姐，
大姐姐，
安可想要把这个故事写完，但是我们该怎么做呢？我没有办法把小莹的妈妈找回来，毕竟现实中确实没有只要通过了就能够实现愿望的大门。故事里，
我记得白咩说过，如果在现实中遇到了解决不了的事，可以回到阳咩王国去找。安可也说过，实现愿望的大门就藏在那里，不是吗？而且，你也一直想要写完阳咩勇士的故事吧？那这场冒险最后的舞台，就选在阳咩王国吧。
安可明白了。我可以邀请你和小莹到阳咩王国去，和我阳咩勇士一起来一次真正的冒险。但是，阳咩王国可不是随便就能去的。
Friends。
当然啦，我们可是一个冒险小队的。那我们就编一顶花冠送给他，告诉他冒险还没结束吧。我记得那顶花冠汇聚了无数种类的花，能反映人的想法，永不凋零，永远开放。这样的花冠要怎么做出来呢？
Drag Camellia, she's great with flowers.
懂花的朋友。
Okay, over now.
维里奈姐姐。对呀，维里奈姐姐那么喜欢花，她是花朵的好朋友。我们一起去找她问问吧。
Time to go find Verena. Damn, when I ate those tacos earlier, I took all my meds, including my sleep med, and it's kicking in surprisingly fast. I am now in the very heavy, slid down, relax mode on my chair.
漂泊者，啊，还有安可，你们好呀。今天是过来看花的吗？要等等哦，这些花还有点害羞。
I think Camellia would traumatize a girl. Even more, what do you mean? It'd be a really pretty red wreath, or wreath of red flowers and thorns and whatnot. Builds character.
维里奈姐姐，我们想知道怎样才能编出希望之花冠。希望之花冠。
Besides, if Rover was the one to ask her to be nice, I'm sure she could manage it for her for at least a few minutes. You give Verena a rundown of the story.
你们是想帮小莹完成妈妈留下的故事，实现她的愿望。但我也不知道要怎样才能做出这样的花冠。按故事里的说法，这顶花冠需要汇聚许多种类的花，能够反映人的想法，还要永不凋零，永远开放。要让花反映人的想法，我能想到的就比如水灯花，这种花在晚上会发出微光，路过的人会需要它来指引方向。
How does that reflect people's thoughts at
或
all?
是傲寒钟，这种花会开在冰天雪地里，要是在寒冷的冬天看到它，肯定会感到高兴。还可以是云露，因为它很甜蜜，想到它的时候就会想到甜丝丝的糖果。但这些花的花期各不相同，要编织在同一个花冠上实在困难，更别说还要它们永不凋零，永远开放。哦，是呀，记得之前维里奈姐姐给大姐姐编出了一朵黑花呢。那还是不一样的哦，用功名利变出的花只是普通的造物，轻轻一挥就消散了。这和生命可不一样，生命都有自己的历程，从盛开到枯萎。
I mean, that
每一
Blake
刻都在
bloom
记录着自己的
survived
感
plenty long
受。
enough.
感受。哎，安可知道了。虽然我们没办法编织出故事里那样的花冠，但是可以用感受编织成自己的花冠呀。就是把感受编织进花冠里。以前我和妈妈一起做花冠的时候，她总会让我去挑选自己喜欢的花。如果开心，我就会拿上红亮亮的花朵，因为看上去心里都暖融融的。不开心的话，我就会去拿蓝色的花。这时候花朵的种类就不是很重要啦，大家注重的就是当时的感受嘛。
Everyone has
这
different
样的话，编
feelings.
织成花冠送给小莹，把我们想要实现愿望的想法告诉她。啊，我明白了，把自己的感受编织进花冠里，这样一来就能传达自己的心意啦。就是这样。大姐姐，我们去找能表达自己感受的花吧。当她看到花冠时，就会知道冒险小队的故事还在继续。这样的话，我们就能一起进入阳眠王国，说不定就能实现愿望啦。那我也来帮忙吧。你们收集完可以把那些花朵拿给我，我来把它们编织成花冠。好，谢谢维里奈姐姐。那我们去找啦。
Oh, she just called Verena older sister. I guess Verena is slightly older than
要是找
Encore.
到了代表自己感受的花，黑咩，你看这朵花。
I have so many Duviches and Angelicas, though.
北道金行。
This is lemongrass.
北道金行。
Oh, butterflies. Oh, I guess I grabbed both the butterflies. No! The blue butterfly.
怎么样？你们找到自己想要的花了吗？这
Pink
束花粉
flower.
粉的，在选择这束花的时候，你心情一定很愉快吧？还有这些，这是
I
安可
love
选
being
的。
in a good mood while ripping a living thing out of its roots so I can make something pretty out of
安
it.
可选了好多花呀，都代表着什么呀？看，像这朵花金灿灿的，颜色和大姐姐的眼睛好像。安可选了看起来能代表大家的花，如果把它们编织在一起，就能代表我们阳面小分队的冒险啦。 很特别的寓意呢。将这些花编织成花冠，一定非常好看。还有，维里奈姐姐，可不可以在花冠这里空出一块来呀？空出一块，是留给小莹的，因为我们不知道代表着小莹感受的花是怎么样的，所以要给她空出一个位置来，让她决定要不要将自己的感受放上去。我明白了，接下来就交给我吧。谢谢维丽奈姐姐。大姐姐，等花冠做好了，我们就能去和小莹讲故事啦。约定的时间是明天下午，别忘了哦。
Gotta wait for the afternoon. Oh wait, it has to be tomorrow though, right? Yep.
北道惊行。
Dog.
顺境。
Immortal dog. So we can kill a fox, but not a dog. And bunnies.
北道惊行。
Girl, you put all this shit together?
大姐姐，你来啦！
Where the fuck did you find all this stuff?
当然没有啦，你很准时嘛，安可也才准备好。你看这个简易小舞台，这是我和黑咩白咩一起搭的，是不是非常棒？
It looks a bit small. You could have done better in the course of a single day,
多
child.
点时间，给你做出个比荆州城门还大的美。黑咩是这样说的。但这只是我们用来讲故事的小舞台。我想试试妈妈讲故事的方法，毕竟阳面勇士最开始是妈妈和我一起讲的故事嘛。而且这样一来，故事或许就更生动啦。不过，也不知道小莹今天会不会来，毕竟昨天也只是口头约定一下。
Damn, no pinky promise, bro.
安可，漂泊者，久等了。啊，好，谢谢。好啦，这样一来，我们阳面探险小分队的成员都到齐了。现在准备好听故事了吗？准备好了。这个舞台是…… 这就是舞剧的小戏台，在这小小的舞台上，阳面勇士的冒险就要拉开序幕了。你们还记得之前的冒险进行到哪里了吗？我记得阳面勇士想要去寻找3件宝物，但不知道他有没有找到。没错，阳面勇士要出发去寻找3件宝物。这次他当然也不是一个人去冒险。 而是和朋友们一起攀登上最高的山峰。这山峰好高好高，底下又有奔腾的海浪，他好几次将要摔下，但都被朋友们拉起。最终，他获得了传说中的勇气之宝剑。接着，他又认真找过每一块浅滩。 浅滩实在是太大，他 他只能找到一线朋友们帮助了他。最终，他们他找到了吗？没有，他走到传说中最美的花海，却发现花海中的花朵都已经干枯。那和我们一样，但是朋友们想要为他续写这场冒险。朋友们学来很多花，将自己的感受编织进花冠里。粉色的花是希望他看到就会开心，蓝色的花是希望他不害怕一切困难。这顶花冠汇聚着朋友们对冒险不同的感受和情感。朋友们把这顶花冠送给他。这就是故事里的花冠。朋友看到花冠的时候这样评价：这花冠并不完整，缺少了最重要的一朵。小莹，这个花冠里缺少了代表你的感受和愿望的花。
Okay.
我的感受，我知道了，这里缺少了一株鸢尾花。我一直想让妈妈看见她种下的鸢尾花盛开，但那些鸢尾花已经枯萎了。要是可以呢？可以。要是我们能找到鸢尾花，能找到实现愿望的大门，小莹会想要继续冒险吗？我当然想，但现实中不是没有这样的大门吗？这只是一个故事。去故事里。
154. Oh shit! Did I do all my dailies? Sick.
“没错，因为故事可不仅仅是故事哦。当你相信故事，故事就真的存在。就像现在，朋友们的感受汇聚在花冠中，慢慢变成了一扇大门。这扇大门会一直通往阳面王国的最深处，在那里，鸢尾花也在继续开放。” 那么，要相信他。我愿意相信。太好了，那我们出发。
It would appear that my star rail thinks that my controller is turned on, even though it's not. Good thing dailies isn't PGR patch today. I thought PGR patch was still in like over a week. I'm pretty sure. I also didn't do PGR dailies today, but I already reset Smile.
Damn, I couldn't finish my dailies in time because my game was freaking out. Sad. June 25th, so that means the same time as BB's. Oh no, it is, isn't it? Oh, I guess it just swapped over. Oh, wait a second. The future trend is exactly the same. It's just reversed. That's kind of funny. Pay to win the worst stuff. Victory and banter event is so much easier when you use fluid release. Really interesting. Ooh, a max level pressure boo. Let's go. We buy every S rank we see. Oh, that's all the S ranks for today. Anyone worth leveling up? Probably not, no. Good, it's time for buying all the daily bamboo energy modules. These guys are for herbal remedies, and these guys are for tools. Which means I ideally want to get another Electro Boo leveled up. Ether Boo good for wondrous gadgets. Don't need that. They have two of these guys maxed out, right? Yeah, that's enough to just cycle between those two. I don't really anyone else I need to level up, so I might as well get this pressure boo leveled up for when it rotates through. And sure, another electro boo. Why not? The only one of these that actually matters is the Cloud Gate Chime, because that one is actually a bonus sales right now. More money. And I guess... Sure, that's probably the most expensive non-hot item. Yeah, that looks like it's probably fine. It's a good amount of income maximization. Alright, let's see what our fortune looks like today. Damn, no streamer luck today. Oh, but that was a new divination to the list. Oh, wait, shit, I guess I also need to cash this in. Hey. 12 out of 18 unlocked, let's go. Also overcapped on battery charge. Wait, shit, did I not do my battery charge stuff last night? Whoops. Which means coffee. And also means we're on triple routine cleanup right now? Okay. What's even worth farming right now for this though? I even need to farm? Ah, screw it. More of this. Sure, why not? Although I should probably just use 2 of these for this. And then we'll put an actual stamina on things that we need, which I believe...
Awaiting further
Goes building a
instruction.
light
I'm at your
town currently. Which means... Oh, okay. Doink. Yeah, I still need a few more of these. Did burn my stamina in here, right? Okay, yeah, I did.
Copy. Target locked. An opening that can be down. The time. Fire support ready. Adjusting for wind. Step back. Let me handle this. Concentrate. You're in my sight.
What's a bundy stamina?
Out of
my way! Now's our chance! Breaking through!
I'll pierce right through.
I'll take you!
Show no mercy.
Pretty much never be using the whole basic EX attack on non-stunned enemies with Yi Xuan, but it is much farmer for farming HIA stuff.
Engage. Adjusting for wind. The melody of combat.
Weasels attempt a sneak attack!
Disappointing. Supporting position. You're in my sights. I'll pierce right through.
Give them a taste of Yonggui's summon!
Leave it to me. Show no mercy.
Press chipper. Leave
Step
this to
back.
me!
Let me concentrate. I'll pierce right through.
Lucy's artillery, yeah. Her, what's it? Her M6 does in fact work with hold basic attack. It's very funny seeing all the pigs. It's similar to using Bernice's EX.
Ready and waiting.
I shall follow your orders.
Should probably be enough to max out Lycaon now. As far as I care to max them out, at least. Yeah, he doesn't need an 11 parry. It doesn't actually come up that often for him to parry in Mono Ice. Since you're off generally trying to parry with Sokaku instead. That being said, Sokaku still needs more. So you keep farming this until Sokaku is built as well. Because Sokaku is actually the main sub DPS in Mono Ice for funny reasons. Oh, known issues in optimization, but no apologems? How dare you? New events? Oh, right, the triple bounty. Did this just start? Is this only like a 4-day thing? I swear this wasn't here yesterday. There's some crazy and missed one somehow. Has this been going this whole week? Am I like, have I been throwing this entire week by not doing this? Shit, did I miss like 3 triple drops? Five days only? Okay, so I missed 1 day of triple drops. Damn, still missed 1 day, but that's better than missing an entire week. In Encore's story, the Woolly Kingdom is a place where wishes come true and stories come alive. If the gateway of wishes feels elusive in the real world, perhaps it lies hidden within a story. Got some KFC on the way home? What degrees? Hell yeah. KFC outside the US is great. KFC in the US is really mid.
好漂亮的天空，这里就是阳面王国吗？那大姐姐和我就当这次冒险的向导吧。这次的故事比之前要长很多，看起来也会有些之前没遇到的机关，而实现愿望的大门应该就在这里最深处。队长，快确认这次行动的目标吧。好。 终于可以把阳面勇士冒险的故事写完了，那我们快出发吧。
Encore makes very cute poses.
好像过不去。别担心，看下面那个台子，我们能飞过去。
Glide. What happens if I land over here? Death? Does this lead to death? It leads to death. Invisible wall. Oh no.
阳面快跑！哇！
这里有机关。
Plunging attacks,
我
eh?
可知道怎么办。小时候和妈妈一起玩过，只要让这些图案和墙壁上的图案一样，就可以打开隐藏的大门了。在阳面勇士的故事里，这可是重要的机关。门开了。
Wow, what a challenging puzzle not designed by a child.
看这些气流，我们能飞上去了。 我也能，好像飞到头了，好有趣。当见到妈妈了，我要和她说这件事。
那我们赶紧找找出口吧。
又是这样的机关啊！我知道了，先找找附近有没有提示。
I wonder where the clue could be. It could not be this giant thing on the wall.
哇，真厉害！一下就解开了机关。好多怪物，
但这拦不住我们。
真好玩！我也不怕，我有妈妈留给我的最锋利的宝
Mom
剑。
gave it so like cut through anything. Oh no, the child is trying to fight monsters with a wooden sword. We must save her.
赤灵，顺境，诛邪进展。
Ah, I missed the swap back window. Damn.
坠落吧，恶徒！
Bink.
骑士的直觉告诉我，在那边。
Bink.
万类化身
That's the correct way. There must be loot here. Yes.
是你
Loot.
喜欢的吗？
You can also reach the mechanism from this way. Haha. If I remember correctly, it's double black in the
刚
center.
刚房间的墙壁上好像有提示，去看看吗？
是气流声，我们回去看看。
It's dangerous to go alone. Here, take this.
你又要飞了吗？
For fleur-de-lis, is jump combo worth doing and ending with E into E2 instead of plunge? I mean, it's definitely a combo option. The E plunge E2 is really just like the faster way, to build up her ult, which is like the main appeal of the. Oh, I guess I don't have enough resonance energy to show it, but the E plunge E2 is ideal just because the E2 will combo skip into basic 3, so it's just lets you skip to the end part of basic faster if you end with the E2, which is why E plunge E2 just builds up like the correct amount, where you can do basic 3 through 5, and then after that 2 charge attacks builds you up to ult. So it's just the fastest way to access, but you can still do other combos on Catethia on like Fleur-de-Lis just fine. It's just slower for accessing ults, but it's not necessarily a bad thing. It depends on your team and how much field time the other members of your team want for rotations. Jump combo plunge has low values, which isn't appealing. Yeah, it doesn't do that much damage, which is why E plunge E2 and then basic 3 through 5 is just fast and also accesses decent MVS attacks the whole time. Especially since you're ending with like the end of the basic combo, which is where most of the MV is located. Not missing a chest, am I? I think we're good. And the bam. Anything down here? Nah. We've been through here before, right? Surely. Yup. This is the earlier area, but the wind stream is more powerful now, I guess. So let's just go to the higher level. Naruhodo, naruhodo. Right? Or am I crazy? Oh, nope, I'm crazy. We go even higher.
我也能飞哦！啊，好大的风！是要把我们带到冤枉门去吗？
Skipping the plunge entirely? Yeah, it's just that the E plunge E2 gives you just enough that after the basic 3 through 5, 2 charge attacks just perfectly caps you out. If you're onto doing the 2 charge attack finisher though, and you need like a basic 1 through 5 combo afterwards, I don't think you need the plunge. It's just slightly faster.
别紧张，这是经常发生的事。
It's also nice because the double charge attack at the end gives you another swap back window to
这意味
use.
着阳面王国的故事在发生变化，但勇士们不会被这点事情打倒的。
But honestly, since Kate and Yishuan I haven't been studying the combos as much because of how much damage they use a base. Yeah, and it's only like a minor optimization. It's just like the fastest way to access your ult basically. But you don't have to strictly adhere to it. It's just if you want to ult as fast as possible,
这招
that's how you do
就
it.
叫骑士的大丰收吧。干粮经费增加了。
Okay, no, I can't go that way.
我也能飞哦。
But yeah, both of these new releases both are very, very high base damage for sure.
但我不怕，我有妈妈的宝剑和盾牌。
Ah, damn it, I made it to the swap back window, but I didn't press the button correctly.
他的眷顾。
And the boop. Treasure?
是故事里常说的宝藏。
Oh. More pillows. Question is, if those gifts were actually left by her mother,
就
how
叫骑士的大丰
did
收。
one of them end up in like the weird Encore clouds for the first puzzle?
是哪里卡住了吗？要不要看看周围有什么提示？
Doesn't look like there's anything over here. Can I climb this? Nope. 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 Death. Simply death. Fuck your grapple points. Never mind. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. Oh no. What have I done?
我也能飞哦。
Just kidding. Fuck your grapple points. Oh shit. I dashed too early. Whoop.
就快到最后了，勇士们终于要闯过所有的关卡。那希望的花朵就在这扇门之后。
Encore, the child master manipulated. It's fine. She's just manipulating this child into having some cathartic closure with her mother's death. It's fine.
都渴望通过的地方。而现在，阳面勇士一行就将知道门后藏着什么怪物或者宝藏。大家准备好了吗？我准备好了，马上就能见到妈妈了。没事。 那我们原地休整一会儿。
I just want to check to make sure there's no loot here first. Although I doubt the devs would let you immediately go through if there was loot, but still. I must be extra sure. Oh, these are cute little cardboard. Oh, I landed on them. Hell yeah. And death. You will face your trauma and you will deal with it. It's so true. But they get to deal with it in a cozy little cute child's story world. Protected by GGA, Encore, and Rover.
勇士此刻感受不到一丝害怕，他们高举着勇气之宝剑，那宝剑的锋芒划破怪物高大的身躯。 怪物横劈过来，却被勇士
Rawr, scary uncle.
此刻，勇士充满了必胜的信念，那信念将能抵挡住一切风暴。
I remember being here for a different quest, but I don't remember which. But I remember being here and fighting that Gulpuff for a different quest. Go, child. Pick the flower.
这是妈妈最喜欢的
Pick the flower and have closure with your mother's death that everyone lied to you about.
想让她也看见。那我们来许愿吧。
It's a good thing that you made random friends with this other strange child who is motherless and has magical powers to help you cope. And I guess is accidentally magicking again.
勇士真诚的许愿，故事终于走到了结局。小小勇士终于实现了自己的愿望，他要把自己的思念都说给妈妈听。妈妈，我有好多话想要对你说。
Here you go, child.
很多故事。
Talk to your dead mother one last time.
这是一个非常幸福的故事。
The tale has ended. It's time to return to reality. You know, the disturbing thing is that Encore was able to use her powers to somehow tap into this girl's mind and create a replica of her mother that Encore has never seen before.
闪闪发光。
Encore is truly a god within this realm. And it's terrifying.
"就这样，小小的勇士们实现了自己的愿望，为这个冒险故事画上了一个圆满的句号。勇士见到了自己的妈妈，将自己所有的故事、所有的话都讲给妈妈听。而勇士们的旅途也不会在这里停止，接下来的路还很长很长。
Every time Robo just thumbs up, it makes me laugh because she thumbs up in such like serious situations as well sometimes.
漂泊者，真的非常感谢，我见到了他，我和他说了好多话。我
Aww.
告诉他，我一直在想他，我找到了他留下的宝物，还认识了你们。我真的没想到。 自己真的还能再见到他，所以我想把这个交给你们。
Thank you for using your magical child powers to let me see my mother again, even if it was just a magical illusion. The Wreath of Hope.
是的，我知道你们以后还有好多冒险，所以希望这顶花冠可以陪伴你们。 我想先回去，把这个故事告诉爸爸，要把妈妈和我说的话告诉他，所以要和你们说再见了。要把我们的故事讲给更多人听哦。我会的，那再见啦。 大姐姐，又到了听众反馈环节，你觉得这是一个好故事吗？
Well, Encore, it was both sweet and fucking terrifying that you were able to manifest an illusion of her dead mother. The fights were still a bit too realistic for me.
但大家一起战斗的场面真的超帅气。安可非常喜欢这个结局。 杨咩勇士终于实现了自己的愿望，他把自己所有的故事都讲给妈妈听了。他和妈妈说，自己走过了很长的路，认识了很好的朋友。
Okay, that entire line she said in Chinese was not just saying that.
他和朋友一起去冒险，和他一起打败拦路的怪物。
Is that woolly version Rover? That's so cute. Hold up. Hold up. That's going in the scrapbook. That's so cute. Look at the woolly Rover.
他和你一起去寻找宝剑、盾牌，一起去编织希望的花冠。
These are so cute.
我们一起走过了好多地方，以后还要一起去更多地方。
There's an emote right
一
there,
起
so
冒
true.
险，一起写很多故事。这些故事是生活的延伸，他们。
Aw, Encore. That was a much sweeter and more heartwarming companion story than I thought it was gonna be.
非常幸福的故事，妈妈也是这样说的。
It was a really good ending.
是呀，之前安可每次讲起阳面勇士的故事的时候，
Maybe through helping your friend process her trauma, Encore also got to process some of her trauma with her dead mother.
现在这个结局，安可非常满意。
Good job, motherless child.
唉，阳面勇士寻找宝藏的故事宣布完结，假期也要结束。 该回黑海岸了。
Don't forget to finish your homework.
哎呀，不要再说作业的事情啦。没关系，虽然这个故事结束了，但下次见面，安可会准备一个全新的冒险。我们一起，还是你做队长，要不要和安可拉个勾勾？
Reach out your hand. Smile. Is there anything more precious than the smile of a child? The smile of a motherless child who has processed her trauma. You reach out and lock your pinky with Encore's. Gazing into her eyes, you see the woolly warrior's earnest expression as she makes a heartfelt wish.
我们要一起写下
Cute.
很多很多故事。拉勾勾，100年不会变。
Very cute. Very sweet. Every loss, every gain. That is a hell of an achievement title.
我们约定好
God
了，
damn, she's shorter
然
than
后也要一
Katethia.
起冒险，一起写故事。
Well, that was very cute. I enjoyed that story. We'll go on many adventures together, Encore, by which I mean I'm never going to be putting you in my team ever again, so enjoy the backline. Smile. Ah, 59% of Septimont, eh? Why is Encore's head the same size as Rover? Lamau. Heads are indeed a big. Many adventures on the bench? I haven't even pulled it yet. I mean, obviously Verena's the best standard banner character, but out of the standard carries, Encore is the only one who still remains somewhat relevant, DPS wise. You need to do some quick swap tech with her, but she actually is a fairly good carry. If you are going to try to make a standard main DPS work well, Encore is definitely the best candidate for that. Her plus Havoc Rover actually make a pretty decent quick swap dual DPS team, which is like a very free-to-play friendly option for a team. Well, that was very cute and very sweet. It is 2:40. I do need to go to sleep fairly soonish. I was very tired earlier, and I think I took like a mini nap in the middle of that quest. So I'm not like super tired anymore. But I don't want to start a new companion quest because that'll take too long, since I do have to be up early this week. But it could definitely do a different shorter quest in the meantime. Now, you do the tower event yet? Which one? I mean, I've done pretty much all the events. I mean, do you mean this one? Which tower event? Is there a tower event? Already pre-preparing Lupa echoes in case you get fucked and she's not attacking, then Chishi, I guess you have a new set now. So true. The one with custom boss fights. Oh, yeah. Where is that, though? Don't see it in the events. Do I have to go to, like, the Tower of Adversity or something? And why isn't it in the events? Like, I did see some stuff on Twitter about that, but, like, where is it? And why is it not in the events page? You might need to find the first Kurodo bot to start it. I mean, fair, but it's... Okay, maybe they added a new quest to my log and I wasn't paying attention. Ooh, I got the vids. Oh, I guess since we're done with Encore quests, we can swap back to English now. Since we are no longer in version 1 questing. Look at the quest menu and look for the one that tells you to touch grass, Lamau. Dude? It literally says to explore the grass or something loud. Yeah, see, that's the thing is I only have the one event quest right now, which is this one. No main quests. I wonder if there's a prerequisite quest I have to do that I haven't done yet. Maybe it hasn't locked on NA yet? That's entirely possible too. You know what? Let's do this exploration quest. And you're not wrong, Encore, yes, this is a good end point here. But we have a green quest to do. Probably reset plus 8 hours. You saw in Asia around 10 hours after reset. That would make sense. That would make sense. Naruhodo, Naruhodo. That will definitely be a fun one to stream, though. Just doing funny boss fight things. Since, as we all know, I really enjoy doing silly boss fight challenges because I will spend hours in tower doing that shit.
Make it fast.
Is this necessary? No, but it's funny.
Beckon the divine flames. Sever.
Ooh, a dragon. HP? HP, wrong set. Fuck. Jokeressa? Well, I digress. Though my master is no longer with us, their power lives on in their remains. Locate and bring me the remnant energy from their remains, and I'll gladly share their power with you. Oh, wait, is this like a side quest that I activated? And... oh, wait, no, is the side quest this one? I clearly talked to her before and started the quest, but I don't remember if it's this quest or not. Also, look at this cute Drake statue that's way bigger than the actual Drakes are. Oh, look, damage numbers.
Guests of one.
Purge the impure. Such true form. Revealed at last. Wind call. Sounding the death follow.
But yeah, E2 lets you skip into basic and then charge. Charge. Oh. Did I miss the charge attack? Weird. I think I misinputted the second charge attack, but either way. Fastest way to access second ult. Where are these optional pages at? I think I've got way more than enough Bloodleaf Vitriniums at this point, but shrug. Are you an optional page? Ecological field note on Scorchwings. This page is filled with scattered, recently penned notes. As they imply, Scourgewing dragons are often associated with ill omens in folklore, their appearance believed to be a harbinger of disaster. There was a previous quest in Renacita, I believe, about Scourgewings, wasn't there? Was it in Septimont that the Scourgewings happened? There's like a weird tower thing where you like free a Scourgewing. I think there was a... was that a Raguna quest? I don't remember. The first wave of sightings coincided with the eve of the first dark tide. Since then, their silhouettes have been reported ahead of nearly every major catastrophe. But is such a connection real? Unlikely. It's a classic case of mistaking correlation for causation. In truth, Scourgewings that bring disaster, certainly not the dark tide. They merely appear beforehand. ... Some ecologists argue that the creature's frequency dates all the way back to the age of 1,000 islands. Though rare, the species has endured, likely owing to their acute sensitivity to environmental changes. The antennae on their head can detect subtle environmental shifts, allowing them to avoid danger preemptively. The pattern we've observed points to a more grounded explanation. The Scourgewings sense the coming disaster, and perhaps, in their own way, try to warn us. They are not harbingers of disaster, but early messengers. Location notes: observation tower in the Montfall Canyon. Yeah, that was it. The Montfall Canyon's observation tower. Ashen Dragon's Crypt in the Border Mountains, I think. Or are we in the Montfall Canyon right now? No, we're in the Border Mountains. Absol the dragon. Yake. Where is... there it is. Adjust the quick slash angle. Wacha! Bonk. Wacha! Bonk. Wacha! Bonk. Okay. Enough being silly. Oh, it fucking dodged me. Are you kidding me? Wait, is this not the correct angle? Wait, now I'm confused. Okay, that was weird.
Make it fast.
Pain, the roar. Sound came from deeper inside. Better go check it out. More notes. Record of a duel. On Border Mountains, amidst the remains of a fallen dragon, a battle between man and dragon started. The gladiator held his breath, sword pointed skyward like a living statue. The air trembled with the thunderous roar as brilliant wings unfurled, casting the land in shadow. One would ascend, and one would rise to meet it. Only one would claim victory. As the sun bled across the mountains, the dragon finally lowered its head in defeat, surrendering to the man who tamed the wilderness. That day, another hero was born upon the trial grounds.
Take form.
Ghosts. Hold there, lad. I know your face. You fought in the Colosseum. Are you contender Levis? That's me, but I've retired. I still remember that match with Flavio. Now that was a fight. Ha ha. Even had my money on you. Ah, sorry. I must have let you down. That match was my last. Victory and defeat come to us all. But here you are, eh? You still have a warrior's heart. I can see it. I came for someone. Flavio, I owe him a clean duel. I too have come for some people in the past. Smile. Oh. Well, that happened. Hello, Lutz.
There you are.
Worn Journal of a Gladiator 1. Every gladiator in Septimont knows this place. It's where we hunt and test our mettle. The dragon corpse lying out there draws in all sorts of TDs, beasts, and glory-chasing gladiators like us. I've no doubt Flavio was here. I saw his breastplate in one of those old holes. His family sigil was split in half, perhaps his way of cutting ties with his house. I couldn't help noticing the dents and gashes all over the armor, some deep, some just scratches. To us, those are medals. Locals say this battered piece once belonged to a man who's tamed a damn dragon, a scourgewing, faced it alone and made it submit to his will. While I was drowning in ale over my sister's death, Flavio was out in the wilds, conquering with his sword. No one knows where he went with the dragon. Oh, that's right, Flavio was the one guy in the other tower in the quest. But I know he is walking the path toward glory. He's become a legend. A pack of gladiators swaggered past me, fully armed. I overheard them talking. They were tracking a scourgewing near the border mountains. But unlike Flavio, they weren't after a duel, only a dirty hunt. They'll probably haul it back to the city and sell it off at a good price. That's all it is to them. No honor, no glory, simply money. Can I fly in here? Oh, I can. Smile.
Winds, heed my command.
Seems like there's no reason to be up here, though. There's no loot. Well, I can stand on top of the statue. I can stand on top of the sword. No, I'm failing at the parkour. Touch the sword. Here ends the road for the craven, the greedy, and the false. Only those who seek true glory may step forward. They're on the move. Better keep close and quiet. The place is falling apart. Gotta move to solid ground ahead. What happens if I don't? What happens if I don't? Oh, it doesn't automatically. Fuck you. What if I don't? What if I don't? It does automatically again. Fuck you. It's time to fly. What if I don't? Ugh, fine. Be that way, game. Scourgewing Spectre! Look at it go! With its glorious horns and antennae. The Scourgewing might have some history of Flavio's one, eh? You think they're mates? Which one is this, the male or the female? Why can't they both be male or both be female? No, nothing like that. They're siblings, maybe even twins. Incest? Dragoncest? All those legends, look at that. Walked right into their trap, into our trap. We paid a fortune for that scale powder. Rare stuff, but it did the job. Oh, and now we're sliding. Smart one, I'll give it that. Lucky we laid out 2 reinforced nets, or it'd be long gone. I'm just going to not press the button prompts. At this point, it's just funny. Spin. Watcha. Wow. I'm inputting all this by myself. Look at me, I'm doing all the things I say as my hands are not touching the keyboard or mouse. Spin. Spin. Goddamn, we love the tuck and roll. Scourgewing is trapped by those threads. Another Scourgewing again? Maybe that sword from earlier. Oh, you mean the one we fucking left over there? Loot? 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 No loot. No loot. Katethia's couldn't use full release ult again, so Katethia's half health. Sag. Wait, did we bring the sword, the gigantic sword with us? Huh. Apparently, yes. Why are there all of these extra areas if there's no loot? Ugh, I love that ledge flip every time. Genshin could never. How did we bring this giant piece of shit with us? What?
Mind's eye.
Tough dragon. Eyeing the splendid wings of the border mountains. Buling better be a fire healer? That would be cool. Oh, Lupa's kit is in Crossing Stars right now. Wait, is Crossing Stars that event, that boss event? 50% fusion res ignore. Oh, cool. Bastard forcing me to pick Chisia because I don't have a healer if it's gonna be a mono fire comp specific. Smile. Someone doesn't have Brand. Second Stellar Bay character is out now in Nikkei. Yeah, Eve. Yeah, my friend Lion pulled her earlier. I logged in briefly in Nikkei to be like, okay, maybe I should like farm up some pulls, and then I got doing art instead, and I just closed. I didn't even do a single thing in Nikkei, and then closed it and started stream. Smile. Crossing Stars is the archive in-game. Really? She's in the archive? Oh, that's right, Ass. That's right, Ass. I forgot you don't play male characters. Oh, sorry, not Raven. Right. Yeah, Eve is the MC and Raven is like the anti-hero character or whatever. Yeah, my friend Lion pulled her earlier today, I think. Apparently, Raven is actually the meta one, though. Oh, the 50% fusion res is modifier specific. Oh, you have to have all modifier. Interesting. They ran the moment their leader fell. Damn, I'm out of practice. Lost my edge for a moment. The bleeding has slowed. Not my time yet. I'm not here to play savior, Scourgewing. Just couldn't watch them foul this sacred ground. Let's get you out of these nets. The sword should do. Wait, what's that sound outside? I don't think these are nets. A special frequency just appeared nearby. Let's see, is that Crossing Stars? Where is that? Oh, it's in gallery? Gotcha. I also realized I didn't click this. Frontier Trials 619. Yeah, so this is happening 8 hours after server reset. Gathering. Oh, I've apparently never been in here, Smile.
I shall have no one tarnishing Victory's honor.
Yo, let's go,
I
Lupa.
shall have no one tarnishing Victory's honor.
We love our Vera XP. I think a Mark Parker resets the cooldown of Resonance skill She-Wolf's Hunt. Casting Resonance Fire, Resonance Liberation, Fire Kiss Glory, Glance Glory within 35 seconds. Attacks of all resonates in the team ignore 3% of the target's fusion resistance. For each fusion resonated in the team other than Lupa, this effect increases by 3% up to a maximum of 9%. When there are 3 fusion resonators in a team, resonators attacks further ignore 6% fusion. Guess I'm using Brand, goddammit. The dashing with 2.5 seconds, Lupa enters the sprint state. The next basic attack is placed with basic attack style. That's right. She gets natural fast sprinting. It's gonna be so nice for movement. Gain increased resistance to interruptions while casting heavy attack. Yada 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 yada. Wolf increases 50 points. Heavy attack with relic Wolf's Gnawing does not consume. Wolf Flame consumes 50 points to perform this attack and gain 1 point of Wolf Faith. Or does not restore Wolf Flame. Flame reaches 50 points of Wolf Faith, which is 1 point. Heavy attack replaced by Wolf's Claw, consuming stamina to attack the target and dealing fusion damage. Wolf Flame reaches 50 points, and Wolf Faith reaches 1 point after performing heavy mid-air attack, Fire Strike, or heavy attack Wolf's Gnawing. Attack Wolf's Gnawing is at 50 points. So you would need 50 points to gain Wolf Flame, and then you know the 50 points, and you can do. Okay, so if you have 100 points, you can do a Wolf Gnawing straight into heavy attack Wolf's Claw. And that will get you 2 points of Wolf Faith immediately. Mid-air attacks, 3 attacks mid-air, so she has actual mid-air combos, not just plunge. The mid-air attack cycle will not be reset, so that means if you do 2 mid-air attacks, and then the next time you go mid-air, you'll automatically do the finisher. Interesting. Wolfing missions 50 points. Mid-air attack 3 will be replaced with mid-air attack Fire Strike, consuming stamina to attack the target, dealing fusion, and yet another way to get the Wolf Faith. Hold normal attack while everyone will perform plunge. After performing this attack, press normal attack to perform basic attack Starfall. I'm going to assume that the Starfall basic attack probably has higher Wolf Flame accumulation or something. I would assume that you have to build Wolf Flame somehow, right? The normal attack, just dodge counter, normal dodge counter. This is just damage information and stamina cost. Wildfire Banding, fusion damage restoring 15 points of Wolf Flame. 100 Wolf Flame when normal attacks at the targets, Resonance Skill, and casting Resonance Liberation. So Resonance Skill only gets 15 points of Wolf Flames. And I'm assuming she probably has like a double skill. After performing Resonance Skill, She-Wolf's Hunt, Lupa can perform Feral Fang. Can be performed in mid-air close to the ground. Hold Resonance Skill to leap into the air, then press normal attack in time to cast mid-air attack stage 1. Interesting, so you can pole vault, it sounds like, into mid-air combos. Lupa locks onto a target, dealing fusion damage and restoring 50 points of Wolf Flame. The damage multiplier to Mox targets is increased by 50%. Resonance Skill, Feral Flank enters cooldown upon cast in time when Lupa is switched out, can be performed mid-air close to the ground. Interesting. So, under the assumption, because if they specifically add a follow-up attack to the plunge attack, and what's the MV on that? Starfall. Decently high. I would assume that probably restores more Wolf Flame though, so it sounds like you could do Hold Resonance Skill into Plunge, into Starfall, into second Resonance Skill. Cheese your outro with lingering tunes into Lupa intro. Ooh. Figured out the best pull ritual for Skirk's smile. Got C1 and like 90 pulls. Hey, not bad. Intro modifier and be as baffled as I am. Naruhodo, let's take a look in a second. I do like the little part in GG kits where it shows an animation along with the Apollo stuff. Yeah, that is nice. I need that for these kits, but a different animation for every sentence. Goddamn! First tempo got Raven. Hell yeah, Crayfius, let's go. Yeah, I don't know what a kit is, but when I was looking at I think it was Pridwin's write-up on Eve, they mentioned that like Eve is like a good solo raid unit, not necessarily a full meta one, but like a good option. But Raven is apparently the actual meta one, but they haven't done a write-up on her kit yet. And Nikkei.gg hasn't done any write-ups yet on either. For a circuit, Lupa's attack increased by 12% for 8 seconds when performing the following actions, blah blah blah. So basically, all the time. When Wolf Faith reaches 2 points, Resonance Skill is replaced with Dance with the Wolf. Performing Dance with the Wolf consumes all Wolf Faith infusion damage, considered Resonance Liberation damage, which, you know, works well with the kit. With the, specific, set they made for her. Dances with Wolves, that's a pretty decent multiplier, definitely. When Wolf Faith reaches 2 points in the Burning Match Point sets, normal attacks increase Wolf Flame regen by 500% on hits. Cannot perform Resonant Skill She-Wolf's Hunt and Resonant Skill Feral Fang in this state. Interesting. So replaced with Dance with Wolf Climax. Performing Dance with Wolf Climax consumes all Wolf Faith. Oh, interesting. So Dance with Wolf doesn't actually consume your Wolf Faith. Dealing fusion damage, consider Resonance Liberation damage. Burning Match Point is removing the skill ends. Can be performed in midair close to the ground. They have a lot of things that can be performed in mid-air, which is interesting. Short hop aerials, maybe. That is a big multiplier. Within 8 seconds, or remain on the field after switching to another resonator and back up the active resonator, which is very, very cool. That you can use that she'll provide on-field follow-up if you do quick swap things. Lupa can hold up to 100 points of Wolf Flame, restoring when normal attack, casting Resonant Skill and Liberation. Hold up to 2 points of Wolf Faith, lasts for 10 Oh, it only lasts 10 seconds. Okay, so you really do want to build up a lot of Wolf Flame first and try to burst it out. It's reset when Wolf Faith is restored. At the end of its duration, each remaining point of Wolf Faith becomes 50 points of Wolf Flame. Oh, so it automatically converts back, though. So that's not too bad. Wait, mid-air attack Fire Strike? Which one was that again? Alright, the replacement for attack 3. Okay. More plans that the Raising the Blaze isn't huge, but it's still extra damage. Alt consumes all Wolf Faith, but it doesn't say you need any, so you just get 100 Wolf Flame if you burned all your Wolf Faith before popping alt. So basically, I got a Resonant Skill in time to cast Resonant Skill Foe Breaker. It can be performed in mid-air close to the ground. Is Foe Breaker listed as a source of Wolf Flame gain? I mean, it doesn't really matter. I mean, yeah, it does give you Resonant Skill, but it's already at 100%, so... Following the skill strengthens all resonators in a team within 35 seconds, all of them gain Pack Hunt. If the active resonator is hit or launched, they immediately recover, and they're considered to have successfully dodged attack when they're on the ground. Trigger up to 3 times. So similar thing to Shorekeepers. Resonators with Pack Hunt gain a 6% attack increase and 10% fusion damage bonus when they attack Overlord or Calamity class targets. Both are non-stackable. Fun, so bosses. If there are 3 fusion resonators in the team, the fusion damage bonus goes up by another 10%. So it's not just a fusion res, but also that. Okay. When the active resonator casts intro skill, Pack Hunt is enhanced, granting an additional 6% attack increase to all resonators in the team up to a maximum of 18%. Interesting. So you definitely start out Tower Adversity rotations with her popping her ult like right away. And then Foe Breaker. Oh, so Foe Breaker is how you go into Burning Match Point. Gotcha. Restore 500% more Wolf Flame on hits. Can perform Resonant Skill She-Wolf's Hunt and Resonant Skill Feral Fang in this state. Burning Match Point still sticks around if you swap off, though, so you can still potentially do quick swap stuff with Changli while you're getting that going. There was mention of Burning Match Point in here somewhere, right? The Forte? Okay, yeah, it's just removing skill ends, so you can still swap off during it. Talk dealing, fusion damage, press normal attack, falling intro skill, try focusing A to cast mid-air attack 3. Lupa enters the wild hunt state. Her next intros are placed with Nowhere to Run. Casting Nowhere to Run removes the pack hunt and glory effects on all resonators, dealing fusion damage. Yeah, so I mean, the Nowhere to Run intro is a special intro, but yeah, it does do a gigantic chunk of damage. But it does burn the pack hunt and glory effects on the resonator, which means that you lose all of the buffs, basically. Yeah, it means you lose all of the team buffs, so when you pop that, your team loses all of the buffing. Which means you intro into her and start a new rotation with her ult again. Which does kind of suggest that she's meant to be played a bit more like traditional hypercarry sub DPS. Where you kind of do her for rotation, and then Brandt's for rotation, and then Chang'Li's. That's not to say you can't do quick swap between her and Brandt or between her and Chang'Li in the meantime. But yeah, Fusion Amplify and Basic Attack Damage Amplify, which is designed for Brandt, and it lasts until the Resonator switch is out, which does mean that you're kind of somewhat disincentivized for doing quick swap, unfortunately. But I'll see what I can fit into quick swap without losing too much efficiency. Yeah, I mean... Huh, interesting. So you can only hit Wild Hunt when you reach cap in Pack Hunt, but that requires 3 intro skills. So if you do... Well, I mean, you do an intro skill on Brandon, an intro skill on Chang'Li. So on the intro skill to Lupa, that hits the 18%, but does that trigger her Wild Hunt? Or do you have to do another intro onto her in the meantime? I would assume that her being the 3rd counts towards triggering Wild Hunt, which triggers this one, but I actually don't know for certain. Because if it requires her to do another intro, that's a bit awkward. Like, if you can only trigger Wild Hunt on the 4th intro, that'll be possibly a bit awkward. But it sounds like you press Alt, you do Wolf's Gnawing into Wolf's Claw. So you do Wolf's Gnawing to Wolf's Claw, that gives you 2 points for your Wolf Faith. And then off of Wolf Faith, you do Resident Skill, Dance. You do Dance with Wolf. Since you won't necessarily be in Burning Match Point yet. Wait, how do you get the Burning Match Point again? Is it Alt? Oh, wait, no, yeah, because you get Burning Match Point immediately after popping... Yeah, because you press Alt and then immediately Foe Breaker, which puts you in Burning Match Point state. Yeah, so normal attack, we're still 500% more Wolf Flame. So presumably, if you want to do a fast rotation, you will pop Alt, Foe Breaker, and then you could immediately pop Climax. but Climax will remove burning match points, which means what you could do instead is you could pop Resonant Skill, go into burning match points with Foe Breaker, go in, do your double heavy attack for the 2 points of Wolf Faith, but then also do other basic combos in the meantime, in order to build up back to another 100 Wolf Flame, so you have full access to it later. And then you pop Climax, because it consoles Wolf Faith, but not Wolf Flame. Which allows you, yeah, so then you can do Climax for big damage. But then because you still have 100 Wolf Flame points left, that means you wouldn't even need 100. You would just need 70, or however, or if Plunge into Starfall gives you 20, which would be a number that makes sense given the amount. That means you could pop ult, do Foe Breaker, double heavy attack for 2 points of Wolf Faith, and then probably do some kind of basic combos or something like that. I still think it's likely that Plunge into Starfall is going to be very efficient Wolf Flame building, because there's a reason why they have a separate attack for it entirely. Will be my assumption. So you build up to 50 or 70 or whatever the required points are. Then you can pop Climax. But then after your Climax puts you out of... But Climax will burn your Wolf Faith. So you no longer have Dance with Wolf. But it will burn your Wolf Faith. And then, presumably, you'll have access to your regular Resonant Skill right afterwards. So Resonant Skill does 15. Presumably, you could do the whole Resonant Skill, Leap in the Air, Plunge into Starfall, and then into second Resonant Skill. I'm going to just assume that builds 50 points of Wolf Flame, because that would make sense numerically, but it might be different values, who knows. And then that means that you now have... you can now do another double heavy attack to get 2 more points of Wolf Faith into the Dance with Wolf non-climax version for another burst of damage, and I'm going to assume after that you probably have outro. That would make sense for that to be a full concerto rotation, and then you swap off into Brat. Assuming it takes you long to build concerto, it's entirely possible that ult into what is it fucking called? Ult into Foe Breaker, into Double Heavy, into Climax could be enough to just build up full concerto. Couldn't say, though. It would have to wait until actually playing her and testing and stuff. But that would be my assumption, is one of those 2 rotations is designed to build full concerto, so you can then outro into Brant. Brant does ult into funny anchor, into ults, into funny charge attack spins until he has full forte, presses skill, swaps into Chongli. Chongli does her thing, and then outros onto Lupa. So Lupa will ideally be able to know where to run, but that does depend on whether she needs to be the 3rd or 4th intro. It would make sense for her to need to be the 3rd intro, because it kind of would be weird for her to be 4th. You'd have to do a very weird rotation in that case. But that's also not necessarily impossible. It's possible they might want you to be doing quick swap between Chongli and Lupa in the meantime, so she can double outro, but... Notice the name Feral Fang, they're just not hiding Feral here. So true. Weak point damage buff, then replace braces with sustained damage. Oh, interesting. Don't like the minigames, the reason I don't play the mobile Monster Hunter. Yeah, fair. Sloping them noodles down so hard they call me Foe Breaker. Smile. Can't wait to dunk on a boss and say Ripabozo, #pack hunt, smile. But yeah, I'm going, based on the way her kit is described, I'm going to assume that those are her rotations. Ult, Foe Breaker, double heavy attack into Climax and swap, but if that's not enough for Concerto, then it would be Ult, Foe Breaker into double heavy attack into some kind of Wolf Flame building combo into Climax, into Resonant Skill, Plunge, Starfall, Resonant Skill, back into, then back into double heavy, into a dance with wolf, and then swap. That sounds like, based on her kit, what her natural rotations will look like, but it's hard to say until I can actually see and test how much concerto gain she gets with everything, as well as how much wolf flame she gets, and whether you can actually... You should easily be able to build up like the 50 or 60 or whatever ends up being wolf flame needed to do the quadruple resonance skill rotation in 10 seconds, which is how long Wolf Faith lasts. But yeah. Interesting. Naruhodo. And hopefully, a lot of her animations are quick swappable. Like, it's entirely possible plunge and then into Starfall. Starfall ends up being a good swap back ability, because if Starfall takes more than a second, that means you can plunge into Starfall, then swap the Changli, press Changli button, then swap back. And then do a swap back into Lupa and continue her next thing, which presumably would be Resonance Skill 2. And if Resonance Skill 2 takes 2 seconds, then Resonance Skill 2 can then be swapped back into Changli again, and then swap back to Lupa to then pop her Dance with Wolf, which also might take more than 2 seconds. So it's very possible that you can be doing Changli quick swaps during her whole rotation. And if her special intro does require 4 intros, you would actually be required to do that, just so Changli can double intro so that on Lupa's next rotation she can actually pop Noah to run. But I don't know if that's actually going to be the case or not. TOA reset next week? Yeah, I'm probably gonna wait on TOA for the most part until Lupa comes out. Okay, that's a lie. I'm probably gonna clear TOA so I have pulls for Lupa and then do a Lupa testing in TOA as per usual. But I won't be able to do Lupa testing until a few days after she comes out, because they're releasing her during fucking Anime Expo and I'm gonna be gone the entire weekend. Oh, interesting. Okay, 20% crit rate is a lot. But it's only 10 seconds after her ult, which is not that big of a time window. Oh my god, 20% fusion damage runs to all resonators for 30 seconds up to 2 times. That's a lot of damage gain for the team. That being said, I'm probably not going to be pulling for resonance chains. Unless I get, like, absurdly lucky, in which case I might see what I can get, like I did with Changli, but I don't know, I probably won't end up pulling resonance chains. Realistically, I don't have the pulls for that. New friend, Lilith. Yeah, I do not have that much in terms of pulls. I mean, I have plenty of time to grind, because there's all the stuff in Septimont and everything, and some event stuff to clear, but I don't have enough even for a guarantee at this point. And I don't have much Lunite either. I mean, I'm not against wailing for her if necessary, but I'm not going to be wailing just to get extra copies, you know? But if Lupa decides to bless me the same way Changli did with a fuckload of copies and a short amount of pulls, I'm not going to complain. Since Changli is the only character 5-star I've actually bothered activating resonance chains on, but I'm not against doing it for Lupa as well, because she is incredible, amazing, gorgeous, simply the best. Sword. Helmets.
Make it fast.
Reading. It's certain now, something unnatural is happening outside. Every exit is sealed by forces not of this world. Ian and I have no way out. Whispers claw at my ears. Only the pain of my wounds is keeping my mind from slipping away. This journal will likely be my last testament. Here's the truth I've choked on for too long. Flavio and I, we swore to face off fair and square in the Colosseum finals, to settle our rivalry the right way. But the night before, his house sent someone to me with a message to hold back if things got rough. The offer came with better money than the prize, and the promise to find the best doctor for my ailing sister. I said yes, sold my honor as cheaply as those scum hunting Ian. Lane? Ian? I just disgraced that secret fight with the pathetic show, and he saw right through me. I've never seen a man look so disappointed. In me, in his house, and in the arena itself. He vanished into the wilds and never returned. Damn. After my sister passed, I tried to find him in Septimont. Thought I could square the debt and give him a real fight. As I write these words, I realize it wasn't just guilt that led me here. It was regret that I never faced him as a true gladiator. Now I'll never have the chance. I'm leaving this to Ian. It will outlive me, no doubt. If someone ever reads these words, know they are the last confessions of Levis. I pray that Flavio, wherever the wilds have taken him, has found the glory that he deserves. May applause greet all who walk the path of glory. Damn, dog. Turns out you needed to play it. You needed to play it to unlock the gates to get the items behind them. Play what? For what items? We still talking about Nikke? Need to fight this motherfucker so bad. Smile. I mean, we didn't get to fight the other dragon, so I don't know if we're gonna get to fight this one. Charging slash. Hi, Durgan. How long has it been, Ian? How long did I sleep? Not much time left for me. Ironic, isn't it? A man who has forsaken glory dies in a hole meant for heroes. No, it can't be. Flavio? What are you doing here? Where's my sword? Ah, there it is. Flavio, I challenge you now. Properly. By the eternal sun, I will fight with everything I have, without deceit. Till death and glory find us. Did he actually get to fight Flavio, or did he just, like, fucking hallucinate that? Was his last vision a dream or a mirage you created? Aww. A deep, ambiguous roar. How do we know the roar is ambiguous? At least he found peace in the end. So that makes... God damn, did you just bust through the fucking ground? So yeah, that's 2 Scourge Wings saved. Now what? Yeah, I'm pretty sure I did the other Scourge Wing quest off stream, but that's the second Scourge Wing saved. Oh, hey, it's Tulia again. She's from the first Scourge Wing quest. Hey, you, I saw it. That was you, wasn't it? The one who freed the Scourge Wing? I'm over here, by the hole it flew out of. The hole it busted through the fucking ground like a Chad?
Make it fast. How do you like these?
On the crumpled paper is faint, weathered handwriting. Dear brother, I understand why you did it, but that doesn't mean I forgive you. I never cared for glory. All I ever cared was your dream. You, more than anyone, deserve to stand in the Colosseum and become a champion, but you gave it up for a dying woman and tarnished all you and your friend held sacred. Whatever comes next, please take care of yourself. Whether you return to the arena or choose another path, I only hope you find happiness. May my wish travel with the winds all to your side always. To your side. Your family, always. Your family? Is that name always? Smile? So their brother, but we don't get their name. Just they are their brother. What the fuck is that? Oh, okay. It doesn't let me interact with it. It's just telling me that it is a thing that I can potentially interact with. Come back, Wingray. I'm sorry. Wee. How do you know it was trapped inside? I saw the Scourge Wing flying across the street. Thank you, you set it free. Oh, you mean clearing the event in Nikke? You need to play it and unlock the gates to get the items behind them. Oh. The Border Mountains saw the first Dark Tide. I remember hearing the Scourge Wings cry back then. I thought maybe it was sealed away by the Dark Tide growth in some forgotten cave, like so many other creatures. I never imagined that I'd be strolling nearby to see it fly out of the crypt like that. Its name is Aine. Ah yes, this one is Aine, and the one in the tower at Montville Canyon is its. They were sealed away in different places centuries ago. After this long imprisonment, they can finally reunite with each other. I wish them both the best. I'll continue seeking traces of these siblings. My instinct tells me that they will linger in this area for a while. Will you come and see them if I find them again, Jingso all washed up? I want to say hi to the dragons as well. Okay, I'll be on my way then. Hopefully my next search won't take as long. Goodbye, Fulia. Whoa. Oh. Take up the call in the Septimont city? Oh. A continuation of the event of the quest? Smile? Although that's being said, I think it is actually time to end and try to get ready for bed. Ugh. Jingso washed up. I found traces of Ain and Is. If you're free, would you like to come and see them? We will go and see them later. Perhaps in next WuWa stream. But first, we see what we can trade in since I have opened more chests. Give me shit. I love free shit. Nom nom nom. Wow, I did not have a lot of money. Never mind.
When I grow up, I'll be the strongest gladiator.
Pretty sure I bought everything in the canteen, right? Recipe-wise. There are still a few recipes I haven't done. But I have... Yeah, I bought all the recipes. Let's see. This reset yet. Wait, where is the Yu-Gi-Oh thing? Did the endless challenge reset yet? Nope. I did it earlier this week, so I don't get to do this. There's a very funny infinite stack combo you can do in this game that is incredibly overpowered and wins you in like 1 to 2 turns with the right hand. It's pretty funny. Very, very breakable Yu-Gi-Oh minigame. Okay. Since we're so close to 60%, let's just do this little sensor chest thing and then probably hop off. God damn, these guys are just absolute fucking units. When do I get to fight them and or get them as echoes? Look at this fucking Chad right here. Yes. Yes. Pose for me. Beautiful, gorgeous, pristine. This is what peak echo performance looks like. Alright, I've been here before for the little minigame. Oh lord, literally have just enough for that. Oh, all supply chests found? What? But it doesn't have a check mark. What? How? How did I find all the chests in there already? What? Yo, dog. What? One cost echoes?
Guests of the unkind.
One cost echoes. Come to me. And none of them dropped echoes. Sad. Big boy. Die for me, big boy.
We'll face together we vanish. Feathers incinerate.
Be gone, wicked souls.
Make it fast.
We treasure chest? Oh, you're not a treasure chest, you tricked me. Should be high enough, right? Yep. Don't need a lot of height clearance to be able to fly.
Guests of the unkind.
Come on, pal.
Purged, such as their
Yearn.
Sever, crumble. true
Oh,
form.
there's a new guy. Where'd this
Revealed
lizard
at
come from?
last.
Together we vanish.
Sounding the death knell. Salvation. What is it you wish for?
Fucking knew it, you piece of shit.
Atonement. Crosscut.
Feed. We can feed them? Have some meats, little one. Have some. A whole. You want a whole fucking pizza? Damn, y'all are fat fucks. Alright. And you want a little chicken. What little cuties? Aw, and we get our chests. Aw. Goddamn, yeah, this stack of 3 wants a whole fucking pizza. Are you kidding me? And specifically a pizza tropicale as well. It has to be the pineapple pizza, not the regular pizza classico. Disgusting. Wait, I can grab it through the wall? Hold up.
How do you like
That's
these?
so funny. We can grab that chest through the wall. Ain't no way. Oops, that's not the right tool. Whoops.
There
Oh well.
you are.
And flip.
Oh,
Chest
Look.
door.
shinies. There you are.
Oh, is this a little view thing? Oh no, this is a separate. No, I need the cat. I need to find all the chests first. I'll come back for you, Wingray.
There you are.
Sneaky
Glad you
little
found
fuck.
them useful.
See, I knew making a fuckload of all the food items in the game would pay off one day, and look, it has. That chest was only gettable because I had Pizza Tropicale on me. Where is this taking me? Oh, okay. Back here. Thanks, I guess. That gets us to 62%. Which means we get asteroids. Let's go. So I think that's all the asteroid we can get from that. Not that I'm not going to do exploring anyway, but that is all the asteroids. Let's do one more treasure chest area. Just one more. Ooh, a chest. Hello, gentlemen. Or gentleman and gentle lady, or however you choose to identify.
Atonement. Perish in flame. Charge forth with me. Windstorm. Sweep all away. I never surrender.
What?
This should afford us more provisions.
Don't see a chest. Whoops. Oh no, I'm stuck. I'm stuck. Dive bomb.
Glad you found them useful. There you are. Winds, heed my command.
Well, aren't you sneaky over here hiding on this pillar?
Oh. There you are.
Perish! Together we vanquish. Hopefully this helps.
My nightly instinct says...
Yep, it's over in the corner.
this
What's
way.
this? Weathered slates? Divinity of Septimont, we have conquered the land and built an impenetrable fortress upon the mountain's crown. From the very beginning, the Echo stood with us, loyal, unyielding, and true. Oh, brave people of Renacita, future warriors, let this moment bear witness to your courage. In the beginning is the lion, peerless in might. In the end is the knight, faithful to the last breath. What we leave behind will one day rise again through you. Hell yeah. I love extra lore.
Just like the treasure chest from the stories.
Man, they love the Griffons, huh?
My knightly instinct says this way.
Let's do this together. I fought to the end.
Make it fast.
Such is their blessing.
How do you like these?
All supply chests found. Oop, one more smile. Dog was able to reach the tissue roll. Of course, disaster ensues. Oh no!
Winds, heed my command.
I saw you there, Or. Nom nom nom. I don't even know what these are used for. I haven't tried crafting anything from this region yet. But all I know is I need them.
There you are. Guests of the unkind.
You will yield together.
Oceans.
Bow before me. Sentence before your tides. Rise and crash.
Atonement.
Never surrender.
Fortune is on your side.
Whoops, how am I set to that? How did I set the loop mapper on accident? That's more than 4 chests.
What is it you wish for?
Unless it's still registering the one I just opened earlier. Oh, it was. Okay. Nom, nom, oak nuts, oak nuts. Nom, nom, nom.
Your wish for wealth is granted.
And then there's also, it looks like, a thing. I love things.
Winds.
It's probably a
heed
little
my
higher
command.
up. Oh, no, it's further down. Interesting. Where are you hiding? Where are you hiding, you little resonance casket shit? Huh, is it inside this building? Can I get inside this building?
Guests of the unkind. Beckon the
Oh, look,
divine
fancy
flames.
enemies that actually have the name on things.
Together we vanquish.
Sounding the death knell.
Salvation.
Windstorm. Sweep all away.
Boop.
My book. Triumph through sacrifice.
The trial isn't over yet.
Mine.
Oh, shit.
Sacrifice.
Okay, maybe I shouldn't be memeing so hard. What the fuck?
The wicked will face crumble. Judgment.
I won't back down.
Wind calls, waves follow. I am the Tempest.
Yeah, I might be memeing a bit too hard. I didn't expect him to fucking one-shot Chong-Li.
Repent.
For silence beckons. The wicked will face exonerate. Flood. March on. That's it.
Wind rises.
My blade. Purge all evil.
The trial isn't over yet. I won't back down.
Wind calls, waves follow. You won't escape. The wicked We'll face
Such is that.
waves rise. Judgment strikes. Hopefully this helps.
True form.
Revealed at last.
Sounding the death knell.
Vexing malice. Finality. Torrents. Rage on.
Wind calls. Waves follow.
Furious tides. Split the heavens.
I've won to the end.
That motherfucker's killed Chun-Li.
Just like the treasure chest from the stories.
Ooh, an achievement. Whoops. What achievements? Thundercrest and Galecrest. Ah, I get an achievement for beating those guys. Neat. Getting the vapors. Nice. Use Aeroba's outro 100 times. Smile. Wait, add a friends? What do you mean? I've added friends before. What do you mean you just gave me the achievement for adding a friend? Did they add like one in the later patch for some reason? Weird. Alright. How the fuck? Where the fuck is this thing hiding? Where the fuck are you, Sonan's cask?
My nightly instinct says.
Yes, I hear the
this
ping.
way.
Oh, it must be on this side. There it is. How the fuck did they miss you when grabbing that chest earlier? What do you mean this isn't checked off? I've completed all of them, haven't I? Yeah, it says I've found all of them. Do I have to, like, run back up to the starting location for it to recognize that I've grabbed all the chests? I guess maybe. You can do it, Katethia. I believe. It is interesting you don't burn stamina while doing fucking, like, backflips upwards. Oh no. Oh no, she can't do the flip. Damn. Alright then. Guess we do this. Game, are you high? I have found all the chests. It says I have grabbed all the chests, game. Game, you're drunk, go home. Wait, there's another one? I've grabbed all of four chests. There's 5? Oops. Well, that didn't work.
Let's call it
5 out of
Great
4
harvest.
clears it. What the fuck? Where does this take me? Meme harder, Noah Craphius. They killed Chun-Li because I memed too hard. Our beloved. I'm sorry, Chun-Li. You didn't deserve that.
The night's challenge has arrived.
Oh shit. Hello.
You won't escape. The wicked will face
Such is their blessing.
collapse.
Oceans.
Bow
Sit the
before
fuck
me.
down.
Wind calls.
Sounding the
Waves
death
follow.
Vexing malice.
I love tall woman.
What is it you wish for?
What is that? Meat. That is meat. You are also meat. With a very pretty tail. See, there is a glider challenge over here. Okay, this is the last thing, I promise. We do a glider challenge, and then we end stream. I promise, last thing. For realsies. Giant woman gliding. Oh no. I can't do giant woman gliding. I mean, normally she just converts back to Thespian in those kinds of situations, but... Ooh, that's quite the turn they want you to do. Holy shit. Need it. Wow. And
An unexpected discovery.
Wow. Okay, yes, that is actually bedtime. It is actually bedtime now. Let me just go revive Chongli real quick. I can't log off with her dead. That would be truly disgraceful. Okay, but yes, that is time. It is time. We are done. It's over. It's over, chats. It's so over. We're so over. Anyway, it has been fun. Thanks for hanging out, everyone. I hope you were at least somewhat entertained with all of the WuWa things going on tonight. But, fuck, I don't know, algorithm stuff, like, subscribe, all that kind of shit. If you want to keep up to date with stream and stream schedule, I post about it on my Twitter, link in the description. We also have a fun stream chat Discord server called the GOONDOLA to GACHA Hell, also link in the description. And over there I post all of the stream update stuff, various other updates, as well as let everyone know anytime I am popping on stream as well. So also fun people to hang out with and chat and meme with. Anyway, it has been fun, everyone. Have a good night.